really even want to talk about it. If I'm being very, very honest. And I like daylight saving time. Some daylight at 9 p.m. Loved it as a kid since I didn't have to go home till streetlights came on. That's weird. Don't want to make you mad. Sorry. Yeah, like you don't want to make me mad. Of course you do. That's basically what we do on this stream. You guys say shit, and then I get angry at the shit that you say. Not at you, but the things you say gets me heated. But no, I don't actually like. Okay, so why do I not want to talk about Nostormu? Like, what could potentially be the problem with speaking about Nostormu? Okay, so I have not read War of the Scaleborn yet. Just FYI. Traxy, how you doing? Over on YouTube. I have not read the War of the Scaleborn just yet because I can't find it in South Africa. I'm still waiting for a bookstore that actually has the fucking thing in stock. But I'll get it soon. But I have seen some of the spoilers from there. So, Nostormu, have any of you ever asked yourself, why is it that Nostormu cannot predict the future? Or why is it that Nostormu, even though he has power over the timelines, doesn't seem to have a clue on what's going to happen next? Like, he just doesn't know what's going to happen next. Big Man Shingle, how you doing? Over on YouTube, in work, over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you. I think Avalon League looks so real. It may be real. Okay, I'm almost done with the first playthrough of BG3, so it won't take me until Xmas, just Thanksgiving. I'm just waiting for the newser to get on stage and put his foot in his mouth, as is his habit. No, Ordros. That would be a good guess, but that is actually wrong. You are absolutely wrong. Like this Doctor Strange thing. So, that's exactly it. Oh my God. That is exactly it. So, the Bronze Drakes don't see the timelines. They see all possibilities, and then they sort of have to choose which one, you know, may or may not happen depending on. They don't really know. They don't really actually know. That is such a big retcon. In fact, it ignores everything we know about the timelines because the Bronze Drakes go to different timelines in order to ensure that those timelines don't interfere with our timeline. The Bronze Drakes have the ability to change things on our timeline, and yet, according to all the new lore, the Bronze Drakes don't have a fucking clue. Like, they can't actually discern between all of the different timelines. They just sort of see the future as being any of a million different outcomes, and they have to sort of guess which one of these outcomes may or may not come true, which is quite literally not how it has ever been set up. That is not how it has ever existed in World of Warcraft history, fucking ever. And yeah, it's basically like they're guessing, right? They're playing a little bit of a guessing game, which is super annoying to me, not because it's bad. There's nothing wrong with them deciding this is how they want to do it instead. Why? Because the previous one was kind of stupid. Nostormu would get himself into all of these weird fucking situations, and you would just go, dude, you can literally see the future. Why are you struggling so much? Like, it's kind of like Superman with X-ray vision and kryptonite. Like, the dude flies into a building filled with kryptonite and then falls and goes, oh, I'm dying. And as a viewer, you're going, you literally have the ability to see through a fucking building. Why not look before you go? You've been caught so many times running into a building that's filled with kryptonite, and yet you still do it every single time. So I don't mind the fact that Blizzard sort of went, okay, wait, we need to stop doing these stupid storylines where Nostormu literally should know the future, but then still somehow fucks up. So let's make it instead to where Nostormu he can see all possible outcomes, but he doesn't necessarily know which one of those outcomes are true. Okay? That's basically what they've done now. They've done it more like Doctor Strange. And like I said, I don't mind that. It's fine. It actually makes it a little bit better. I just really wish that they wouldn't just retcon shit. Because now we run into a number of other problems in World of Warcraft. What about all of the times that the Bronze Drakes went to the different timelines and changed things? How did they know which timelines they were on? Because apparently they can't really do that. What about all the times that the Bronze Drakes interfered with the timelines and with our timeline? If they don't know what the future is going to look like, why are they interfering? It could be very dangerous. But they have always done it in such a way that they know that this needs to happen in order for this, this, and this to happen. So clearly, there's now a number of, like, old storylines that become rather problematic rather quickly with the new War of the Scaleborn reveal and how the Bronze Dragons operate. I just, at this point, it really starts to feel like the new writers of Blizzard have just sort of stepped in, taken all of the old books, like literally all of the old WoW books, they've taken them and they've just fucked them over their shoulder. They literally just went, fuck it. We'll do it again. Right? It's that meme of fuck it, we'll do it live. That's what it feels like at this point. They've just gone, I don't like this, I'm gonna rewrite it. I don't like this, I'm gonna rewrite it. I don't like this. This story makes me depressed. Break it down, I'll do it again. And it's kind of like, well, you don't really have the right to do that. Because this is our story as much as it's your story, right? I don't think you have the right to just change shit because you don't like how things are supposed to play out. There are ways of dealing with this, but if you're going to make such a big change to the story to where the Bronze Dragons can't actually see the future and they don't actually know which future is which, then you have to change everything about the story. You can't just change that one thing. You have to change everything about the story now to actually make sense of that new decision that you've made, right? I can do it better, fanfic? Yeah, pretty much. The light seeks one path and shuns all others as lies. The shadow seeks every possible path and sees them all as truth. Well, Frisky Hunter, again, that is the speculation that we have operated under. Right? That's not necessarily the speculation that is true. That's just the one that we have always operated under, is that the void sees all of the timelines and sort of believes all of them to be true. Now it turns out that actually that's how all of the creatures that see the timelines. Considering the fact that the Bronze Dragons were blessed by the Titans, does this now also mean that the Titans can't? Like, can the Titans also not see all of the timelines? Like, how does this happen? Will you watch Whole of Blizzcon, fam? And can you show it? Snubby, yes, I can show everything that's on the main stage of Blizzcon. So we'll be reacting to everything that is on the main stage. They had the perfect excuse to change the way Nosdorman sees the future. Chromie changed his timeline, and now his abilities are broken. They could have done that even. Krim, that's actually not a bad idea. They could have done it to where he could have in the past seen the future, but because of shit that had just happened, he can no longer see the future. Oh, and by the way, it's also now been confirmed that the Oath Stones... You know, the Oath Stones that was made such a big deal over? We had to empower all of the Oath Stones, and then, you know, they failed to empower the Mother Stone, the big one? Yeah, those are just for show. Yeah, like, they don't actually mean anything. But they are just sort of symbols of the aspects. It is confirmed in the War of the Scaleborn. So all of the work that you and I literally did at the start of the expansion. You guys remember going around all of the different flights and empowering their Oath Stones? Yeah, we were just sort of cleaning up their little doodads for them. Because the doodads don't mean shit. That's not where their power comes from. Even though that's literally where they said the power came from. But hey, you know, fuck it. Let's just pretend like the start of this expansion did not happen, shall we? Are you ready to be disappointed in 2 hours? Shenton, we'll see. We'll see if I will be disappointed. Look, I'm hyped. I'm hyped. I'm here. Am I? Not? I'm hyped. I think Blizzard has... Like, they can only go up from here. It can only go up from here. Dragonflight was a really good foundation. If they can nail the storytelling, I have no reason to believe that Dragonflight and, you know, the next expansion can't be really, really good. They have what's-his-face back, Metzen back, which is obviously really good, right? We'll see how Metzen gets along with the new writers. But overall, I'm super excited. We'll see. Shit show if they don't announce Classic Plus? Yeah, probably. None Muff, thank you so much for the sub, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have no more hype, dude. Not after all this history. I respect that. I respect that. Shanton, I think... The Irish Sage, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. By the way, just quickly, thank you, Nonoma, for the follow. Tuberikis, thanks for the follow. The Irish Sage, thank you so much for the follow. Jazor, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Over on Twitch, by the way. YouTube is weird with their subs, but still, really appreciate all of you. I can appreciate why a lot of people feel deflated with the current status of WoW. You know, I appreciate that. I don't think I'm definitely not where I was at Shadowlands. You know, in Shadowlands, I completely quit playing. And if you guys don't remember, there was that quite considerable amount of time that I completely stopped making videos about WoW. Because I was just done. I said, I can't do this anymore. This story is so fucking shit. I just don't want anything to do with it. There was like a good 4 or 5 months that I didn't make any videos about World of Warcraft. And then I came back and I sort of, because, you know, there were here and there were sort of stories that started to look a bit cool. And I said, well, I'll cover the stories that I like. And then everything else I'm just going to fucking ignore. Which I did. And then came Dragonflight, and I must say, Dragonflight is a... Dude, it's like 100% better than Dragonflight. Than Shadowlands. It's like 100% improvement over Shadowlands. But yeah, it still has a long way to go. Just shows you how bad Shadowlands was. But I'm definitely not deflated. I'm definitely not at a point where I think, wow, the game's just shit and who cares, let the game die. I was there with Shadowlands. I'm no longer there. But I think BlizzCon will show me a lot. I think BlizzCon will show me... It'll show me what the future for WoW looks like. Let me put it this way. Want to hear a wild but plausible prediction for the X-Pack? Yeah, go for it, bro. Did find you with BlizzCon like 3 years ago, I think, or maybe 4. I don't know. Flinderoinkies, we've been covering BlizzCon, I think, for about 5 years now. We've been live streaming it. So it could be any one of those, I think. I checked out SL. I live in 8-canon lore now. Let's be honest. We're going to see Kata today. I'm listening. Ogres. Ogres could be the main focus. Okay. I'm listening. So some serious leaks. They're gonna add Boob Slider to the character creation window and using... Dude, I am pretty convinced that they are not going to do that. I am pretty sure that Blizzard is not going to add a Boob Slider. You're talking about Blizzard. You're talking about a company that is so afraid of, even for a second, pissing off the crazy people on Twitter. They are not doing that. There is no chance. Zero chance of that. Look, right now, Blizzard is sort of in nun status, right? The characters can't look sexy. The characters can't be sexualized in any way, shape, or form. There's no way, because they're too afraid of that small little mentally ill group on Twitter that may or may not lose their minds. So I wouldn't hold out for boob sliders and the rest. No chance. Not if you want, like, with their history, no. Beer expert, the woke was never a big deal. The woke was never a big deal. The vast majority of human beings aren't woke. The vast majority of human beings don't even know what the fuck it means to be woke. They just live their lives and don't give a shit. The only people that know what woke is are people that have Twitter. That's it. That's it, right? It's only those people that exist in the woke mind space. But doesn't mean that they don't have a lot of power. They do, because they make a lot of noise, and they are very targeted with their noise. Fallon, I have seen that. I'm very excited for that live stream. By theory, ogres sailed across the earth and managed to reach other lands, build up a new empire. They are genuinely not stupid, just infighting and magic made them fall. It is possible, but we already know that ogres had an empire, and that empire was destroyed, right? So I would not necessarily be... I mean, I wouldn't be anti it, but it's just not what I would do. Martin, I promise I will tell you when it happens, but if you guys really need a timer, there you go. Safer. Holy shit, bro. 25 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate ya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate you. How long until a spec reveal? 104 minutes. Just gonna make this chat a little smaller, like so. There we go. Remember the last time they tried to focus on ogres and how that went? Reminder, it was in WoD? Yeah, I mean, let's not say that ogres was the reason WoD failed, because that would be a wild accusation, right? There were a number of reasons why WoD failed, but ogres was almost definitely not one of them. I'm excited to share this experience with you. Wouldn't want to spend it with anyone else. Looking forward to this. Wolf Rain, how you doing, bro? I'm excited to be here with you guys as well. You know, I had a lovely break. It wasn't a long break, but it was a break. And then the break got extended because of allergies. But now I'm back. And I'm back just in time. I always knew this was the day, like, this was definitely the day I'm coming back. But yeah, I needed a couple of days off. Like, you guys have no idea. We've been going apeshit for the last, 3 months almost. And I just knew, because it's not gonna get better this month. With BlizzCon, I'm probably gonna make a shit ton of videos of BlizzCon, and there's gonna be a lot of speculation to be done this month of, you know, based on the information from BlizzCon. And then you have December's, which is also usually a really busy month. So I just knew, if I don't take a couple of days now, I'm not getting a couple of days. And I need a couple of days. So, yeah, needed some time. Need proper work-life balance, and jokes aside, being a content creator is work. Mr. Bongi, I don't necessarily consider it, I mean, it's not fucking coal mining, right? But I also don't know about the work-life balance thing. Like, you see, my specialty is actually working myself to fuck and then just crashing for a couple of days. Like, that's usually how I do it. So I'll do 14 to 16 hours a day, 7 days a week for 2-3 weeks, and then I'll just crash for like 2 days. Just like, oh fuck, I can't. And then I'll be back, and I'll just do the same thing over and over. Do you think Phil Spencer will show up? Oh, that's a double-edged sword, isn't it? No, that's a rough one. He may, but the problem is, how many WoW players or Blizzard players do you guys think even know who the fuck Phil Spencer is? Anti-product, how you doing? The issue is, I don't do it on purpose. The thing is, I don't know how to sit and do nothing. I don't know how to do that. So, you know, this is sort of the problem that I have with just holidays in general. You know, I took the last few days off, and every single day, I would wake up and go, well, what am I doing today? I'd be like, well, I probably should play something or some shit. Nerd, holy shit, thanks for the gifted membership. Really appreciate that. Thank you, sir. You're far too kind. And then, no, I would sort of go, okay, wait, let's play something. So for those of you in the back that don't know, I have never played Fallout. Ever played Fallout, by the way. But I decided to give it a go. I bought Fallout New Vegas and I bought Fallout 4. I don't like Fallout New Vegas. It's kind of shit. I don't know. I can't get into it. Pika Gal, how you doing? Thank for the sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate channel on Twitch. Thank you. No, I'm lying. I just didn't really get into Fallout New Vegas. So I decided to download like 40 fucking mods. I went online and I was like, what mods do I need for Fallout 4? And I got a Reddit post with like all of the best mods that you must have for your first playthrough on Fallout 4. So that took like 5 hours to download all of the mods and get them in the right order and whatnot. But so I have a heavily modded Fallout 4 that I've sort of been playing. I still don't know why people find it that fun. I've been playing it for a while now and I'm still struggling I'm still struggling with that game. Legion Thunder, 7 months, part of the Legion Nation. Appreciate ya. Thank you. You're far too kind, sir. So yeah, it's been rough, guys. It's like, let's say it's not necessarily been the most fun. But okay, so what I was actually talking about before I started slagging off Fallout and losing half my viewers, the thing for me is, while I'm sitting there and I'm playing the game, I'm thinking, you know what? You should actually just go live. Why didn't you play this on stream? And they're like, well, I have to break and I have to rest. You know, that's why we're here. I'm taking a break. But my mind is constantly telling me, just go live. Just do something. You can't just sit here and do nothing. So then I annoy myself. So I get up and I go do something else. I come back and then I'm like, oh, I should probably make some thumbnails for some videos. I should do something. I don't like sitting there doing nothing. I like working. Working makes it better, I guess, is the issue. So yeah, it's sort of like, it's very difficult for me to take time off. I struggle with it. I prefer not to take time off, if I'm honest. Stop playing WoW after the Castle Nathia raid. Just didn't feel it anymore. Curious about this BlizzCon has in store. Really curious about this. Jason, I haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. I'm here for the Survival IP. Hoping for an announcement. Carson, it says here, BlizzCon 2023, opening ceremony, game reveals, and more. So, let's hope. Maybe game reveals mean game reveals. Adrenaline, the problem is drugs will help with doing nothing. Ryan, I don't do drugs. I don't smoke weed. I don't do drugs. So, you know, that will definitely not help with me. But the problem for me with Fallout is I don't know what the point of that game is. It's sort of my problem with all Bethesda games. When I play a game, Harmony Hall, how you doing? Frisky, how you doing? Z Vengeance, how you doing? When I play a video game, I want to know I'm going there and this is the story. I don't like when a game sort of goes, so here's the world, wander around. I don't want to fucking wander. Like, just take me through the fucking story and be done with it, right? Show me the end of the story. Take me through the fucking story. Let me see what's going on. So I'm not a huge fan of Bethesda games because they tend to sort of, there's a lot of side missions, and the side missions are actually the real story because mostly the main story sucks, kind of. I don't like that. I like something where there are side quests, and that's fine. Witcher 3 is a great example of this, right? There's side quests, and they work. Oh, this is a Twitch stream? It's a both, Ace and Anderson. It's a both. It's a both. Open worlds can be done correctly. Hand-holding has its place. Anti-product, so the thing for me isn't hand-holding, right? I don't need you to hold my hand. Witcher 3 does a great job of not holding your hand. But in Witcher 3, you can play the whole of the story without ever touching the side quest. You don't have to go to the side quest. You can just play the main story and that'll be fine. The game does a decent enough job of telling you this is a main story, this is not. So when you open Fallout 4, for example, there is no difference. All of the quests are just quests. And you just play through it. You know, on your way. Have fun with it. Xanarath, 10 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's just not my type of game, you know? Witcher 3, you mean Gwent? No, not Gwent. Witcher 3, like the actual RPG one. Expansion release today or tomorrow? Today, Mark. Today. Oh my god! Oh shit, Maria Pigeon. 23 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Someone mentioned something about Years of the Storm. Who's your... that's hyped for Years of the Storm? Let's hear it. I saw a couple of people in chat talking about Years of the Storm as if that's a thing that's going to be announced. JT, how you doing, brother? I mean, the schedule is right there for anyone that wants to see it. Star Wars, KOTOR 1 and 2. It's some pretty solid storytelling in their day. I mean, there's plenty of brilliant games. Sathix, how you doing? 31 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They did a patch, not taking it off maintenance mode. Harmony Hall, are you sure that they're... like, have they confirmed that they are indeed taking it off maintenance mode? Like, has that been confirmed? Because I know they've done patches. That's true. They have done patches. I mentioned it in my video as well, right? Yes, it's today. And I'm hopeful. Okay, so I should probably explain here. I am not hopeful for Years of the Storm for myself. Guess who doesn't like Years of the Storm? This guy. I find it subpar. If I want to play a MOBA, I play League of Legends. Why the fuck would I waste my time with Heroes of the Storm? It's a bad MOBA. Like a really bad MOBA. So I'll play League of Legends instead. But I know that there are a bunch of people that love Heroes of the Storm. And that is why I fight to get Heroes of the Storm back. Because I think it's important, right? If someone likes it, it should come back. And I think that there were actually a lot of players. I think the problem was never that there aren't enough players. I think the problem was always that there weren't enough payers. That's why they ended up canceling the game. If they do an Xbox release for it, it will almost certainly be a revamp. They will almost certainly reboot it and run again. They won't just release it in a maintenance state for Xbox. That would make no sense. You're bringing a game to Xbox that you know you're not going to keep running with. I think people would be pissed by that. Anti-product, the problem... I personally believe the problem with Heroes of the Storm was that a lot of the characters in Heroes of the Storm are iconic. And Blizzard sort of decided that these iconic characters had to be in the game and had to look iconic. But that sort of killed the sale of skins. Right? Because if I'm playing as Arthas, I want Arthas to look like Arthas. I don't want to buy a skin that makes Arthas look different than Arthas, right? So you sort of have this IP that just by its very nature isn't going to make a shit ton of money. Because most people want Arthas to be Arthas. They want Sylvanas to be Sylvanas. So I think if Heroes of the Storm will survive, and if Blizzard brings it back, it's important for them to sort of start deviating away from known characters in the universe and make up their own shit, right? Instead. Because I think that's where they're gonna start pumping out money. Because it is more of a casual game. It's not really meant for a hardcore audience, but there's nothing wrong with being a casual game. Maybe. Kibbletown, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Missed you, buddy. Excited for today also. Great voice. Daughter of the Sea cover. Coming from one singer to another. You got pipes. Sathics, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I just sort of threw it together because people were asking for it. But I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you, thank you, thank you. New playable race, Ogre. I think you guys are going to be, like, well disappointed. I don't think it's going to be Ogre. But I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? Who the fuck knows? Digimark, thanks for the bit, man. Really appreciate that. Have you seen the talking points for the 12:09 p.m. Warcraft details on the in-person schedule? What is Corridors of Time, Sword of Sargeras, Champion Rest, and top of gameplay demos? I have not seen that, no. Ravy G. Dude, 15 months, part of the membership. Really appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, why would we not do a BlizzCon watch stream? It's what I have always done. Seems my internet is going apeshit. That's really fun. Let's hope it doesn't go down. Yeah, there seems to be a slight F at the minute. I'm watching it. Oh, you motherfucker, don't do this. Come on, you fuckhead. No. Okay, we should be back. I'm not entirely sure, but we should be back. I'm not sure if we're back on YouTube, though. We should be back on YouTube. I can hear you. Okay. Okay. As long as you guys can hear me. Okay, so I'll explain it to you guys this way. We are currently using... Is everyone fucking back? Let's just make sure everyone's back. Hit refresh if you feel like there's a delay. Niara, how are you doing? So we are currently using Restream as our preferred streaming method so that I can stream to both Twitch and YouTube, right? That's the reason we're using this. The problem with Restream is that it seems to cause some fucking problems, right? For some reason, my internet just sometimes works on it and sometimes doesn't want to work on it. So, if the stream keeps crashing, the stream keeps going down, I will end this stream to Restream, and I will instead go through the relay server to Twitch. Sadly, then we don't have multi-streaming capabilities because the relay only allows streaming to Twitch. So then, you know, for the YouTube fam, come join us over on Twitch. If that happens, we don't know. Timing test, CCS, how you doing? If that happens, I'm really hoping that it doesn't do that. Manual, no, it has to do with distance. I live in South Africa. The closest servers to me are in Europe. I am at the whim of whatever the fucking ping gods decide. It's not speed. I have 500 meg up and down. So definitely not speed. Auburn Dad for life, 36 months. Part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What a blessing. Sorry about that, guys. Let's go. Let's go back over to this. Tainted Heels, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They are, well, they're officially streaming on YouTube. Renee K, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Welcome to the race.
Oradrosh, you motherfucker, 11 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Adelia, 27 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. And Toxic, thank you so much for the sub, man. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the most degenerate channel on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind. Trying to get up with all your shit. Oh my god, Nani, with the 5 community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat. Hearts in chat, 5 community subs. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind. I read the Scalebound book, and I really just like Alex now. I have not read the Scalebound book yet. I'm still waiting for it to arrive in my third world country, that is South Africa. So please don't spoil it. I've already gotten some spoilers that pissed me off. I don't want to know the whole story. I will have it as soon as I get it. Marvin, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. But I have recently taken a break from my... Oh my God. Where's my fucking Kindle? Oh. I've recently taken a break from reading Warhammer books, because I've been, like, thoroughly fucking obsessed with Warhammer, by the way. Like, this is my new universe. I love this universe so much. So I've recently been, like, really into this. But I've taken a break now, and I've instead decided to start reading this. I have never read the Game of Thrones books, but I kind of feel like I really want to read it. So yeah, your reaction video, putting Tally in his place. Lock Hobbs, how you doing, bro? I enjoyed that video, but I did not enjoy reacting to Taliesin. That was a rough reaction. Like, that was tough. That was a really tough one. Well, Mr. Phil Spencer, jump on stage. Oh, happy Cloud Gamer. I'm really glad you asked that, because someone else asked that and then I kind of forgot, right? I love hearing their native language. Is it Dutch or German base? It's both, Electra. So it's mainly Dutch. I think it's more Dutch than German, but it's basically Dutch, German, French. I think in that order of contributions. But I am glad you asked that, Cloud Gamer. Because someone else said that as well, and then I kind of zoned out, so I started talking about other things. Will Mr. Phil Spencer jump on stage at Blizzcon? The answer is no. I don't think so. Sophia, 62 months, tier 2 sub. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Marvin, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. How many Blizzard gamers do you guys think have a fucking clue who Mr. Phil Spencer is? Like, just take a guess. How many do you think? I would say, based on my interactions with people in WoW, so people in my old guilds and just WoW players in general, and the fact that, as I have told people before, I have met people that play World of Warcraft that don't even know what Steam is. Steam, ladies. Fucking Steam. We're not, like, bro, we are talking about, like, we're talking about the largest gaming platform in the world. And there are people that play World of Warcraft that have never heard of it. They have no idea what Steam is. I don't think Phil Spencer walking on stage will be a W. It will kind of, I think, go down as Diablo Immortal. Right house, wrong street. Yes, you now own this company, but no one at that event really gives a fuck about you. Because they don't know you. They want to see Mason, they want to see Ian. They know those people. They don't know who you are. You're going to step up there and you're going to say, hey guys, how you doing? And they're going to be like, who the fuck is this guy? So I don't know if Phil Spencer will necessarily put himself through that. Maybe, but I don't know if it would go over well. Mason better be damn first to walk up on the stage. Dude, all I want from Chris Mason is for the Horde, for the Alliance. That's all I need from him. If he can just get on stage and do those two fucking war cries, my life will be complete. That's all I need from him, and then he can go sit down and we can hear from everyone else. But I need that from him. People be following the news about Blizzard and know, Pigeon, you would think that. So, a very interesting little thing that I think most people don't even necessarily know. There was some research done a few years ago on how do gamers interact with their games outside of video games. The research found that only about 30% of all gamers interact with their chosen game outside of their game. So that means, you know, going to forums, reading forums, watching YouTube videos, watching streams. Only about 30% of the entire player base of a specific game will interact with that game in any sort of capacity online. Of that 30%, only about 25% of that will actually actively partake in it. So will actually write on the forums or subscribe to a YouTube channel or comment on a YouTube channel, right? Only about 25% of the 30% that do go online in order to interact with their community or with the game that they tend to be playing. So you can imagine that there are a massive amount of players in the World of Warcraft ecosystem that not only have they no idea who Phil Spencer are, they don't even know who the fuck owns Blizzard. Like, they have no idea. This is just the game that they log into every day and they play, you know, and that's it. They don't give a shit about anything. This is just their game, you know? And they don't know anything. So, yeah, I would be surprised if people actually, like, if a lot of people knew who Phil Spencer was. Switch from YouTube to here. How you doing, Bratolia? 75% of all engaged. Hangji, that's what okay, so this was a few years ago, just to be clear. This was a few years ago. So it's not like the results are from like 2 months ago. This was probably, when did I hear about this? Because when I heard about it, it was already about 2 years old. I think I heard about it in 2018. 2018 or 2019 is when I read this study. And I'm pretty sure that at the time the study came out in like 2017, 2016. So it may have changed since then, you know, as games have become more online, as more and more people engage online, as YouTube gets bigger, as Twitch gets bigger. So it is possible, right? But that's the last study that I know of. I don't know if anyone else has done a study of this since. So I should actually go check that out at some point. See if anyone's done an updated study on it. Minion, no. What's also Breezy's tweet? Arianto said, how you doing, brother? There are even people who don't know what who Ian is that play WoW. Justified, I remember this was many years ago. This was during Cataclysm. Blizzard, Mike Morhaime, actually said that there are still people in World of Warcraft that play classic WoW and have never bought a single expansion because they don't know that there is a new expansion. That was in Cataclysm. They just never figured out that there is such a thing as an expansion for TBC. They just played classic, you know, and they just thought, well, the world's very empty now. And they just kept having fun, you know, on their own, jamming their shit. You have to imagine that these are people that are probably doing very, like, super casual things, right? Minion, yeah, you can. The internet's giving a bit of shit again, guys. Just let me know if it's getting too bad, but the internet is taking a bit of a, like, dick again. Minion. Oh, that sword. Dude, no way did Blizzard meme this. Like, what the fuck, dude? Look at what Blizzard just did. Oh, look at this. I am gonna give them points for effort. Like, this actually deserves some points. Like, this isn't bad. What sword? I like this. Yeah, this is well done, Blizzard. Well done. The fact that it's there suggests that maybe Blizzard is gonna do something with it. What do you guys think? My link, it's in the Warcraft discussion. Which link? I don't have Discord like right with me. If you want to link something, link it on here. I'll see it. The thing is, what I'm talking about. Oh shit! Anonymous just tipped $100. Are you nuts, bro? That is a crazy amount of money. What the fuck? That's nuts. I really appreciate that, man. Some money to feed your book hunger. Happy to see people read. Reading being glued to big screens instead of being glued to big. Oh, dude, I love reading. I've always loved reading, but I've really gotten into it thanks to Warhammer 40k. Like, that shit just fucked me up, bro. Like, the more I read, the more I wanted to read. And also, I'm busy writing my own book, so I have to read as much as possible because I find myself sometimes limited in my English vocabulary because I'm not writing in Afrikaans. I'm writing in English, which is my second language. So I find it very helpful to read as often as possible to sort of build out my vocabulary, specifically writing for vocab. But yeah, I'm busy writing my own book, and I'm super excited because something like the world itself is something that I've been working on for 2 decades. You inspired me to lose 20 kgs in 3 months. Agent Dad, congratulations, bro. Congratulations. That's good, man. I don't know how many kgs I've lost already, but I know it's a lot, right? I don't get on the scale, but I can feel in my clothes and I can feel in, just general life. I can feel that I'm losing weight, but I have no idea how much that is. This is from Salsa Breezy. Omorex. I did see the Makura tournament. I heard some people thought that it was rigged. David, how you doing, bro? Mary, I am busy with the... It's up here. Sorry. So I'm actually busy with Horus Rising as well. But I've taken a slight break from Horus Rising to read Game of Thrones because I just finished rewatching all of the Game of Thrones series, and then I got pissed off in the last 2 seasons because they're really bad. Like really, really bad. And so I thought, well, maybe I should just read the books because maybe the books aren't that bad. So we'll see. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Wait, hold up. Okay, there we go. Did you see the face-off? Oh, yeah, I saw that. I saw the face-off between Panda and Balila. I saw that. Bad, just pointless. Stephen, what's pointless? I wonder if they didn't take Asmon as host on purpose since he has good relation with Blizzard staff. Have you done... No. So, okay, so for everyone, By the way, can I just ask, who is the anonymous gifter that gave me $100? Do you want to stay anonymous? In that case, don't answer. But if you don't mind, I would love to know who's the madman that gave me $100 donation. That's nuts. That's absolutely crazy. I'm gonna go get some hookers tonight. It's gonna be a good evening. But what was I talking about? Nah, I just think about hookers. I want to stay anonymous, thanks. The books are way better. Game of Thrones tailed off from season 5 onwards. I'm really looking forward to it. David, was it actually you? Pedro, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What am I drinking? This is coffee. I have coffee in this one, and then I have sugar-free Stony in this one. Soto Sargeras is going to be removed. Let's fucking hope. And let's hope they do it correctly. I don't know if that's necessarily why they decided not to make Asmongold the host. The thing is, remember, OTK is a gaming organization, right? Now, when you join a gaming organization, you join it for recognition, but also for growth, right? So, for example, if OTK came to me tomorrow and they were like, hey, we'd love for you to join OTK, my first question to OTK would be, what am I getting out of joining? Like, you want me to put your logo on my stream? Cool. What the fuck am I getting? And if they say exposure, so in other words, we'll raid you, we'll help you grow, we'll help you get sponsors or whatever, great. Let's go. I'm in it. But if they just said, no, you know, you're just part of the team now and you have our logo, I would be, go fuck yourself. I'm not joining. Even though I like OTK, I think it's a great network. Why would I join a network and not get anything back for it? So when you look at someone like Soda Poppin, for example, he joined the, Soda Poppin joined the org. You have a bunch of people that joined the org. And they all joined the org for a very specific reason, right? Fundamentally, they all want to grow. So if they just made Asmon the face of everything they do, it's only really Asmon that's getting any real publicity out of OTK. So what are the other members getting? Why are they there? So I think that's far more why it is. Asmongold has never had a problem calling Blizzard out. So I would doubt that Asmongold wouldn't do it, or they wouldn't want Asmongold to do it because, he's friends with Blizzard developers. I don't think that would stop Asmongold, to be very honest with you. Dammy, Barp, yeah. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. John Waters, that happened once, though. That happened once, and they sorted that out, so it's alright. It's much more OP than a relic run. Not really. Sargeras is a bitch. He was controlled by Zuval. Ryan could actually just be correct. Asmongold was like, fuck that, that's a lot of work. I'm not doing that. I would do the same thing. I would do the exact same thing. That's why I will never join anyone. Because the second they go, oh, we need you to host this tournament, I'm like, let's do it next week. I don't want to do it now. I'm way too lazy for that shit. They're not a free steak for Asmon. It took Yoshi P to invite Asmon first, way before Blizzard, to be Let's Try Asmon interview. No, I don't think Asmongold needs the money. That's true. Yeah, but Tips out have sort of stepped out of the public eye, hasn't he? Abaddon, I specifically became a content creator so that I didn't have to stick to a schedule. And I am so much happier for it. I wake up whenever the fuck I want to wake up. And I go to sleep whenever the fuck I want to go to sleep. And I do whatever the fuck I want to do whenever I want to do it. I don't I don't want to schedule. I had an email actually the other day from a fan. I say fan because I don't know. But they emailed me like, dude, you should be so much bigger on Twitch. I'm like, oh, I wonder why. And then, of course, they explain why I'm not that big. I don't have a schedule. And without a schedule, I can't grow. And they will maintain a schedule for me, as well as email all of my followers whenever I go live to ensure that the schedule works. So, of course, not a fan, a service. And I just immediately thought, I can't think of anything worse than what you're suggesting here. A schedule? Yeah, fuck that. I'd rather not. Like, I would rather not. Alan is already a pretty big boy. He's even losing weight. You're so lucky to have no schedule. I'm forced to lurk today while I work. Zenful, I used to be there. Believe me, I feel you. The problem with not having a schedule is it can sometimes also be really difficult to get yourself to work. Like, it kind of helps when you have someone telling you you must be at work. Like when you have a boss or you have clients that tell you must be at work. That helps. It motivates you. Whereas if you're the person that decides this, there are days where you just go, fuck it. But it's not. So it can be tough. There are some times where it's good and bad. Besides, you know, I'd be willing to do the schedule management for you because I'm OCD like that. Yeah, I don't need a schedule, Moni. Fuck that. It's one of my, like, it's crazy, actually, but it is something that I just actively avoid. Like the DJing desk rates that we're supposed to do. I made the mistake, and I fucking knew this was a mistake, by the way. I should have done one day of DJing desk rates. Just one day. On the Friday, we finish it, done, winner gets his emote. But no, I had to go, let's do multiple weeks of DJing desk rates. Now it has to happen every Friday. Now I fucking hate it. I don't want to do it because I hate being on a schedule. I hate that there's something that says to me, you must do this now. And when that thing says, like, when I know that I must do something, my mind goes, fuck it, I won't. I will not do that. So it is, like, dude, it is a fuck up. I hate being told when I need to do something or how I'm allowed to do something. I hate obligations. I have made every effort in my life to ensure that I don't ever have to grow up. And so far, it has gone well. I don't want to grow up. I don't want responsibilities. I'm perfectly happy to, you know, just go through life as a grown-up child. I believe the tree is going to be in the Dragon Isles. I don't think it's going to be where the sword is. I highly doubt that it's going to be where the sword is. But imagine how beautiful Silithus would be with a world tree in it. You would like to see being announced? Oh, what do I want to see being announced? Wishlist? Warcraft 4? StarCraft 3 would be fucking great. Really like that. Diablo 1 remake? Would love that. Because I think I'm one of the few people that think Diablo 1 is better than Diablo 2. So I wouldn't mind a remake of Diablo 1. I would want to see the survival game. At least, even if it is just the cinematic, I would love to see the survival game. And then I want to see Classic Plus. The new expansion, I'm sort of what ifs about, right? Because it's going to be a new expansion. There's going to be story. I'm far more excited about the story of the new expansion And we're not getting any announcements with that, right? They're not going to announce the story this time. Or at this time, we'll only get the story in like a long ass time from now. So I'm more excited for Classic Plus, because that is actually something that I think could be really good. And yeah, if Blizzard announced that there's a Netflix series coming, I will have an orgasm right here on stream. Go on, I agree with that. Wait. Thunderwinkies. No, remake just doesn't make it this. Keep it exactly the same. Just upgrade the graphics. See, since I only save that for your OnlyFans, Ilvana, but I would not be able to control myself. It would just happen automatically. It would just happen. I would not be able to stop that. Hands-free orgasm, basically, is what would happen if they announced Netflix. Oh my god. Dude. And I just found out, like, I've been on a massive Game of Thrones grind, by the way. I wonder if my timeline is still infected with it. Let's quickly see. Yep, there you go. Like, I've been spam watching Game of Thrones stuff just like the last 2 days. Just massive Game of Thrones stuff. And I just found out that there's actually a crap ton of Game of Thrones spin-off series running that I didn't know about. They have, like, I think 3 shows in production at the minute for the Game of Thrones IP. Elden Ring have a lot of inspiration from Game of Thrones. Yep. I mean, he was part of it, right? That is aired so far? Shwanita, yes, but what's his face? George R.R. Martin himself explained that they're currently working on a TV series about Greyjoy. I want to say Euron Greyjoy, but it could be another Greyjoy. But basically, one of the most renowned pirates that had ever lived. A story about him and his voyages. And then they're also working on a spin-off series about Dawn. And the history of Dawn. Since Dawn is a very interesting kingdom. It never had a king, not really. It's sort of its own thing. So it's wild, right? So yeah, that's the 2 that I've heard of. And then there's apparently another one, but I can't remember what it's about. But another one. But these are specifically stories that isn't in books. He's just looking to expand his universe through adding TV series and stuff to it as well. Victorian. It's definitely not Victorian. So help me out quickly here. Euron Greyjoy in the show is the uncle that kills the father and then declares himself king of the Iron Islands, right? That's Euron Greyjoy, correct? Yeah, the series is about him. So in the books, Euron Greyjoy is actually a far more fucked character than what he is presented as in the series. In the books, he is a priest of the drowned god, and he sacrifices people in order to make his ships go faster. He worships strange Lovecraftian beasts. He's a fucking menace in the books. He's not like the cool dude in the show. He was insufferable in the show. I hated that guy, but such a great character. Yeah, apparently there's a series being made by him. He's also one of the only people to claim that he has been to Valyria. Like, he claims that he sailed to Valyria and that he made it back. And if that's true, he would be the only human in existence that has ever been able to go to Valeria and actually make it back from Valeria. Which makes me think we should get a show about fucking Valeria. Zanarath, it was in an interview, a recent one with George R. R. Martin, where he was talking about the shows. Like, he spoke about how they had just done House of the Dragon, and then he's working on these two shows as well. So just type in, that's how I found it. I just said George R. R. Martin interviews, and I watched a fuck ton of them. In books, Uranus Valerian Steel Armor. I don't know who did the BlizzCon countdown timer for OBS or so, but it was at least 1 or 2 hours ahead. I mean, it's fucking, we're waiting for it, right? The show will start shortly, I think. Can't make a show about it, though, because they already ruined Euron for the show. James Rose depends. If he wants to make Euron more like Euron in the books, he can absolutely do that, right? Yeah, I mean... Dude, did you guys see the drama with Mr. GM? Holy fuck. Dude, I was so gutted that I couldn't cover that happened. It's always the fucking case, right? All the good drama happens when I'm not, like, when I'm on break. Fuck, that would have been nice to cover. You think, how you're so different? What happened with this gym? There's this dude on Twitter, Dr. Moodley or Moody or some shit, that is claiming that Mr. GM is stealing his content. That's basically the claim. Mr. GM steals his content. Now, he made a video about it. I think I saved it to watch later. Hold up. Where the fuck did I didn't save it to watch later. Why wouldn't I save it to watch later? That's wild. Oh shit. Wait, who just followed? Wheels. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And honestly, as crazy as the dude seems, he seems like he's onto something. Let's watch it. I need some tea. I don't know if we'll have time to react to it. Like, it depends probably how long the video is. Let's just see if I can fucking find this guy's channel. I don't think I even... Is this the guy? Probably him. The truth about Mr. GM. It's a 32-minute video. Now, if my normal reactions are to anything to go by, a 10-minute video takes me about an hour to react to. So a 30-minute video, we're looking at 3 hours at least. We don't have 3 hours. We're going to have to leave this one on the back burner for a while. No homo. Ferrat, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. How you doing, brother? That video is worse than Dude, nothing is worse than the Taliesin interview. There is nothing worse than that. It doesn't exist. McDonough with the 4-month spot of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See your stuff just recently while bringing Blizzcon videos. Good takes on the event as a whole. James, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Very happy to have you, bro. Some guy complaining about another guy covering the same WoW news on the internet. No, no way. The thing is, right, it kind of reminds me of that time when Mr. Pyromonster accused me of stealing his theories. It's sort of like, dude, you have to have so much evidence if you're going to make a claim that someone is stealing your shit. When it's World of Warcraft, you're like, dude, you're covering shit that's on the PTR. Everyone has access to the shit that you're covering on the PTR. Like, really? Like, that's a wild claim. What do you think the grey paste Bran eats to awaken his green seer abilities fully? Do you think it's weirwood seeds or something else? Digi, after watching a video about that, and I don't want to spoil things for people, Sir Fartbox, thanks for the 9 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to go with the Joran conspiracy. I think it's Joran. No? Wait, what's that kid's name? It is Joran, right? That's the kid's name. But you should understand when I say it's that conspiracy, I'm going to go with that. Because that seems possible. Jojen paste. That's the one. The Jojen paste conspiracy. Yeah, I think Jojen paste is the one. Jack Sanity, how you doing, bro? We'll see. Well, let's see how long the opening ceremony lasts, because the opening ceremony is game reveals and more. So let's see. Titans and all that good stuff he mentioned. What's the conspiracy? Swanky Tiger. So again, this is stuff. Aldrich Beasts, how you doing? This is something that's in the books, but it's not in the show. In the books, Bran consume on multiple occasions mortal flesh, like cannibalism. And there's a theory that Bran had to cannibalize Jojen in order to become the Green Seer. Austin J, I haven't read the new book yet. Waiting for it to get to my local bookstore so I can fucking get it. But what's the continuity error? Unfortunately, you don't have to worry about that, fam. Will not happen. Hopium for Classic Plus. Yes, I am fully on the Classic Plus hype train. Like, dude, there is no chance that Blizzard, like, Blizzard would have to be, like, mentally constrained not to realize just how easy a W Classic Plus is. It's like the ultimate fucking W. Just announce new content for Classic and bam, you've got a winner. Gene, it's fucking hope. The fix retail, then press the reset button. Black Waltz, the thing is, I think Classic Plus is the answer to what happens if retail dies. And the way things are going, this is a possibility that I think everyone needs to start facing. I'm not saying I want this to happen, and I'm not saying that WoW is at a point where it can't be saved. That would be fucking bonkers. But it is possible. Cedrin, 1500 bits. Really appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hearts in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Really appreciate the 1500. Thank you so much, man. It feels like Blizzard is really struggling to reach their players. I'm trying to think, how do I explain this? Blizzard comes up with new things, right? And they announce new games, and they clearly want to do new things, right? The problem that Blizzard seems to be running into at the moment is that every single time they release something new, it seems to just not reach the players. Like, the players look at what Blizzard is announcing and what Blizzard is releasing, and it's not really the big victory that Blizzard is hoping for. Like, if people were honest about Dragonflight, and most people are, they're like, it's all right. You know, it's much better than Shadowlands. But I don't think there's anyone that looks at Dragonflight and thinks this is the greatest game that Blizzard have ever made. Right? I don't think there's a single person that thinks that way about it. And I think the reason that happens is it misses what the players actually want. And at this point, it feels like Blizzard is really having a tough time figuring out what it is that players actually want, right? So they sort of... And the reason I say that is because it feels like Blizzard consistently has this one step forward, one step back. It's no longer one step forward, two steps back, but it is one step forward, one step back. So they'll do something really cool in the community, go, oh my god, this is really cool, but then they'll do another thing that's like, fuck is this? Like, why are you doing this? Like, who asked for this? Right? And it just seems to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth the whole time between Waltz with the 5 community subs. Really appreciate your fam. Hearts in chat. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, to me, and I could be completely wrong about this, but to me, this signifies a company that doesn't understand what its community wants. Because if you knew what your community wanted, you would just give your community what it is they want. You wouldn't have this consistent hit and miss thing where, you know, some things we do and it really works, and other things we do and it really doesn't work. It almost feels like Blizzard is sort of stabbing in the dark, right? Let's just do all of these things and let's hope that all of these things kind of work out. Calm, 4 months, part of the Legion Nation, appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir. With that said, the thing that makes Classic Plus so easy is just don't change it, forehead. That's it. Just don't change it. Add new content, new dungeons, new raids, but don't change it. Don't change the gameplay. Don't change the classes. Don't change the world. Keep everything the way that it is, and people will continue playing because they're playing already. So it doesn't matter, right? You could even do like what I suggested with Cataclysm, which is you announce World of Warcraft Classic Cataclysm, but instead of being just Cataclysm Classic, it's Cataclysm Classic Plus. So it's Cataclysm, but with all of the removed content. The content that would have been there, but they removed it, all of that content is now going to be there as well. Bam, that's another victory. So there are 2, in my opinion, variations of what Classic Plus can look like, and in both of those variations, it's not, it's a W. It's an easy W. You can literally like dunk on that, and you would not miss. Basic duration of Classic Plus for me is an expansion for retail called The Lost Content, and it's literally just an expansion with all the dropped content from the previous expansions. They could absolutely do that as well, obviously. Grey Soul, thank you so much for becoming a warrior of the beard. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. People can still find lots of things to do. Yeah, but I don't think Classic can just keep going forever and ever and ever. That I don't think will happen. Because at the end of the day, people are gonna get bored, right? They will get bored. So Blizzard does need to do something with Classic. And if we start facing the fact that retail may not ever really recover. So even if we say that it isn't dying, it may just never actually recover to where it was before. Then Classic Plus is the perfect way to create another game to offload all of your WoW players to. So as retail dies, you just funnel them into Classic Plus. You keep your players, right? You keep making money because the players aren't leaving the ecosystem. They're just moving to another game within your ecosystem. So it's an easy W from pretty much all sides. We don't know if it's a spoiler or a hint. It's literally at BlizzCon. So this picture is at BlizzCon, and Blizzard actually memed it by literally going, "What sword?" So, Grey Soul with the 10 community subs or memberships. Hearts in chat. Ladies and gentlemen, especially the YouTube channel, like YouTube viewers, I need to see hearts. 10 of you have just joined the Bearded Club, I guess. I should change that to just the DJ Nation. That's what we are on Twitch, so fuck it. Welcome to the DJ Nation, to 10 new people. Hearts in chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Grey Soul. Really appreciate you, man. I have no doubt that Blizzard will remove the sword. But, man, I hate that I have to do this to you guys every single time. I know that there are many of you in chat that wants me to say they're gonna remove the sword and it's gonna be awesome. But I can't do that. Because I already know that it isn't gonna be awesome. They're gonna remove the sword and we're mostly gonna be left with a lot more questions than answers. Because that's how it always works. I can already tell you, if you wanted to remove this sword in such a way that the player base actually appreciated it, you should have had a story around the sword for every single patch since the sword has been there. Every single patch player should have been taken back to Silithus to, even if it is just 2 or 3 quests that they do around the sword to try and figure out what it is, what it's doing there, why it is there. So you develop the story slowly but surely until the time that it is finally ready for the sword to be removed. The problem is that Blizzard doesn't tell their stories that way. Blizzard does headline storytelling. So, we will, in the next expansion, see the sword just gone, and we'll see a cinematic of how the sword got removed. And then we'll be told, oh, by the way, it was removed because of all the hard work that you guys put into it, you know, doing stuff. And we'll be like, when the fuck did we do this stuff? Oh, it was during the break. Because that's how it works in WoW. Blizzard doesn't like telling stories. They like telling headlines. They just give you the, you know, headlines. And then you figure it out. It will be the new book. I don't even mind the books, right? If it is in the books, fucking great. But then the books need to come out before you do shit. Don't, because Azeroth is healing? Dude, let's not get into the Azeroth is healing thing. I'm getting Taliesin flashbacks. Because I'm told Taliesin actually apologized. And his apology was apparently just as bad as his initial reaction. So let's not get into that. Well, Ben Miller, how you doing, bro? Dear God, why is the... Wait, what? What is capped at 14... At 144p? Is the stream capped for anyone else? Because it shouldn't be. If it is, just do a reload. Because, yeah, it should not be... Like, there shouldn't be any issues with the stream, at least not at the moment. The stream looks perfectly fine at the minute. Oh, shit. Riggy. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on YouTube. Really appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. YouTube is at 1080. 1080 is good. I don't stream in anything higher than 1080 because Twitch can't handle that. Not as housing this time. Take a few vials from Hydral Pool and create a new magic well. I don't think that's gonna work. When the Primal is already attacking the dream, dude. Don't get me into the Primalists, please. Please, I'm begging you guys. Let's not do this. Let's not get into this. I'm not in the mood to get angry. We defeated the Primalists. The only problem is I have no idea fucking when. I don't want to talk about the Primalists. I don't know when we defeated them. We are told that we had dealt with the Primalists. When? Whenever. Captain Cadillac, you're gonna be late, bro. Kamikins, how you doing, bro? How do you feel about the order aspect? Are you asking me whether I like the order aspect or Bojesum? Thank you very much. Really appreciate you. I don't like any of the aspects. I don't like any of... not the aspects. I don't like any of the cosmological forces. I don't believe that we should treat the cosmological forces as friends. I think, firstly, it closes a lot of avenues to the story. I don't think that there should be such a thing as a good cosmology. I think it's far better if the cosmological forces have their own plans, and we can sometimes fit into those plans if we want the same things they want. But most of the time, we're just in the way. And we should treat the cosmological forces with, at best, contempt. That's how I would write this story. I don't know if that's what Blizzard is going to do, but that's how I would write this story. They're going to announce... Do you see the problem with... So I should say, the reason I don't like the idea of them making the cosmological forces or giving the cosmological forces moral weights is choice. One of the key things that I hated about Shadowlands from a storytelling perspective was the fact that I was forced to be friends with things like the Kyrians. Now, politically, ideologically, psychologically, philosophically, I despise everything about the Kyrians. The fact that they remove people's free will, the fact that they literally create slave labor in order to, because basically their minds are taken and then they're turned into slaves and all they do is bring souls into the afterlife. That to me, I can't think of something I want to destroy more. Like, that's like one of the things that I would gladly go to war to destroy a thing like that. Katrina Stars, $6.99 Canadian dollars. Really appreciate ya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How's things in Canada, Katrina Stars? Have fun with the stream. I'm going back to work now. Enjoy your job. I hope that you get to watch this after, though. The mentality that all of the cosmological forces are space invaders and the elementals are the true denizens of reality and we owe them everything. Harmony Hall, I would be okay with that. Like, I kind of share your ideas there. But yeah, for me, the issue is, so let's say, for example, Blizzard said, okay, wait, we're going to have it to where the light are the friends of the mortals of Azeroth. Yeah, but I don't fucking want that. What are you talking about? Dylan, thanks for the sub, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't like anything about the light. I don't want to be their friends. Because I view the light as, like, fucking fascists. Or why would I join the light? That, again, doesn't sit well with me. I mean, they could say, well, what about the Void? Yeah, again, don't want to join the Void. They're evil motherfuckers. I don't want to join the Void either. I want to fight the Void. They're really cool enemies, but I don't want to be partners with them. You know, so for me, the second you make one of the cosmological forces a friend, you immediately remove players like me from that equation, because I don't necessarily want to be friends with X, Y, or Z cosmological force. And the same goes for literally everyone else. Let's imagine, for example, the one cosmological force that I may actually like, because ideologically we agree on a lot of things, would be demons, the foul, right? Disorder. I don't actually mind disorder. I'm pretty good with that. So let's say, for example, they said, okay, we're going to do disorder. That's going to be our friends. There's going to be a lot of you that hate that, right? That really don't want that because it doesn't sit well with you. But now you're all forced to accept that because that's the story. So it's far better if you just have, let the mortals rely on mortals and let the cosmic forces sometimes be friends, mostly be foes, and that's the end of it. You know? Because that way you don't get into these weird little conversations of who, and, you know, do I like this? Do I not like this? It makes it a lot easier, I think, in my opinion. Sometimes in fantasy, it is nice to have black and white, good versus evil. That is why I would want them to change the light to be our allies. You see, I think, and this is actually something that I will absolutely say, George R.R. Martin opened my mind to this. So in an interview that I watched with George R.R. Martin, they asked him, why are the characters in his stories so incredibly complex? Like, there's no clear-cut good versus evil in his stories. It's sort of, you know, all over the place. It's very difficult to follow because all of his characters are basically gray, and he actually said this, and surprise, surprise, he knows how to write gray characters, so it wasn't Sylvanas morally gray, it was an actual gray character. But basically, George R.R. Martin said, the last writer that managed to do good versus evil perfectly was Tolkien. Since then, there has been a phenomenal amount of impersonators that have destroyed good versus evil storytelling. The whole black-white storytelling has been destroyed. It's basically been memed on at the point where you can't take it seriously. Because if you're gonna tell a story of good versus evil, you firstly need incredibly strong characters. You need an incredible world to go alongside it. And it can't be kindergarten level. And that is something, like, those three elements of it makes it very difficult to tell. It is far easier to just keep things morally gray, in my estimation. Solar, how you doing, bro? Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. And yes, I have spent the last 15 years writing my own book. In my head, mostly, I have the world already laid out. I know exactly what the world is, and I know exactly what the plot is. But I've only recently, like in the last 3 months, started to actually write it. Like, actually write the world. Went up just now with that Tolkien quote. George R.R. Martin is a phenomenal writer. Like, absolutely phenomenal. I'm very much looking forward to diving into all of the Game of Thrones books. Unknown Grubby, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love Tolkien as well. Thanks for the 100 bits, GFK. How you doing, bro? Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Do you genuinely think we're going to get Classic Plus today? No, I don't genuinely think that we're going to get that. I'm hoping that we're going to get that, but I don't genuinely think anything. It will be very difficult to genuinely think anything at this point. Blizzard have been surprisingly tight-lipped about exactly what's coming, you know? Like, usually by this point, we've already gotten a bit of spoilers and stuff. My book genre, high fantasy. Like, super high fantasy. But there's a lot of things that's different in my books to general books, I guess you could say. So, for example, there is magic, but magic does not exist in, like, the Harry Potter sense of things. When you use incantations, they're not just incantations, they're prayers. You're praying. You're asking whoever your god is to do whatever it is you're asking for. And the gods demand price. So I have this one scene in the book that I'm currently working on. Yeah, I'm not writing the book in order. I haven't started at the beginning. I'm just sort of writing. But there's this one scene where let's call it a scholar for now. I haven't figured out the names of all of the things yet. Neridas, just thanks for the 8 months. Part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But he needs to cast, effectively, it's going to sound silly now, but he wants to destroy an army with fire. So he wants to effectively cast fireballs, right? So he does his incantation, and the fireball ignites him. So he literally explodes himself, and that takes down the army, but it also kills him. Because the god demanded a sacrifice. The god just didn't feel like giving him the power without blood. And the god decided, this is your punishment, right? Well, not your punishment, but this is the price you pay. So I will stop this army for you, because the fire doesn't come from him. The fire comes from the god that he prays. Or that he prays to. So that's sort of my thinking around it. And the only reason I'm doing this is because, well, magic gets weird. And also listening to George R.R. Martin about this, magic can make a story very silly. And I'm trying to steer clear of that. But I also think there's something really interesting about blood and the power of blood. And how you could really stop playing around with the power of blood and the power that is in blood. I think could be really good. So I'm really playing around with that shit quite a bit. The Grim Reaper, 5 community subs. Really, really appreciate that. Hearts in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fucking... Okay, I see the stream has got down a bit, guys. Yeah. It is an F. I know. Okay. The Grim Reaper, 6 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can't wait for Blizzcon. I'm so curious as to exactly what it is gonna get told to us. Oh, you and me both. So what's the last thing you guys heard from me? I know, guys, the internet is giving shit. Let me say this now so that you guys know. If the internet continues to give shit, I will switch over to the relay server. But that will mean that you have to come join me over on Twitch. Right now, I'm streaming through this restream. And that allows me to stream to both YouTube and Twitch. But should the internet continue to give shit, we'll switch over to the relay server. But sadly, that means we can only do Twitch. So if I disappear from YouTube, you know where to find me. I'm over on Twitch. Just so you know. Yeah, but I just want to make sure that you guys know and don't think that I'm just fucking leaving you hanging. What's the last thing you guys heard before the internet went down, though? I do have a massive cock, Mr. Bongi, that's true. Huge, bro. Uncomfortably big, actually. And the product, Power of Blood. Oh, yeah. Basically just... I have this interesting idea about playing with blood and the power that resides within blood and bloodlines specifically, and how bloodlines can be tied to magic. So, yeah, I have this massive fucking, like, meta thing that's going on there, and that's why the magic operates so weirdly. Book as well, but I'm opposite on magic. Magic is everywhere. You see, the problem that I have with magic being everywhere, if you have too much magic, the problem with magic is that it very quickly becomes ridiculous. And it also allows you to write yourself out of... One of the examples I love to use about this is Vampire Diaries. Or even a better one, Supernatural. Supernatural at times became almost beyond ridiculous because through magic, they were able to die, come back, die, come back, die, come back, to the point where it almost became a meme. You know, like, who gives a shit? Okay, so they're dead, who cares? Right? Magic allows you to write yourself out of situations that you otherwise would not be able to write yourself out of. And it can lead to a lot of lazy writing, because I can just magic myself the fuck out of this if I really need to, right? I can just magic myself out of it. I have this interesting idea about playing with... You cut it too soon, bro. That's a failure. Wow, Abaddon, that is a failure, fam. You cut it too soon. Oh my god, dude, you were trying to grab me out of context, and it just, like, blew up in your face, man. Like a cheap porn film. That was not the money shot. How does that feel? Abagasm, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Brilliant, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Magic and stories needs to have set rules that prevent power scaling issues in the long run. How many? Yes, or like for example, what George R. R. Martin does. He does something very similar, where magic is also, you know, you can't just go Leviosa and things fucking float, right? that doesn't. It's not how magic works. So yeah, you have to have very strict rules imposed upon magic, because otherwise it becomes fucking stupid, right? And no one cares. Do you have a pantheon or gods, as you mentioned prayer? Yes, there are gods, but the gods are not good. They are not good at all. They are very, very bad. Like, it's sort of like you worship out of fear, not out of love. There is no love for the gods. I can imagine that with the light, where the Naru start to ask for a price for something in return of the healing power they give us. Yeah, something like that could absolutely work. Is a possibility. Leviosa. It's Leviosa. Or did she say it the other way around? Leviosa. Yeah, whatever the fuck, right? I hope, as that would be huge for the RPs in the community. Dude, Blizzard needs to do some serious heavy lifting for the RP crowd. The average sheep, I think Harry Potter's magic worked really well for Harry Potter. Like, there was nothing wrong with Harry Potter's magic in Harry Potter, because at the end of the day, Harry Potter was a bit more of a kid's story. You know, even though, yes, adults loved it, and it is a really good story, it was meant more for kiddies, you know? It was meant to be a bit more of a relaxing, really fun thing. I still rewatch the movies pretty much every year, because I love the feeling that Hogwarts gives me, right? That first time, especially the first movie, that first time they go to Hogwarts, it is fucking... It's insane, right? It's really awesome. But you are right. In terms of the lore, it's not great. Like, from a lore perspective, it's really not great. Tyler, how you doing, bro? If you want a unique take on stuff, I'd recommend the Sovereign Stone trilogy by Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman. Interesting, Tyler. I'll definitely check that out. Can you DM me that on, like, Discord or Twitter? Because I have a bunch of books that I really want to get into. Like, I'm gonna finish all of the Game of Thrones books, and I can do that because he takes fucking forever to bring out new books. But then I also want to do all of the Expanse books. Classic WoW PTR went up. Interesting. I wonder what's going to be up on there. The first movie still gives me a sense of wonder and mystery. Like, there's so much out there for me to see. Dude, yeah. Is great. Too bad show is a bit of a mess. Mr. Bongi, I loved the show. But maybe because I didn't read the books, but I absolutely loved The Expanse. I thought the show was phenomenal. The only part of the show that I kind of didn't enjoy of The Expanse was that bit with her ex-husband and her boy. Like, I don't want to spoil it for people, so you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I fucking hated that part. Like, that was so fucking boring. I just wanted us to move on to, like, the actual story, and that went on for way too long. But everything else about the show was absolutely phenomenal. Warcraft type, we'll definitely send it to you. Dude, I'd love to fucking read it. I'd absolutely love to read it. I'm a huge fan of books. I like well-written books. There's something magical about a well-written book, you know? I don't know. Like, I've bought the books on Kindle, but I am actually just unironically going to go out and buy the box set as well. I want it on the bookshelf behind me because I used to have so many books and I lost most of them during my move. So I have to build back up to it. I lost all of my WoW books, by the way. I think I told you guys that, but I don't think I ever told the YouTube crowd that. I had all of the Chronicles, they're gone. I had basically all of the WoW books except for like the very early WoW books, like those I only have on Kindle. I don't know where that box went. I had a whole box filled with all of my WoW books. Fucking anyone's case. Some fuck out there have all of my books, probably sold it because he had no idea what the fuck it was even. And yeah, I moved from Pretoria to Cape Town, and when I arrived in Cape Town and I unpacked my shit, I was like, where's my books? They were just gone. It was devastating. But hey, I'm building back up. I'm getting there. Luckily, I still have all the books on the Kindle, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah, it just reads different in book form, you know? Like, my Kindle is great. It's got backlight and everything, right? So the Kindle is awesome. It's really fun. But, I don't know, reading is more fun with an actual book. It just makes it different. I don't know why. Cape Town. 2 words. Cape Town. It used to be called the Cape of Storms, and then it was renamed to the Cape of Good Hope, and eventually it became Cape Town. Iva, how you doing? Tried to sold mine, not even Barnes & Noble take them. Sorry to hear your books got yoinked. RGB is what it is, right? I go into the bookstore every month, and I just buy whatever books they have there. To be fair, they don't have a lot of WoW books, so I'm gonna have to do some ordering, I think, on that front. Because they usually get, like, every few weeks, they'll get new Warhammer books. But the only WoW book that I have gotten from them is the Sylvanas book. The one from Christy Golden. It's the only time they've had a WoW book in store. Wait, I need to fix this. It's not on the line. Yeah, that's fine. Chewed up my what book one? Fuck. That would make me very angry. Cave of Storms. What am I also remember? Yeah, I mean, it's very stormy here. Are you still into Lovecraft? Corn, yeah, I mean, I think I'll always be into Lovecraft. Lovecraft built a phenomenal universe. Lovecraft wasn't a phenomenal writer. At least not for me. But he built a phenomenal universe. His books are very difficult to read, though. Reading the books hurt me in the soul. Hungry Peasant, it hurt me in the fucking wallet and in the soul. So don't worry about it. I feel the pain. Believe you me. With more, please, enough of Softcraft. Oh, yeah. I really want to see some more come back to World of Warcraft, but I don't know if we should hold our breath for that. Who's Steven Erickson? Fortimus. As a pustule of a person? Fortimus, yeah, but with Lovecraft, it's sort of the separate the art from the artist kind of guy, right? Yes, Lovecraft was an incredible racist. And he also happened to think that homosexuals, or how he would probably have said it, homosexuals, should have been put to death, right? So he was a pretty vile person, but his universe was phenomenal, right? So you sort of go, fuck the artist, keep the art. Because, you know, during the days that he lived, it was sort of the standard opinion by most people. So he would probably never even have thought about his opinions. And there's a good chance if he actually lived today, he would have been a very different person. Alex, no, I don't think anyone is overhyped. If I look at you guys in chat and I read the chat, what I see most from people is cautiously optimistic. I don't see a lot of people that is super overly hyped for this BlizzCon. Most people are here and they're quietly optimistic. They really want something good. But I think a lot of people are sort of like, not entirely sure what's going to happen, you know? So I wouldn't say the hype is too big for this one. I remember what that's called, man. This is sad. Well, to be fair, the people that have bought tickets, well, I don't think they're watching on YouTube. The people that have tickets, they'll be watching on the BlizzCon website. So this is just 40k of the free people, and also it hasn't started yet. So what's more problematic is that the tickets didn't actually sell out. I would say I'm in pretty much the same spot as that. And all the streamers, you're the most unbiased. Battle Brother Theo, I mean, thank you for saying that. The problem is that everyone has a different opinion. I have been told that I am biased as fuck and I should shut the fuck up because I'm just a Blizzard hater. Which I don't think I am. I think I've always been very fair to Blizzard. In fact, I think I've sometimes been too fair to Blizzard. But I've always tried, when I criticize World of Warcraft, to do it in a way where it is constructive. So I do give them advice on how they should do it better. And I've always tried to give them the benefit of the doubt, if indeed I can. But there are times where Blizzard just does something where you just have to go, what the fuck was that? Why would you do that? And then there's nothing I can do, right? Nobody is unbiased. Some people are just more honest about their bias. That is true. Although you can notice your bias, you can identify your bias and then be careful not to let your bias interfere. And that is something that not many people can do, but it is something that you have to try to do. They're good opinions, not always as mine, but they're good. Oh shit. Are you fucking telling me you think you have better opinions than what I have? Because that is blasphemy as far as I'm concerned, bro. I've been burned too many times by Blizzard to ever really be especially charitable. You see, that's where I take things differently. So I do keep Blizzard's history in mind, but I don't judge present through the lens of the past. Because if we keep doing that, so if we as the player base keep going, yeah, this is good, but Shadowlands, or yeah, this is good, but BFA, how the fuck is Blizzard ever gonna do anything right? Because they could make the best game ever, and we go, yeah, but, right? So you kind of have to be careful. When Blizzard does, so this is my philosophy on it. If Blizzard does something really good, I praise them for it. If they do something really bad, I criticize them for it. And that's it, right? What happened in the past happened in the past. You can't really unfuck things. It's been fucked. Move on. There's no point of going back to the past the whole time to say, yeah, but. Because at that point, you're not giving Blizzard a fair shot. right? You're just basically putting them in a position where they can't do anything right because you'll just continuously point to the past. You don't go for Baliola with the deconstruction and extension. I think Baliola is a phenomenal commentator, though. Like, the depth that Baliola can reach is phenomenal, actually. Here is a Hive, $5 for paper box. Love your content. Ivy Lee, thank you so much for the 5. Wait, that's not $5. It's €5. I really appreciate that €5. Thank you, sir. You're far too kind. I give them credit where it's due, but I don't give them points for creating problems and then selling the fixes as new content. That is true. Enjoy hearing your take on things. Your opinions are thought-provoking. If that is the only thing you get from my stream and from my videos, I'm happy with that. Like, if you leave one of my videos and it actually just made you think about stuff, I'm happy. Dr. Deathclocks, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. I don't know if you guys spotted my sneaky shift to low effort. Like, has anyone spotted anything weird about my most recent videos? Yeah, I need to go pee anyway, so let's all take a break quickly. Go, I don't know, go wank or walk around or get a glass of water. I need to go pee. I'll be right back.
For the Emperor!
All right, I'm back, boys. Sup? All right. I'm assuming the countdown was a lie. George, how you doing, bro? No expectations. That way, either way, I'm good.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, to be fair, though, the countdown said... If we should have started already, why are we not starting? What am I missing? We have 1 minute left. Where did the countdown go, though? Why did they remove the countdown if we have 2 minutes to go? Because mine doesn't have a countdown anymore. Oh. That's a weird thing to do. Albert the First, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. My feed should... Oh, why is my feed not live? Okay, never mind. It's live now, and we're still waiting. Actually kind of smart, in my opinion. Why? So they don't have to... Like, so they can basically leave us waiting here for weeks if they wanted to. Akalon here, and welcome back to each and every one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. David, how you doing, brother? Scam. The countdown for the countdown. JG Ravelark, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lord Mathers, how you doing, brother? Well, we're waiting. Skylight, how you doing? Cream, how you doing? It's a small indie company. This just happens. It just works, fam. It just works. Remember, guys, if the stream goes down, I'm over on Twitch. So if we keep getting internet problems, I will switch to Twitch straight. That way we can watch it there. So if you're not following on Twitch already, maybe you should do that. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, boys. Here we go. Camilla, thanks for the 5 months. Really appreciate you. New battle pass. All right. Corvardes, how you doing, brother? Snuggle Bumblebee, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Camilla, 5 months, part of the DJ Nation. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Game on, boys. Game on. Let's go.
This is BlizzCon 2023.
Yep, I'm ready.
Please welcome the president of Blizzard Entertainment, Mike Ibarra.
All right, let's go. Let's go, Mike. Man, that's a full fucking house.
Let's go! How's everybody doing? Oh, man. You know, this is the best gaming community in the world. Hands down. Hands down.
All right,
Thank
Mike.
you. Wow.
Where's
Hello,
Chris Mason?
BlizzCon. You know, it is so good to be back in person finally. All of us. I love you too. all of us at Blizzard have missed this so much. It's 4 years. It's been 4 years. You know what I say to that?
What?
That's too damn long.
True. It's also been too damn long
Where's
with you
our
guys were
heroes of
working with
Overwatch
Activision.
at?
But hey.
Adventurers of Sanctuary? Defenders of Azeroth?
Yeah, let's go.
And gamers everywhere, welcome!
So for anyone that thinking the crowd is a little bit low, they actually make the crowd lower.
Love sharing what we're working on all the time. But to share it in person with all of you and to hear your stories, it cannot be matched. Meeting you all face to face inspires us, and we put this energy and enthusiasm back into everything we do. Thank you all for being here.
I'm not there, but hey, I'll take it. He thanked me.
In fact, we have tens of thousands of you here in Anaheim, California today, and we hope you enjoy the immersive experience we've created here at the show. We also have millions of people watching right now on stream. Blizzcon, please help me welcome everyone watching from around the world.
It's us, boys. It's us. Clap for us. Yay. True Super Prime, 38 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate that. Thank you. Not for the Alliance profile. Go fuck yourself.
Gamer, or if it's been a while since you picked up one of our games, we're here to show you the Blizzard we are today and the Blizzard we are becoming.
Yeah, we're here.
BlizzCon isn't just about the latest updates from Blizzard. It's all about you. Players are at the forefront of everything we do, and we're devoted to supporting these incredible communities you can be proud of to be part of. All of us, gamers, developers, and fans, we all are united in our shared love for gaming. The person sitting next to you or watching online and chat with you could be your next guildmate, teammate, or lifelong friend. We all have this in common. I've always felt Blizzard brings players together a little differently. Our players have made connections that span continents, languages, and generations. We all have that one story, that incredible play of the game, that clutch card draw, or that raid encounter that your guild barely survived.
Agrimar.
I know.
Broke me, bro. Agrimar broke
too.
me.
I know many
Gorn.
of us have friends.
Thanks for
we've
joining the
met
DJ
in
Nation.
one of our
Appreciate you.
games.
Thank you.
A friend who began just as someone we hung out with in game, but who was there for us to celebrate our real life wins or to support us during a difficult time. That's certainly been true for me. Thanks to my experience playing Blizzard games over the last 25 years, I've met most of my best friends from all over. And I'm so grateful that some of them are here today. Gus, Pika, Nick, Scoodles, and of course Billy and Kaylee, who put up with my raid wipes all too often. I always know that no matter what is going on in real life, they will be there. No matter what game we're playing, these friends are a constant I can always rely on. And I know many of you share that feeling. BlizzCon truly is about all of us, as players, as equals, as friends. As we bring these amazing experiences to more places, build technology that allows more gamers to experience our worlds, and create characters and stories more players can relate to, the Blizzard community grows. And more importantly, our friendships grow. All of us are so grateful to be part of this community. And in everything we do, we are in service to you. We know we don't do everything perfectly, but thanks to your feedback, we never stop striving to do it right. We are here to foster joy and belonging for everyone. We're proud of the worlds we build, but your experiences within those worlds bring them to life, and your connections with each other are what inspires us the most. Now, Many of you may have heard the recent news about Blizzard joining the Xbox gaming family.
Yep. We're happy about that. We're happy about that. Come on, chat. We're happy. Don't pretend like you're not
Both
happy.
Blizzard and Xbox believe that gaming is a unifier, that we should all be able to play anywhere and any way we want to play. That when the creativity of some of the best developers,
think Phil Spencer is coming?
artists, and storytellers
Probably.
in the world is fearlessly unleashed, everyone wins. With that in mind,
Here comes.
someone is here backstage
Oh,
who'd like to say
shit,
hello.
boys. Oh, shit. They did it. They fucking did it. I was wrong. They're actually
Over the
bringing
years,
Phil
he and
out.
I played a bunch of games together. Please join me in welcoming my friend,
Bobby Kotick.
our friend, the CEO of Microsoft Gaming, Phil Spencer.
Spencer, here we go. Bobby Kotick was never on this stage. Let's go, Phil! Woohoo! Let's go, Phil Spencer.
Thank you, Mike. And hello, everybody,
Oh, yeah.
BlizzCon. This is my first BlizzCon ever.
Oh, nice.
And it's great to feel the energy in the room. You are the reason we make games. Your love for these games truly is inspiring. I recently have spent so much time playing Diablo 4 with my friends. Season 2 is awesome. And I can tell you that I can't wait for you to see what the team has planned for that game. It's going to be awesome.
All right.
Blizzard occupies a special place in the gaming industry, for me as well. Throughout Blizzard's history, they've pioneered and refined so much across the gaming industry, and many of you here today have been a part of that journey. Think of Diablo. It propelled the action RPG genre forward. StarCraft.
Oh, shit, he said it, boys. He said StarCraft.
Spawned the foundation of what esports would eventually become. And with
Come on.
StarCraft 2, it was a
StarCraft
major
3,
catalyst
drop
for the
it.
evolution of games as live entertainment. World of Warcraft
Just say StarCraft 3, man.
changed not only how people developed and supported games, but really it introduced a much wider audience to the concept of online communities. And Overwatch.
Gives a fuck
Not
about
only
Overwatch.
reimagine gameplay, but also the representation possible in class-based shooters. Blizzard's influence is everywhere, and because of its enduring legacy and phenomenal revolutionary development, with a care and a craft that is incredibly rare in this industry. Our commitment at Xbox is to bring more great games to more players in more places. And now that Blizzard is part of Xbox, we will nurture the essence of what has made Blizzard unique.
Yeah, he didn't mention Heroes of the Storm
We're
even
gonna
once.
empower our new colleagues in a culture of trust, inclusion, and collaboration to continue what they do best, redefining existing genres, creating new, never-before-seen experiences, and uniting players globally in new ways. In Azeroth, in Sanctuary, in near-future Earth.
I'm pausing. Are we back? All right. If we're back, can I start again? Don't worry. I'll pause every single time that happens. Right? So we don't miss anything. I will pause so you guys don't miss anything. All right. Seeing as we're back, we go again. I apologize for this, guys. My fucking internet is just terrible. Okay. You ready? 3, 2, 1.
And beyond. It has been a privilege to welcome the teams at Blizzard to Xbox, and I'm honored to be able to be here to help welcome all of you to BlizzCon 2023. Having seen what's in store for players, I can say the future of Blizzard is brighter than ever. And you all have so much to look forward to in this show.
Is he gonna announce anything with Game Pass, or have they not figured that out yet?
So I'll get out of here, let you see the show. Thanks everyone for the warm reception, and have a great time at BlizzCon. Thank you.
All right, well, short and sweet.
How about that? You know, part of what makes this such an exciting time for Blizzard is that we've never been more empowered, free, and dedicated to holding true to what makes Blizzard unique than we are today. We are accountable for creating this next chapter of Blizzard with all of you. We take this responsibility very seriously as we learn, grow, and get better every day. This is the start of a new era. So much more is possible, and you'll see some of that over the next couple days. Coming up, you'll hear from some new friends and some old friends who are returning to the BlizzCon stage to show more about the games and the worlds we all love.
Chris Mason, bro.
Before I go, I want to take a moment to thank our Blizzard team.
Bring Chris out.
You...
Why is he crying? Bro, this is an emotional response. Holy shit. And it looks real. It doesn't look fake. I respect that.
You are some of the most talented individuals on the planet. And collectively, we are capable of building the most legendary universes in gaming. Our future, our creative freedom, our path forward is truly our own. And I know we all stand together with a singular goal: to exceed player expectations and foster and support each other. Thank you for everything you do.
Clap, boys. Clap for that. I respect that.
Many of the Blizzard team are here today in Anaheim, working hard to ensure you enjoy your time here. We all love talking to players, so please don't be shy. Come up and chat with us. Finally, on behalf of everyone at Blizzard, we want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, from the bottom of my heart to our players, past, present, and future. Thank you for your passion and your honesty. And most importantly, thank you for being part of our communities. This is what BlizzCon is all about.
Dude, he gives me Mike Morheim vibes.
Everything we do is for all of you, and it's an honor to be a part of these worlds with you. Now, welcome to BlizzCon.
Yeah, bitch. All right, so we're getting a bit of an intro story. Then we usually talk. I like that emotion. It looked very real, to be fair.
See for yourself.
There was nothing fake there. I didn't feel uncomfortable, right? Which is sort of the thing, right? If someone just fakes it to fake it, you feel uncomfortable. I don't feel any discomfort in that. And I think that shows a level of passion, but also most likely a level of hold our beer. Let's see what we can do, right? They've been through a tough fucking time. Let's be real. Guys, it's not been easy at Blizzard the last few years. They've gone through lawsuits. They've gone through scandals. So I think for a guy like Mike Ibarra, it's been a tough road, because remember, he basically came in and then inherited this bullshit, right? He had to fix a bunch of shit that he didn't start. He didn't come from Blizzard to do this. He was brought in to fix this. So I think it was just easy for him, or it was nice to know that they're finally back here and there's still people that care. Airshake, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate that. I think that's why the fact that that stadium is so packed,
Please welcome
tells them
Overwatch
they still
Team
care,
Director,
right?
Aaron Keller.
We still care. We're still there.
Hello, BlizzCon! Ever since we first revealed Overwatch in 2014, you have grown this universe into something truly unique and beautiful. Every single day, we see millions of players jumping into matches, forging new friendships, and showing off their skills. We launched Overwatch 2 last October, and it has been such an incredible year. Since then, you've been crushed by Diva's mech over 26 million times. Had more than 79 million lives saved by Baptiste, and played 65 years worth of prop hunt. I love prop hunt. The development of Overwatch is first and foremost
we don't know yet, Chris, but probably soon.
Our players. We want our game to represent this global community. From the release of our Samoa map, to our celebration of Pride, to our first tie-in Peruvian heroes, Lifeweaver and Alari. We also want Overwatch to recognize those focused on achievement and prowess, and released our new progression system and the first set of Hero Mastery courses this year. And for those that just want something a little different, we've run April Fools and released a dating sim, an actual dating sim, Loverwatch. Listening to your feedback is important to us. And it's driven the team to look at changes to some of the core systems of the game.
Okay, let's hear this.
We've been hard at work on an overhaul of our competitive system. And we'll get into that a bit today and a bunch more over the course of BlizzCon. And there is so much more to come. We'd like to give you all a glimpse at as much as we're able to show you coming next year. And boy, do we have some fun things to talk about. So let's get into it.
Let's.
To share our first big announcement, I am honored to introduce the art director of Overwatch, Dion Rogers.
I genuinely couldn't give two fucks about Overwatch, if I'm honest with you. Like, I don't care about Overwatch.
Sorry, I'm a bit excited. The energy is awesome in here. You know, Aaron and I have been working on this universe since before Overwatch had a name. Working together with an incredible team back at Blizzard. Many are with us today at BlizzCon. Creating such an incredible game with so many amazing people and seeing what it means to you all, it's meant everything to us. And out of all the things we work on, one of our favorites is to create new heroes. You know, Overwatch is full of big personalities, and it takes a special individual to really stand out. And the team has been working hard to make sure no one could predict who this next hero is.
Okay.
We haven't leaked any articles. We haven't leaked a spray or two. And we've left 0 hints, especially not in our recent Samoa map.
All right.
Now, who's ready to meet the newest hero?
Sorry to keep you all waiting. But now that I'm here, let's have some fun. Yep, that's
Jesus,
my name,
that guy's
all right.
buffed as fuck.
And this right here is Gunny. She can light up the whole dance floor. And this one's Cha-Cha. He's a sensitive little fella, a real hothead. And when I fire them both, it's double trouble. Actual gameplay footage.
I mean, it's a cool announcement trailer.
Going so soon, I'm gonna miss you.
At least they covered up his nipples. That was a good decision, actually.
Both hearts pumping. I got your back. For now.
Yeah, it looks cool, man. It's got some charm to it. I like this. Cage fight? Wait, what? Dude, his ult is a bit fucking nuts, though.
Unbelievable.
So was I worth the wait? We're gonna have a hell of a time.
I think it's pretty cool, actually.
That's awesome. I love that trailer. We had a lot of fun working on it. It's amazing to finally announce Malga. He was first introduced, you guys know, 4 years ago in a short story, and he's been the subject of a lot of fun theories. Ever since that first introduction, fans have been asking when he may become a playable hero. We're excited. We finally have our first Samoan hero. Malga, his name, it means mountain in Samoan. He portrays himself as this big, loud brute.
He looks like a
However,
fucking
this
mountain.
is just a facade. He's a cunning tactician, always one step ahead of his enemies. One of the core goals whenever we make an Overwatch character is that people see themselves in our heroes. We're always striving for greater authenticity and representation with each hero. And with Malga, we got a lot of help, actually. Even his tattoo was created by an amazing Samoan tattoo artist named C.E. Lufau. Malga's super fun. It was awesome. Malga's super fun to play. He's easy to learn, hard to master, with what I like to call a brutal but cunning play style. We hope you love him as much as we do. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Join us later today for a Malga Deep Dive panel taking place here at the Blizzcon Arena and online for people at home.
I think this guy's
We'll talk
straight,
with the
but
team that helped create Malga.
bro,
And also
fucking
how to best
kudos to him.
utilize
Do you
his
know how
amazing
hard it is
abilities
to
when he
speak in front of a
joins
crowd this
Overwatch in
size?
Season 8.
Like, do you have any idea? It is fucking tough.
Malga's gonna be pretty
So-
awesome when he joins competitive play.
Honestly,
But before then, some of the best
I
players
get the
in world
nervousness.
are competing in this weekend's Overwatch World Cup. Let's check it out.
he's doing really well, considering he's a game
Legacy.
developer.
A legacy is forever. All year long, teams around
Wait,
the
people
world
still
have
fucking
battled,
play
chasing
Overwatch
glory,
esports?
hoping to etch their homeland in the history books.
That is insane! He's still fragging like a madman!
And it's a 5-man rampage.
Oh, what? What? Oh,
They've tasted victory, they've overcome defeat, and all along, the hopes of their fans have lifted them up.
absolutely beautiful!
And now, at long last, the Overwatch World Cup finals are here. And for the first time in 4 years, we're all together once more, back to where it all. Because it truly serves.
What are we covering now? Oh. I guess we're talking about the Overwatch World
championship
Cup.
trophy. The community has rallied behind him, and the wait is now.
On the big screen. And we're here to make some more. What's up, BlizzCon? It's so great to be back here after 4 years with the Overwatch World Cup. This event has always been such a special event because it truly serves as a worldwide tribute to the beautiful and diverse Overwatch community. This weekend, we get to celebrate teams and players from around the world.
Oh, so we're just talking about, okay, we're on live now.
So are our players. Among them, a former 3-time World Cup champions, Team South Korea, and the only team that managed thus far to stop their reign, and that is the United States of America.
Wow, congratulations, United States. We don't get to do that in fucking League of Legends.
Well, I tell you, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. If you watch the group
Dude,
stages,
she's cute, though. What are you guys... Why do you have a problem with her?
Ahead for Team USA. And if you want to find out if one of our former champions will remain victorious or if one of the other 6 teams will seize their inaugural season title, make sure to join us. Not only will you be treated to fantastic gameplay, of course, no, you will also earn special drops all weekend long on the Play Overwatch Twitch channel. Now, we have a lot of amazing Overwatch 2 action on the horizon and so much to play for our teams. We got over $500,000 on the line and counting, raised directly by all of you, our passionate and amazing fans.
Okay, so we're watching this because they put the worst, like, look, guys, they put the worst first, so they don't have to suffer through anything else later on. Right? That's why we're watching Overwatch first. Because they knew if they put it last, people would fuck off and go buy some drinks or some shit. Right? They're doing it at the first so that we have to sit through this because we don't know when the good shit is starting. That's why we're here. We're all just waiting for the good shit to start. Like, don't worry about it.
So, tomorrow night, we will be crowning the 2023 Overwatch World Cup champions.
I don't know what the fuck you guys have a problem with. She's cute. Like, look, no one said you have to fucking listen to her opinions on anything or anything like that. She's cute. I don't know what the fuck you guys are on about. Like, chat is just losing their shit over nothing at this point.
Thank you, Zoe. Mauga is awesome. And the World Cup matches all weekend will be so much fun. But Overwatch has another thing happening here at BlizzCon. Earlier this week, we launched a new limited-time game mode and special skins as part of an exciting collaboration with LeSseraphim, one of the biggest K-pop groups in the world.
I don't know them at all.
Everyone can jump in-game right now to take part, as well as check out their brand new music video for Perfect Night. And in honor of this collaboration, LeSseraphim will take the stage and perform in the arena tomorrow after the community night ends around 6 p.m. Pacific.
All right, cool. I literally only know
working on partnerships
3
like this
K-pop
or
bands.
What we did with One Punch Man earlier this year are incredibly fun. Yes, they provide us, both the dev team and you, the players, a chance to experience some of our favorite universes and artists through the unique style of Overwatch. And next year, we have even more of these for you all to geek out about. Sadly, we can't reveal what those are all just yet, but maybe there are some other things coming in 2024 that we could give you a hint about. The Overwatch team has never had such clarity of vision when it comes to the future. From direct feedback, we hear what you love and want us to focus on.
Wait, Danny, you're welcome.
Who wants to see a few of the things we're working on for next year?
I mean, not really, but do you think?
We are creating a brand new core PvP game mode, Clash. In this new competitive mode, there are 5 points positioned in a row. The center point starts as the first objective, and the teams battle back and forth over the map, pushing into enemy territory or defending their own. Once a team captures all 5 points or reaches the maximum score, they win. Our initial
Sounds
Clash
pretty
map
interesting,
is a tribute
actually.
to a location
Not gonna lie.
we showed at Overwatch's first BlizzCon. And it's one of my personal favorites. They say cherry blossoms are a sign of rebirth and rejuvenation.
What the fuck? They're bringing
And
this map back.
in 2024, a rebirth of one of the original Overwatch maps.
This was a fun map back in the day.
With Yes. Within the Clash mode, we are returning to the home of the Shimada clan with the new Hanamura map, Hanaoka. Additionally, we are working on overhauls to some of our most important in-game systems. Overwatch is a highly competitive game, and in early 2024, we'll release a reworked version of our competitive system with all new
No, they didn't even mention it, Darkblade.
And with Seasons, one of the team's goals has been to create themes that speak to so many of the cool and awesome things that we all love. Next year, you'll experience Eldritch Horror, Egyptian mythology, witches, and even a mirror universe where heroes become villains.
No,
and
James,
villains
nothing yet.
become heroes. And of course, Overwatch is nothing without its heroes. Mauga is the 39th hero in Overwatch, and in 2024, we'll be releasing 3 more, and we want to give you a glimpse of 2 of them.
Wow.
A new damage hero Venture is coming in Season 10, and a support currently codenamed Space Ranger in Season 12. And this is just scratching the surface of everything we have in the works. Join us tomorrow here and online, where we go in depth on all of this in our What's Next panel. It will have more information on Clash, the reworked competitive system, a closer look at Space Ranger, even early gameplay footage of Venture, and so much more.
I love how the whole chat's just
And
sort of
lastly,
fucking zoned.
For the first time ever during a Blizzcon, not only is our next hero playable in the Overwatch Hall here in Anaheim, but all of you at home can play Mauga all weekend in-game, including Quick Play, going live right after the BlizzCon opening ceremony concludes.
Oh, nice. I won't be doing that.
We know you'll love him just as much as we do. Thank you all. We'll see you in-game.
By the blood of the willing,
There's no PvE.
we call thee home.
What you guys need? Look, guys, there's no PvE. They've already announced PvE is dead. It's not coming. It was only used so that they could kill Overwatch 1 and announce Overwatch 2 so that they could build 4 more monetization options into Overwatch 2. That's literally the only reason they did it. You were never going to get PvE. That was never on the cards. Stop wishing for it. I don't know what the fuck to tell you guys. It's not coming. But yeah, I don't care about Overwatch all that much, to be fair.
You can play the way you want. You can really make your own fantasy in this game.
It is what it is. Who gives a shit? The Rock Johnson. I don't know why he's there.
Oh my god, the butcher.
And I also don't give a fuck about Diablo, which is sad because I was actually hyped for Diablo, but then it happened and now I'm not hyped for it anymore.
I'm gonna find some demons and I'm gonna shove my green foot right up there.
Level 100! There are literally like goosebumps.
Wait, did they just have...
Go down a bit more, go down a
Hold
bit
up.
more. You got her! Yes! What? My green foot right up there.
Level
100! Is that Elon Musk?
There are literally like goosebumps.
Go down a bit more, go down.
Was that Elon Musk, actually?
Be beautiful.
No, they won't have Asmongold on there. He's not safe.
Blessed Mother.
He's not brand safe. Why would they have Asmongold on there? Are you nuts?
By the way.
Ah, it's Diablo time. Here we
Please
go.
welcome the General Manager of Diablo, Rod Ferguson.
Here we go, boys.
How's everybody doing? Having fun? This feels amazing. So glad you're here. And I'm so happy the people at home are here as well. You know, watching that was such a great reminder of what a fantastic community we have and what an exciting year it's been. Now,
You might have missed it, but in there was a clip of a blind gamer, Tylanif, defeating our hardest boss, Uber Lilith. Now, we strive to make Diablo as approachable and as accessible as possible, and watching clips like that make me and the team extremely proud. And of course, I love the tattoos. I still can't believe over 1,000 people got permanent Diablo tattoos at our Hell's Inc. events, including me. And so, Necro Main for life. So, we talk a lot about the last Blizzcon 4 years ago, and back then, the Diablo community was hungry for even more experiences in that dark, gothic place caught between the high heavens and the burning hells, a little place we call Sanctuary.
Uh-huh.
And in that time, I've been very fortunate to work with some of the best developers in the industry, people who love Diablo as much as the rest of us. And it was their passion and dedication to this universe that released a great new Diablo game every year for the last 3 years. Diablo 2 Resurrected brought the return of the classic that helped define the genre. Remastered. I love Diablo 2. So it was remastered for a new generation now for PC and console. And Diablo Immortal brought Sanctuary to mobile for the first time, bringing millions of new players into our universe.
Let's not talk about Immortal, please.
In fact, you might not know this, but 60% of Diablo Immortal players have never played a Diablo game before.
No, we
So
know
really
this.
welcome
It's a
them to our
fucking
universe.
mobile game, bro. 60% of
And of course,
mobile gamers
there's
don't even
Diablo
own
4.
PCs. What are you talking
Now-
about? Fuck.
It was that kind of excitement that made it the biggest launch in Blizzard's history. And it means so much to the team to see how you've embraced it. We've played over 1.5 billion hours together so far, and it's your love for the game that drives us. Thanks to you, we've made a lot of changes over the last 5 months. In fact, our patch notes for Season of Blood, our second season, were over 14,000 words long, because that is how much our community has influenced and will continue to influence the evolution of Sanctuary.
To be fair, that's how bad Season 1 was,
that leap
though.
into the darkest Diablo story ever told. Now is the perfect time to pick your class, build your character, join Phil Spencer, and see what the hell it's all about. And with that, I'd like to introduce Diablo 4's 2 production directors. They help lead the teams who are building everything we do today and everything moving forward. Please welcome Tiffany Watt and Chris Wilson.
All right, let's see. Let's hear this.
Thanks, Rod. Hey, BlizzCon. The last time I was on stage, I was helping to announce Diablo 4. To be here today with all of you is so awesome.
The launch was incredible. We're really excited to be here today to share what's coming next. But first, let's highlight some of the player feedback that's in Season of Blood today. So many of you have told us that you wanted more in-game activities. So we've given you a couple this season, one now and another coming early next month. So live now is our new boss ladder. This is a series of additional boss fights from level 55 to 100 that will also see the return of our kind of gross but farmable...
Fuck me, this internet, man. Are we back? Let me just make sure. Are we back on both, or are you guys still having trouble? We're back, yeah? All right. Just do a refresh if you haven't already. Just do a refresh.
And rewarding friend Duriel, who you can go after for Uber Uniques that everybody's been,
Hector Hall, 6 months part of the D Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you,
dropping both
thank you.
Uniques and Uber Uniques at a much higher rate, and even dropping some special cosmetics, you're going to want to make your way to level 100 so you can fight them all. So in the
I
Season
don't
of
want to
Blood,
make my
we've
level. I don't
rebalanced
want to
the
go to level
in-game,
100.
letting you get to level 100 about 40% faster than in Season 1.
Cameron and I fucking wish, bro.
I know I've been taking advantage of that experience boost, and I have 2 characters in Season 2 already. Of course, all that leveling is about getting that amazing loot. So we've also changed how item power works. We've raised the power cap, and it's now more closely tied to the level of monster you defeat to get it. The more challenging the fight, the better the loot. There's still lots of work to be done with reworking itemization. In fact, it's one of our highest priorities. But this, along with upgrades to some of our unique items, is a great first step. So please keep that feedback coming. Now let's talk about quality of life. Here's a few improvements that came directly from you. All of your renown rewards now carry over season to season and from the Eternal Realm.
Monguku, you're very welcome, sir. Thanks for being here. Thanks for joining us.
Character slots.
I don't know what to add to this. I don't play this fucking game.
Characters and try different builds.
So I'm just watching with you guys.
A targeting dummy has been added to Kyovashad as you can test, so you can test those builds before you run into the butcher. Searching and filtering your stash is now possible, and your stash is now available in every town in Sanctuary.
Didn't they announce this like 2 fucking live streams ago?
So you can die almost twice as often.
Why are we just going over shit that's already been announced?
By making gems a crafting material to make even more room for those uber uniques.
Again, this was announced back in the last live stream.
Those are just a few of the new additions already in the game, but we're not done with Season of Blood yet.
In fact,
it was a patch note to
we'll introduce 5 unique class-specific rings that will let you relive some of the fun from Season of the Malignant. That's right, Necromancers. Once again, corpses will automatically do your bidding just by being in your presence.
All right. I don't know what that means,
then
but
on December 5th, we'll also be adding an enchanting preview to the Occultist. So this will allow you to see which affixes are possible before you spend your hard-earned gold. It's just another way to give you even more control over making just the right build for the challenge at hand. Also on December 5th, as promised, we'll have another exciting new in-game activity, a 6-week event called Abattoir of Zir. It's a highly replayable pinnacle experience designed for players who have reached level 100, slain Uber Duriel, and mastered all of the other challenges that Season of Blood has to offer. Those who survive will attain a paragon glyph constructed of the Vampire Lord's very own blood. But beware, Abattoir of Zir starts difficult and only gets harder. And of course, as we near the end of Season of Blood, it'll be holiday time. Not only here, but in Sanctuary as well. Our first...
Sorry that I'm pausing. I know this is a live show and we should be watching live. I feel like I'm suffering a stroke and at the same time having deja vu. I could have sworn about 3 weeks ago, I was watching a live stream for 2 fucking hours where literally all of this was said. All of this was said 3 weeks ago. Why am I watching it again? What the fuck's going on? Do they have nothing else to fucking announce? So they're just basically doing the whole 2-hour live stream again? This is nuts.
First ever holiday event, Midwinter Blight, starts on December 12th. For 3 weeks, we're going to transform the Fractured Peaks into a winter terror land, and it'll bring a whole new meaning to the word sleigh ride. Yeah. And be sure to keep your eyes peeled for a mysterious red-cloaked terror.
Nothing is as terrifying as Chris's puns, but I will be sure to check out Midwinter Blight. From there, we are on to Season 3.
Here we go.
We can't go into too much detail now.
The fuck?
With the endgame being so important, let's talk about leaderboards.
Oh
We're creating a whole new type of weekly challenge dungeon called the Gauntlet, where the heroes of Sanctuary can compete for their class ranking against their friends, their clan, or anyone in the world. Watch out, Mike Ibarra. I am coming for you.
No, you're not.
At the end of each week, the heroes with the highest rank will be added to the Seasonal Hall of Ancients, where their name and build will live on.
Wow, that's not bad.
So, that's a quick look at where we are today. And while the live game is our #1 priority right now, we have a separate Diablo 4 team that's been working hard on our next chapter. So how about a little teaser?
Yeah, fuck it, let's go. Something new.
Super early, but as we look to expand on the story we started in Diablo 4, we're going to take you somewhere even darker, where hatred's influence continues to consume Sanctuary.
Okay, let's go.
We have each played a part in what has happened here.
Jesus, that voice.
You abdicated your choice to this child.
Bro, the voice acting is phenomenal.
And with every step she takes, I grow stronger. There will be no salvation in the light.
Vessel of hatred. Oh shit. The voice acting is phenomenal. This is basically the same as Skyrim 6.
Vessel of Hatred is Diablo 4's first expansion.
That sounds awesome though.
Its campaign will continue the dark tale that began in Diablo 4 as we learn the fate of the prime evil Mephisto and his demonic plans for Sanctuary. To do that, we'll be visiting a region new to Diablo 4 and a fan favorite from Diablo 2. The lush jungles known to outsiders as Torajan, but known by the locals as Nahantu. With this new story set in a mysterious new region,
literally nothing, Kimmy.
comes new ways to play, new evils to vanquish, and of course, a completely new class never seen before in the Diablo universe.
What's the class?
Vessel of Hatred releases late next year, and we cannot wait to share more about it this summer.
Now, before we leave, we want you to know that it's your passion that drives us. Your feedback will continue to help us evolve and improve the Diablo 4 experience for years to come. We couldn't be more excited about our future, and we hope that you are too. Our team has put in a lot of hard work, and we love seeing your love for this game. So please join us tomorrow. We have a special Diablo 4 campfire panel where we'll be sharing more details about the expansion, deeper dive on some of the upcoming game changes, and we'll also have a special Q&A session to close it out. So enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you, and we'll see you in Sanctuary.
Let's get Chris Mason. Let's get Chris Mason, boys. Dude, I don't know what the fuck. Like, I'm so lukewarm at this point on Diablo 4. It is crazy. Like, there is just nothing in me. Like, they say things and I'm like, oh, I'll probably give it a go.
All right then.
Let's go. Chris Mason.
Please welcome the General Manager of Warcraft, John Haidt.
Fuck! Come on, bro! Hey, nothing against John, but Chris Mason, man!
And thank you.
Let's hope he brings him out. It has to be Chris, right?
And we are ready to work. Anybody here for Warcraft today? Yeah!
There we go. Let's go, John.
Big shout out to the Warcraft
Or
teams.
human. Holy
they are
shit.
So happy to be here today. We have so much cool stuff to show you. So give it up for my Warcraft teams.
Yeah. Round of applause, boys. Hands in chat.
Can you believe that almost 30 years ago, a dispute between orcs and humans led to one of the longest running fantasy adventures in video game history? Right?
Yeah, bitch.
Generations of players have called Azeroth home.
Yep.
Teenagers that first played Warcraft when it was released, I know you're out there,
Yeah, kind of me.
are now parents,
I'm not a parent, though.
right?
I'm still a child.
Raising
just
new
older now.
heroes to take on the raids and battlegrounds of this timeless adventure. It's those shared stories of Azeroth, both in-game and out, that make up this universe. Today is a great day for Warcraft.
Let's go. Let's
This
fucking go.
is the beginning of a bold new chapter that will take us through the next 3 decades and beyond.
Oh shit, they're planning for 3 more decades? Holy crap.
With a variety of games to entertain you, we welcome everyone to find your community.
All right. Bring out Mason.
Okay, Alliance.
Mason should have done that.
Practice. We're going to give you a chance to do it a little louder later.
They are getting. Oh, Mason's going to do it.
Throughout the taverns of Azeroth, tall tales of adventure are retold through the whimsical and clever card play of Hearthstone.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
We were
I like to
debated.
imagine humans and orcs getting together, showing off their collections, and boasting of their deeds. But in the
Such a
basements
debate, man.
of those same taverns, they're playing a new game. Warcraft Rumble. Yeah.
Fucking double debate.
Me too. Which puts the battlefields and dungeons of Azeroth in the palm of your hand. And finally, World of Warcraft.
There we go. There we go. That's the classic sign, though. What are you trying to do, John? What are you trying to pull, mate?
WoW immerses us into Azeroth, where we are the champions, fighting alongside each other in shared adventure. Almost 20 years ago, WoW revolutionized online communities and reimagined the enduring entertainment of massively multiplayer gaming. The very first Blizzcon was introduced our first expansion. So it's only fitting that we're here today to lay the foundation for WoW's future.
Yeah, let's do this.
Yeah.
Bring out Chris. Let's go.
Azeroth is a home we can always escape to. A home that is always waiting for us. Together, we build this universe.
Dude, I just want to see Chris
Our
Mason.
teams craft the worlds and the adventures, but it is all of you who bring it to life. You are the heartbeat of the brand new adventures that are about to unfold. From all of us on the Warcraft teams here at Blizzard Entertainment, thank you.
You're welcome. Now, where's Chris Mason?
Please welcome from Hearthstone, lead designer
Oh.
Cora Georgiou.
Oh. Another one that I don't give a fuck about.
Hello, BlizzCon. Well, I have a pretty good view from up here. It's really nice to see you all. We are thrilled to soon be celebrating Hearthstone's 10th anniversary.
Yeah.
I know, I'm getting old. It's
Yay.
a decade of telling tales around Azeroth with all of you. Whether you aspire to climb the ladder to legend, enjoy brawling with friends in the battlegrounds, or maybe you've just listened to the 10-hour version of the Saviors of Old Doom theme song. Thank you all for being a part of our bustling tavern. We invite players both old and new to join us for our 10th anniversary.
I actually think Hearthstone would have been far more successful if it was actually
But-
in WoW.
We have so much to enjoy before then, so let's talk about what's happening right now in Hearthstone and in Battlegrounds. We're setting the stage for a standoff in Hearthstone's upcoming expansion, Showdown in the Badlands, which takes place in Azeroth's Wild West. Two strangers will cross paths, an outlaw and a lone ranger. Though they may not know it now, together they are destined for a grand adventure.
In the beginning, I was all alone. trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize
Cowboys and
that
WoW.
with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside.
Ha!
You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move.
Unironically, a cowboy class in WoW would actually not be bad.
Waiting to explode.
It could actually be cool having a cowboy class in World of Warcraft.
Oh, nuts.
Imagine Outlaw Rogue was just changed into a
As it
fucking
turned
cowboy.
out, I had the right backup waiting for me. Just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle mudslider.
Sleeping like a rock.
Let's show these fine folks some Badlands hospitality.
Well, looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
That's right. Our beloved Reno Jackson and Elise Starseeker are getting an origin tale.
Oh, cool.
They'll work together to save the Badlands from the Bloodrock Town's nefarious mining operation. Singleton decks are returning. With cards like Reno Lone Ranger, Hearthstone's first ever neutral hero card. We'll talk more about him at the What's
Don't even
Next
know what that
panel later
means.
today, where we'll also be revealing a motherlode of exciting new cards. You can get your hands on them and more when Showdown in the Badlands releases on November 14th.
Fuck. That's now. Jesus, that's tomorrow almost.
Now, I know you may be thinking, a new expansion.
That was not what I was
That's a lot
thinking,
of new
actually.
cards
I was thinking,
on top
when's
of
WoW?
5 sets that are already in the standard rotation. And if you're a new player or you're coming back after a break, that can be a little overwhelming. So we have been hard at work to make it easier than ever to join us. We're excited to announce catch-up packs. These
Just
are
$20 for a
game-changing
catch-up
for
pack.
getting your collection caught up. Let's see what we did there.
Yeah,
Instead
yeah.
of the typical 5
We got the
cards
joke.
you'd find in a regular Hearthstone card pack, you can get up to 50 cards from a single catch-up pack. The cards you receive will all be from within the last 2 years, ready to play and constructed. All of our players are going to get catch-up packs to open once you log in, and for all of you here at BlizzCon in person, or those of you at home who purchased either BlizzCon collection, we're also gifting you a few more packs.
Uh-huh. So basically, pay to win. More pay to win. Because the game
For
is already
anyone who's
super
been
pay to
away
win.
for a while, all of these packs can add up to hundreds of cards. We'll also be adding quite a few of them into pre-purchase bundles for Showdown in the Badlands. We hope to see all of you getting some amazing cards and filling in or beginning your Hearthstone collection on November 14th.
Yeah. Kind of had to wait for people to read the sign. Applause here.
All right. I feel like we might have some Battlegrounds fans out here. Yeah. So you might remember then that the last time we were all together at BlizzCon, we unveiled Battlegrounds. What started as an experiment became a huge part of the game and a fun way to play in the tavern. But playing together is what inspired the new mode we're debuting here today. Queuing up as a party for a lobby is great, but ultimately, you play against each other. What if you could actually play teamed up alongside each other? Sounds fun, doesn't it?
So versus AI, effectively.
We're pleased to announce a truly cooperative way to play. Battlegrounds duos. With a shared health pool, team combat, and sending cards back and forth between teammates. Now you can fight with your friends instead of against them.
Fuck, this is boring,
by
bro.
The Battleground community's creativity, finding ways to team up and help each other achieve top 4. So now we're setting an official table for you and your partner to take the crown together. For those of you here in person, grab a friend or make a new one, because you can try Battlegrounds duos here at BlizzCon right now at the Hearthstone demo area.
Let's go. Chris Mason! Chris Mason! Bring out Chris!
We're planning to launch this new way to play for everyone early next year, and you can learn more later today and see the new heroes and minions that make teamwork so fun in Battlegrounds. It makes the dream work. We love teamwork. If you're tuning in at home, please make sure to
chill
join
out
us
comedy.
at the What's Next
Holy
panel.
shit.
And if you're here with us at BlizzCon, you can also join me and other members of the Hearthstone team in the tavern. For you worthy opponents out there, come duel a dev and challenge the Hearthstone team. Or, if you want to catch up after 4 years away, pull up a chair by the hearth. We'll see you in the tavern.
Man, she does, like, fucking gentle comedy, this one. Walking a very fine line. Alright, what are we getting now? Is this the Rumble one? Are they actually gonna do Warcraft Rumble here as well? This looks like Warcraft Rumble. That's at least funny. Oh shit, it's Jaina? Exactly. There is comedy there, you know? There's at least a little bit of comedy there. It's fine.
Please
I will give them a pause.
From Warcraft Rumble, executive producer Vic Sarath.
Breaking news. Warcraft Rumble has even more pay-to-win elements now. It's a mobile game. What do you expect?
You gotta love Anixia. She didn't even use a deep breath there. Hello, BlizzCon. Last year, the team and I announced we were working on a brand new Warcraft game. A way to bring Warcraft with you wherever you are and wherever you go. And as you just saw, we've had a ton of fun and poured a lot of love into making this game. Warcraft Rumble is an action strategy game with a deep PvE campaign, a dynamic PvP mode, and so much more.
Yeah.
It's a game filled with familiar faces. You'll mix and match miniature versions of characters from the Warcraft universe to make your very own army as you take on opponents all over Azeroth.
But is it on
So,
PC?
If you've ever wanted to see Jaina command an army of Murlocs, or Grom lead a horde of angry chickens, apparently, this is your opportunity. By combining leaders, troops, and spells from 5 families, Alliance, Horde, Beasts, Undead, and my personal favorite, Blackrock, you'll battle your way through maps inspired by some very familiar locations. You'll fight to control resources, capture towers, and eventually defeat the boss or player at the other end. Speaking of bosses, each one has their own unique mechanics, so you'll have to adapt your strategies.
This right here is the literal definition of should have been an email.
Was to give you everything you love about Warcraft, reimagined with a big dose of what our team calls joyful chaos. When we set out to make this game, we wanted to offer a variety of challenges no matter how you choose to play it, whether it's for 5 minutes at a time or hours on end. And that was something we especially focused on during the beta, to make sure you have something fun to do every time you open up the game. And for those of you that played the beta and gave us your feedback, thank you so much. It's because of your support and the hard work of our team.
I would just like to say to anyone that's saying the crowd seems a little bit low, so I have this on very good authority. Blizzard actually turns down the crowd, right? Because if they let it go full blown, it would blow your fucking ears out. You would barely hear what people are doing. There's no chance people are that quiet. It's just they turn it down so you don't hear them properly. I have no problem with this game existing, just FYI. I have no problem with this existing. I just don't feel like it should be announced at BlizzCon. But I know Blizzard is moving towards the mobile space at a frightening path, frightening speed. So I think we're gonna get a lot more mobile games in the future at BlizzCon.
You know, I gotta admit, it's pretty cool watching that video and just thinking about how far we've come since last year. At this point, we just can't wait for all of you to hop in and play. And I mean, we literally can't wait. That's why we've made Warcraft Rumble available to download and play right now.
Hearts on mobile unironically could work
for us, and we're so all excited to have you join us. And for those of you in the audience with me today, let's bring down the Wi-Fi together. You know I'm kidding, right? Please don't bring down the Wi-Fi. I'm in a lot of trouble once I get off of here. Whether you're a veteran of Azeroth or just have a deep love for strategy games, there's a lot to enjoy here. We've got a huge campaign with over 70 bosses. And for those of you looking for an especially unique challenge, we even have a heroic campaign with an extra layer of difficulty that we cooked up ourselves.
Who else would have cooked it up? You're the developers. What the fuck are you talking about?
We've got maps with verticality, capture points, resources, traps, and all kinds of other contraptions. Each map was lovingly handcrafted by our team and is its own unique puzzle. But how you choose to solve that puzzle is completely up to you. And when you're in the mood for a solo dungeon, we've got you covered there as well. Dungeons in Warcraft Rumble are intense 3-mission gauntlets through places like Normagon and the Dead Mines, where you equip your armies with game-changing relics until your run is over. Or jump into PvP. and duke it out with other players on maps inspired by some of the most legendary maps and battlegrounds found in World of Warcraft. You can even join a guild and work together with your friends towards some super special shared rewards.
I love chat, man. The shit you guys say is funny as fuck.
That's just what we have in the game right now. We have so much more coming. For starters, we're going to be releasing a new mini with each season. And that also starts right now. Season 1 of Warcraft Rumble is live.
It's almost WoW though, boys.
The latest addition to our growing roster of minis is none other than the Banshee Queen herself, Sylvanas. We're also working on even more ways for you to play with or against your friends. And that includes the biggest challenge in all of Rumble.
Amy, we all have blue balls at this point.
Make sure to join our Warcraft Rumblings panel later today to hear all about raids and what else we have in store for the future of this game. Now, Blizzcon, before I go, I just wanted to let you know, the team and I, many of whom are here in Anaheim with us right now, we love playing strategy games. And we set out to make a game that harkens back to our RTS roots, where Warcraft began almost 30 years ago.
The fuck?
It was really made out of a genuine love for Warcraft by people with deep roots in the universe.
Bro, it's a tower defense game. It's not fucking Warcraft 3. What are you talking about?
In Warcraft Rumble.
Wow.
Thank you so much, Blizzcon. Enjoy the chaos, and we'll see you in game.
Unironically, this guy thinks that fucking Warcraft Rumble is Warcraft 3 or some shit.
Executive producer, World of Warcraft, Holly Longdale.
Oh, here we go. Classic Plus, boys. Classic Plus. Here we go. Here we go. Classic Plus. Here we go, boys. Here we go.
Wow. What's up, Blizzcon?
Wow, she looks fucking stunning, actually. I love her outfit.
Oh, I'm so excited to see you all here. This is fantastic. Well, can you believe we've been playing World of Warcraft for almost 20 years?
Yep. She looks fantastic.
You know,
it's a cool outfit.
2004 was a while ago, right? You know, some of us, we waited in those lines for those midnight releases and got our discs. Yeah!
Yep. I did the whole standing in the line.
To install those WoW discs one by one.
Yep. I did that too. That took a while.
Across nearly 2 decades, players all over the world have taken part in the stories of Jaina, Sylvanas,
Yeah.
Arthas, and Thrall. And of course, so many others. And together, we've jumped through the portal into Outland. We sailed off into Northrend, and we watched Sargeras stab the world with that sword. During that time, gaming has changed, and you have changed, and so have we, particularly in the past year. The entire team across both Modern and Classic have embraced their communities. We are truly listening to your voices and taking action. My friends at Blizzcon, now is the perfect time to prepare to close chapters, open new ones, and double down on why we all fell in love with World of Warcraft in the first place.
This is starting to worry me.
With that in mind, let's get to it. As many of you know, WoW Classic was born out of the community's passion. And of course, most of you know that still drives us today. Like just in August, inspired by our community, we released Classic Hardcore. So, in Hardcore, you only get one life. And if you die, you may laugh, you may cry, you may have to replace the keyboard, but you go again. We've loved watching you take on the challenge or die trying. And because the hardcore community has asked, the team is planning to add a new way to play hardcore early next year.
Which way?
And last month in Wrath Classic, we released the Fall of the Lich King patch.
What's the new way to play hardcore?
And while there's still more to come in Wrath, earlier this year, we looked at your feedback to think about where are we gonna go next.
Don't fucking say
we read
Cataclysm.
through a lot, and I mean a lot of your feedback on social media forums, and we sent out surveys to our players. And here at BlizzCon, we're happy to announce Cataclysm is coming.
Me.
And it's coming with #changes based on your feedback, just like you'd expect from Classic. So now, let's jump into the Wayback Machine and get a reminder of all things Cataclysm.
Why would you? This is such a fucking Albro. Alright, let's see. Maybe they're actually bringing all the removed content. Respect for actually making a new cinematic for this.
There is no hope, no future, all life.
Yeah, respect for actually doing a different cinematic.
Sons and daughters of Gilneas, hold the barricade! Do not give them an inch!
Imagine if this was the graphics in WoW. Like the proper WoW graphics, game graphics. Fucking imagine that. That would not be bad, actually.
Neltharion, it is time to end this.
All Azeroth shall burn. Everyone succumbs in the end. Deathwing has sundered this world so that its true lords may return. You dare trespass into my domain? Die!
Dude, unironically, I would play the shit out of WoW if it looked like this. Yeah, this is a really good trailer. I'll tell you guys afterwards why I think Cataclysm is a massive L. I'll explain it afterwards.
End of all things. I am the Cataclysm.
All right. Yeah, the cinematic looked phenomenal. This is true.
Get ready, my friends, because I love the passion, by the way. Get ready, my friends, because the road to Deathwing's destruction is coming in the first half of next year.
Okay.
All right. Now, over the past 4 years of Classic, we've watched you master the vanilla experience, and we've loved it. So much, in fact, that we thought we'd add some unique flavor with a seasonal note and a dash of discovery. Season of Discovery is vanilla WoW with a spicy twist. You're going to discover new secrets as you scour the world and find class-altering abilities.
Oh, here we go. Classic
Have you ever
Plus?
wondered what it might be like to be a tanking warlock?
Classic Plus?
Or take on the role of a mage healer?
Oh, here we go, boys.
In Season of Discovery, you can.
Yeah, bitch. That is a W, bro.
The season is going to launch with an initial level cap of 25. And when you hit that max level, you'll be met with the brand new level 25 endgame. You'll discover a brand new 10-player Black Fathom Deeps raid with new and reimagined bosses, mechanics, and of course, rewards.
Shit!
Then, after a couple of months, we'll raise the level cap a bit. You'll find even more endgame content, and so it will go. If you're here at BlizzCon, you can play the Black Fathom Deeps raid.
Wow! Unironically, W. Unironically, a massive W, boys.
So, if you love Classic or just a little intrigued about what exactly a Warlock tank can do, check it out. For all of you watching online, don't worry. You won't have to wait long to play. Because we want you to discover all of the secrets together, there will be no public testing. WoW Classic Season of Discovery launches in a few short weeks on November 30th.
Oh, I know what we're doing in December, boys. I know what we're doing December.
For more information on the Season of Discovery and Cataclysm, don't miss the Classic panel this afternoon.
Yeah, I'll be there.
All right, now it's time to talk to my Dragon Riders in Modern WoW.
All right.
Our team remains committed to giving you meaningful game updates about every 8 weeks with more content sprinkled in between. We really want Azeroth to feel alive and the home you want to come back to no matter how you play. Our next major update, Guardians of the Dream, is going live in just 5 days. I want to give a shout out to my elves. It is finally our time. 1 week later, Season 3 will start with the last raid of the expansion, Amirdrasil, the Dream's Hope. There we will have our final showdown with Firak and defend our new world tree. But fear not, that's not the end of our time in the Dragon Isles. There's a lot more to come in Dragonflight.
10.3, 10.35.
As both the epilogue of this story and the bridge to our next one.
Yep, 10.3.
Like I said earlier, we are evolving. We are changing our approach to this big, beautiful game and how we look ahead to new chapters.
Okay.
BlizzCon, it's time for a new adventure. One that has grown from the very seeds of what captured our hearts when we first set foot in Azeroth. For veteran players, the last 20 years have led us to this. And for those who have yet to join us, now is the time. And who better to talk about the first step in this journey?
Chris Mason! Chris Mason! Let's go!
Than someone who carved the path in the first place.
Yes!
Everyone, please welcome my friend and the executive creative director of the Warcraft universe.
Let's go, Chris!
Metzen.
Let's go! Let's go, boys! Woohoo! Yeah, bitches! Here we go! For the Horde, for the Alliance, bro. We need to hear it.
What up, BlizzCon?
Yeah!
Holy smokes! Horde, where you at? Alliance! BlizzCon,
has won!
All right. That's good enough.
Holy smokes, thank you. Thank you.
That's good enough.
It is,
It's good to see you in the game, boys.
Thank you, guys. It has been a long, strange trip to get back to this spot. I tell you that. It has been interesting this past year being back under the hood of World of Warcraft. It has reminded me of a few things. One, I love Warcraft.
All right.
Number two, you know what? I really missed this work. And number three, on the real, it feels amazing to be back and part of this Blizzard family again.
Okay.
As Holly said a bit ago, next year is the 20th anniversary of World of Warcraft. I can't even believe it. Whatever. How many of y'all have been playing from the beginning?
19 years, though. Not 20. 19, sadly.
Crazy. So given that... What was that? Doesn't matter. We started thinking, so what next?
Yeah, what next?
What expansion hook? What single storyline could possibly match such a historic occasion? We started thinking about, well, I did, the good old days, right?
Yeah.
And some of those early mythic ideas that kind of established the background of Warcraft. Started thinking about even some of the newer ideas that have played out more recently, but still in a way,
Don't think about those.
feel a little unresolved.
Yeah, of course.
And in the mix of all that stuff, in the mix of all those ideas, particular things like, what the hell has Magni actually been babbling about all these years?
Yeah.
Was the thing that he came to warn us about in Battle for Azeroth, did it actually play out? Or is there potentially something darker still looming on the horizon? I don't know. Will there eventually be an apocalyptic confrontation between the forces of the light and the void?
Yeah, bitch!
Talk to me, Blizzcon. I'll tell you what, for nothing, my pally Maine, I'm all in on that kind of thing if it happens. It's gonna happen.
All right.
And really the big question for all the marbles, what have the Titans actually been doing since the dawn of civilization? What is the real purpose of all of their cute little installations slammed into the side of the planet?
Yeah,
Do we know everything we need to know about their real intentions?
No, we do
for
not.
Our world.
We do not.
Just saying.
I'm just answering, bro.
BlizzCon. All of these hooks and 100 more. 68, carry the 2. A bunch more. All cooking in the pot. Started to reveal a storyline.
Okay. What's that story?
Something epic. How epic? Real.
Dude, I love this guy. We needed
Storyline
him.
that in almost every way feels like the culmination of the first 20 years of our storytelling. A storyline provided we do our jobs, we do the thing that will vector us into the next 20 years of adventure.
I'm here. I'm here for this. What are we doing? Maddie, I feel edged at the moment.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Yes.
We call this storyline the World Soul Saga.
Oh, shit. Wait, what do you mean?
The World Soul Saga is so epic, as we covered. It cannot be contained within any single expansion. It is built to play out over multiple expansions over the next few years.
That's what I've always said they should do. I've always said they should do this. Yes. Yes. Fucking finally.
We are working on multiple ways to deliver this adventure to you a little faster than you're used to.
Uh-huh.
We're not going to get into it at this BlizzCon, forgive me. But keep your ears peeled. I assure you, we are moving with purpose. And the last thing we really want is for y'all to have your grandkids controlling your mouse and your keyboard trying to wrap this thing up. So
I'll be okay with that.
It's coming. Also, given the scale of this monster, we have decided to change it up today. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun.
Whilst going free to play.
Instead of just debuting your next expansion all on its lonesome, we have decided to give you a glimpse at your next 3 expansion sets.
Fuck, boys! Let's go! Oh, shit! Here we go. I just came in my pants.
Does this meet with your approval, BlizzCon?
Yes, it does indeed. I'm here. I came. I won.
Friends, I'm gonna warn you, there may be mild spoilers ahead.
I'm fine. Spoil me.
Actually, I'm just kidding. They ain't mild. Buckle up.
Let's go.
Are you ready, BlizzCon? The first part of the World Soul Saga and your 10th expansion is called World of Warcraft: The War Within.
Oh, shit. It's war, boys! It's called war. It's in the fucking name. There's no way it can fail.
You will be descending into the heart of Azeroth itself, exploring new subterranean kingdoms, and engaging with ancient cultures like the Earthen and the terrifying Nerubians of Arsh-Kahet.
All right. All right.
But as the forces of darkness close in around our precious world soul, you, yeah, that's you, will be called to do what you always do, which is dispense indiscriminate justice upon all those who got it coming.
All right.
Talk to me, BlizzCon. The second part of the World Soul Saga is called World of Warcraft: Midnight.
Oh, shit. Bro, I'm fucking hyped for that.
In this chapter, you will be returning, ready, to the old world.
Oh, shit, wait.
To the fabled lands of Quel'Thalas.
Oh, crap.
There, the forces of the Void have invaded Azeroth, intent on snuffing out the light of the Sunwell and plunging the world into darkness and fear.
Yes, I'm here for this.
Will not only help reunify the scattered elven tribes of Azeroth, but you will make your stand with the forces of the light and banish the shadow.
I don't want to stand with the light. Fuck, that's the only part I don't like. I don't want to stand with the light. I don't like the light.
Of course, BlizzCon, it is Azeroth. Things may not go to plan.
Uh-huh.
things may just spiral wildly out of control,
I would
leading
hope
us
so.
to the third part of the World Soul Saga. World of Warcraft, the last Titan.
Oh, shit! The Titans are dying?
In this chapter, you will again be returning to the old world, this time to the wintry lands of Northrend.
Oh.
And there,
Oh
at
my
Ulduar,
God.
you will bear witness to the return of the Titans to Azeroth. And there, you will uncover a vast conspiracy.
Yeah.
One that stretches throughout the history of the world. One that will challenge everything you think you know about the Titans.
The Titans aren't real
intentions,
Titans. Azeroth
and the
is the only
true
real Titan
nature
left.
of Azeroth
The
itself.
Titans are constructs that was built after the Titans died.
In time, my friend, in time.
That's it.
And it's called Silithus. There you go.
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't it be?
BlizzCon, my hope, our dear hope, is that you can see when it comes to WoW storytelling, we ain't screwing around.
Yeah, I'm ready for this. You got me fucking hyped, bro.
We are playing for all the marbles. We are working to establish a thundering heartbeat for this franchise. Now.
We missed you, bro. We missed you.
Now, BlizzCon. Hearken to me.
I'm here.
Always wanted to say that. Thank you. Whether you are a current player, and I'm going to bet that most of you are, or maybe you jumped off the WoW train a few expansions ago, now is the time to come home.
Okay. Okay.
Now is the time to pull on your boots, pick up your broadsword or your favorite glowy staff, and get in this fight. Friends, Azeroth needs her defenders now more than ever. Now, in a few moments, we are going to give you a deeper look at the war within.
Okay.
But before we do that, I want to leave you with a little something to chew on. I want to remind you all that sometimes very epic things can begin with small, heartfelt moments. What you're about to see is one of those moments. And with that, BlizzCon, proud defenders of Azeroth, let the World Soul Saga begin.
Man, he's a fucking showman. Oh shit. Is that Anduin? Dude, I think that's Anduin.
Anduin.
Yep. What the fuck? He has changed. There seems to be a lot of time that's passed now.
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide. Is that it?
You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions. You've seen them.
I suspect many have lately. Something, someone, is calling out from the heart of the world. Like a voice from a dream.
It's Azeroth.
Something dark is coming, Anduin. The world needs your light again. My son.
I am not that person anymore. I have no light. Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done.
You are not your past, Anduin. I trust you.
Hear me.
Oh, shit, that's Azeroth's voice, that is.
They're getting worse.
Azeroth just said, hear me.
Look. Whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet. But that sword was aimed at someone.
Fuck me, dude. Look at that thing. Oh, shit. Okay, I am ready. Oh, I am ready for this. Holy shit. That was good.
I guess
That
we're
was
not
good.
ignoring that sword anymore. I do have to say, though, every time I see that cinematic, and I've seen it many times, it gets me right in my heart. It feels like a new beginning, and it feels like coming home. And we are so excited about where we are going. And now that you've seen or heard the overview for the World So Saga, let's talk about the war within.
Yeah.
As we all gather and explore beneath the surface, we'll find an ancient Nerubian civilization. They will be led by someone we were first introduced to in Legion, Xal'atath, a harbinger of the void.
The fuck?
The void brings destruction and darkness that threatens all light in our world. The last time we saw Xal'atath, she promised we would meet again. And it turns out she was right.
Are we seeing her?
Anduin, Thrall, and others share the same visions emanating from the heart of the world. Some are seeing something quite different.
Okay. What the fuck, bro?
My visions are not the same as the others. No radiance, no song. Just the shadow. taunting me. From below.
Okay. Oh, I am so ready, boys. Is that Isles of Dawn? Oh, shit. The Ringing Deeps. This looks fantastic. Hello, 4. Dude, this is all inside Azeroth. Look at the sword. Look at the fucking sword. Forge your warband. What? Master hero talents. Wait, what is this? Okay, dynamic flying. We already knew this was coming. It seems like some kind of dragon or treasure hunting, some kind of thing. Yeah.
The fate of our world rests upon the edge of a knife. And our battle lies deep within.
Oh, she looks phenomenal, though. Damn. Xalatath looks fine, bro. Yeah, I would marry Xalatath, 100%.
Alongside beautiful, unique underground zones, we will have challenging dungeons and raids and some new features, too, that are built to last. If you like exploring on your own with a couple of friends or family, we have delves. These are a variety of bite-sized experiences for 1 to 5 players that will offer endgame rewards. You may also find in your delve a familiar character who'd be willing to fight alongside you. And if you're like me and you have an obsession with alts, we have warbands. With this feature, you could treat all of your characters like family and share banks, reputations, transmogs.
Oh, shit! Bro! Hell yeah, bro! That's fucking cool!
We're also introducing a new layer of customization for your class specs with hero talents. You might want to take your character down the path of a Dark Ranger, let's say, or a Farseer, and more.
Did she just say Dark Ranger?
Also, during your travels underground, you will meet the Earthen Dwarves, and you'll be able to unlock them as our new allied race.
Bro, what the fuck?
I mean, who doesn't love a dwarf? The facial hair options are spectacular. There's so much more to talk about, so please join the What Next panel that's coming up right after the opening ceremony right here. What I can tell you, though, is that the call to get into the fight to save our world will ring out when The War Within releases next year.
Okay. When next year? Do we know? Or?
And lastly, I sincerely want to say, we are so excited to begin this new journey with you. And from our hearts to yours, thank you for bringing our world to life.
Thank you for doing this. Thank you for finally fucking doing this. Oh my god, boys. Hearts in chat.
With his own note of thanks, Mike Ibarra.
What's up, Mike?
Thank you to all the teams who presented today. There really is so much to look forward over the next 2 days. And this is only the beginning. I can't wait to walk the halls of all of Anaheim with all of you. It is truly a joy to be here with the Blizzard team and our players. Blizzcon, be great to each other and enjoy the show.
Bro. Let's just quickly talk about this, because what we just witnessed is fucking huge, man. Disruptor, by the way, 22 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Mongukuk, thank you so much. 4 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is everything. everything we could have ever asked for.
BlizzCon 2023 would like to thank our partners.
Vixterian, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Xbox, power your dreams.
I'm just gonna put this more quiet because we're waiting for the next part of this. But I will say, I have said since Legion that one of the things that Blizzard misses is long-term storytelling. The idea that stories sort of, you know, start and have to end in a single expansion causes what we see, right? It causes this rush that they sometimes have to skip a bunch of steps just to get to the, like, actual next end of the story so that they can get the next stuff up and running. If you plan ahead for like 3 expansions, you have a story that you're telling over 3 expansions, you have so much more freedom in how you actually want to tell that like that story. And now you don't have to do the whole headline storytelling. So this is massive. This is like huge, huge, huge shit, which I think is insane. Account-wide alts, like literally a war band formed with all of your alts. Bags are shared across all of your alts. Dude, and I'm not even sure what else. It's probably going to be some kind of progression share between all of them as well. I mean, how hyped is that? And then the thing that I think stood out to me most. What is this?
We thank you.
Will you save us?
Oh, this is some Xbox stuff, I think.
Make them suffer.
Yeah, it might be Diablo 4 stuff. James, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The thing that I'm sort of most hyped for, so Jolly kind of, she skipped over this, or she just sort of floated over this, but it is Holly just, it is an important thing. She mentioned that the features they're working on are all long-form or long-term features. So when she mentioned delves, for example, I don't think the plan is that delves are going to be an expansion-specific feature. I think it's a feature that is built to last. So it is a feature that once it's added to the game, it's a feature that will always be in the game, and you'll be able to just keep adding to it and keep making things happen with it. So I think just really awesome. Like, really awesome. Because it creates so much potential for more features like that to be added. And just more things to be able to do in the game. Right? Jasmine, how you doing? Caesar, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Giorgio, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Very happy to have you guys here. I wish I could have seen Akalon's reaction with the Lost Titan announcement. I was losing my shit. I'll have it up right after this, by the way. Like, as soon as we're done with the wow, what's next, I'll go offline and I'll start editing this shit. Because, yeah, I have to like, get these videos ready. So they're retiring Warfront type content. Reiterating. Kimmy, well, I don't know. It's an interesting conversation to be had. Why are we going back to the old world? Is this basically Blizzard's like how Blizzard is going to revamp the whole of the old world by just taking us back to the old world, right? That's effectively what I think is going to happen here. Warbound sound incredibly interesting. Delves sound incredibly interesting. I can honestly say I think this is the first time in years that I have actually been hyped for one of the expansions. Like, all of the other expansions have just sort of been, oh shit, it's something new. Maybe this one will be good. But they've said so many good things. Now it all just comes down to implementation. Can they actually deliver on this? Because it's there. The hype is fucking there. I don't know if there is a single human being that could watch this that we just saw and not be hyped out of their fucking brains of this. Like, now compare this to the Dragonflight cinematic. Like, after the Dragonflight cinematic, most of us were just sort of like, oh, that's, I mean, That's fine. You know, it's not great. It's like whatever. Whereas this actually gets you into that. Fuck it. Take my money. I'll pre-purchase right now. Let's fucking go. By the way, I'm gonna pre-purchase anyways because I have to own the game regardless of fucking anything. So I'll pre-purchase anyways. But at the end of the day, you know, I'm sort of speaking from the position of just a normal player. I don't know how you could have watched this and not at least be a little hyped, you know? At least a little bit. And yeah, the Dark Ranger stuff, I have to be honest, the whole hero talents thing, dude, now we're starting to talk about some interesting shit, right? Now we're starting to talk about some really interesting shit here. Because effectively, what does this mean for characters in World of Warcraft? Does this mean that their experiment for Classic Plus, so to speak, is something that they're eventually going to try and play with in WoW? Right? That's going to be the big question. Because if they can you imagine if you could eventually build your Warlock as a fucking tank in retail WoW? Like, bro. But we've already seen this, Talus. We've watched this. Why do you want to watch it again?
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide. Is that it?
You needed time.
I'm still subbed, so, you know.
We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions.
So I'll say this. Like,
I suspect many.
I'll say this about this cinematic. Yes, the emotional thing, right? Which is sort of what Blizzard have been trying to pull this emotional nonsense literally since BFA, right? Since BFA, Blizzard have tried super hard to get us to buy into their cinematics. And the problem is most of those cinematics fall completely flat because they don't fucking matter. Like, think back to Farak and Marithra's son. Yeah? Most people didn't even know who the fuck the green dragon was that Farak caught until he said, "Your dear mother." Yeah? So why the fuck would I care about this character? I don't even know who the hell he was. Like, how was he captured? How did this happen? How did he end up in that situation? I don't know. Last time I saw Farak, he was burning shit down and I was fighting some of these demons. Like, who gives a shit, right? The reason this one isn't that, the reason you can't just go, wow, emotions, oh my god, this is so sappy. Firstly, these are two very well-established characters in World of Warcraft. We have known Thrall and Anduin for literally pretty much decades at this point, right? I don't think it's too overblown to say decades. We have known these two characters for a very, very long time. We also know what Anduin has been through. We saw what he has been through. And now we know that Anduin doesn't want to return. He has no interest in being anywhere near anyone else. Yeah? But what's more important is how they play off of this emotional moment, right? I'm going to show you guys now, right? Because we can skip the live once this, but I'll show you guys quickly what I'm talking about. Rax and Rax, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Is calling out from the heart of the world. Like a voice from a dream.
Lerato Vodon, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Spocalypse, thanks for the sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate channel on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Needs your light again. My son.
I will watch all of this because I know a lot of you really want this. Yes, the quality, I have missed the CGI cinematics, gotta be fucking honest.
I'm not that person anymore.
Marcus, thanks for the sub, man. Really appreciate that. welcome to the most generous channel on Twitch. Thank you, sir.
Not after what I've seen.
Old Manera, thanks. 4 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Done.
Dude, this is what we wanted. CGI cinematics. Fuck yeah. Hearts in chat for that, man.
You are not your past, Anduin. I trust you.
So the reason that is actually chosen incredibly well is what was the last words that Sylvanas said to Sauerfang. I trusted you. Now Thrall is saying to Anduin, I trust you. Remember, that was the last thing that Anduin heard Sylvanas say to Sauerfang. That was one of the last moments that led to just absolute misery for Anduin. So really, really well done. Satirus, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. I guess the point I'm trying to make, the reason the emotional depth of the cinematic, why it doesn't bother me, is the emotions make sense. In a lot of the other cinematics, actually in all of the cinematics that we got in Shadowlands, all of the cinematics that we've gotten in Dragonflight, the emotions didn't make sense. The characters made it seem like this is an incredibly emotional moment, but as a viewer, you were just sort of sitting there going, oh, yeah, all right, so you're crying about stuff. That's fine. I don't really know what we're crying about because I'm not even fucking sure how we got here. Whereas these emotions make sense. And there's nothing wrong with emotions in stories, but they have to make sense. There needs to be potential and proper build-up in order for us to understand it. Yes, someone perfectly said they didn't earn that emotional response. They were looking for an emotional response that they did not earn. They have not deposited the funds into the players' bank accounts to actually award them or reward them with an emotional response.
Hear me.
And that is the moment that makes, you see, that twist. So here we are, we're having this super emotional moment, and it's very heavy and very in your face, and then in a flash, it turns into, oh shit, when you hear Azeroth's voice. When you hear Azeroth's fucking voice, bro.
Hear me.
Hear me. Oh my god, bro. Wifing with the 7 community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat. Hearts in chat for the 7 community subs. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Hear me. It is a Hydaelyn. I was immediately thinking Final Fantasy XIV because Hydaelyn kind of says this to the player in the beginning. Hear me. Hear me. But it works. There's nothing wrong with this.
They're getting worse. Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet.
I know who it is. I could tell you, Thrall, just send me a message.
Was aimed at some.
This is where it works. This is why this entire emotional thing works, because it builds up. You have this entire emotional thing and the player is just strung along with it. And then you have this fucking moment that we've all been waiting for. And it works because we've wanted this. Like, be honest, isn't this what we have wanted? Like, we've wanted to see this.
But that sword was aimed at someone.
Those words, bro. And that sword was aimed at someone. Dude, how fucking ominous is that? Like, genuinely, how ominous is that, bro? Who screams that in the audio when it goes over the sword? I don't know if there's a scream that goes over the sword. Called it yesterday. They have to do something with the sword. Well, yeah, obviously they have to do something with the sword, but what's gonna matter to me? Like I said at the beginning of the stream, what's gonna matter to me far more than what is done with the sword is how they do something with the sword. Now, I am very... Sue Jackson, thank you for the sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I like the fact that we still see the sword in the world. Like, you all saw that one... like, that one scene, right? That plays out. Aleki, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What I want to see more of... I want to see this sword play out over multiple expansions. And we need to be a part of that fucking story. It can't be a thing of, you know, we just get a cinematic and that cinematic says, oh, by the way, we've removed the sword. That's bullshit. That will not work. That will be a terrible thing. So, I find it funny that Chris we have all these stories. I was like, yes, they're gonna finish loose ends. Nope. Bro, I am so fucking hyped. I have not been this hyped in such a long time. Looks so good with the brief glimpse. British Gold J. Yep. Already dipped, though. Like, she's my bitch. You guys need to find yourself some other girls. I've got Xalatath, and I also have Sylvanas. You guys can have anyone else you want. I'm marrying Xalatath and Sylvanas. Like, fuck you all, right? Streamer privilege or whatever. Go scream to your representatives or whatever. I don't care. But I call dibs. Zali waifu? Bro, why wouldn't you, right? Xalatath waifu? Why not? The only thing that bugs me to fuck is the fact that we're gonna join the light in helping to fight the void. That bothers me. I don't want that. Jamakazi with the 15 months. Part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. I don't know if did I miss something else? Oh shit, Troubleshooter with the 5 community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat. Hearts in chat. Really appreciate the 5 community subs, bro. It's mine and Tarana. You can have Taranda. You can have Jaina. That's fine. I'll take Xalatath and Sylvanas. Why not? Look, I don't give a fuck, bro. I have always been a Sylvanas simp. I've said this before. I'll simp for Sylvanas. She's hot. Illidan better return. I think Illidan will return. The Titans are coming back. Why wouldn't Illidan come back as well? A Chroma strategy. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Drillman with the 10 community subs. Hearts in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Really appreciate you, Drillman. Thank you, thank you, thank you, brother. Nice. I buy the new WoW expansion right away. Dude, why wouldn't you? It looks fucking sick. It does. Zoidberg, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm hyped, man. I think this is what we needed. We needed Chris Mason back, bros. We needed Chris Mason back. Because he seems to be the only one that fucking understands how to like, he understands the players. I think I'm coming back to WoW Apocalypse. Yeah, let's go, bro. I may just start another fucking guild and get raiding again. If this is actually, like, if this expansion is actually good, I may just start raiding again. I'm really hoping that this expansion delivers like you've never seen before. And he is such a showman. He is such a showman. No, it will not be on NA. There's no fucking way I'm going to be starting a character on NA. Why would I do that? It's Kazakh, bro. EU all the way. Gorefield, yeah, but we are sort of dealing with putting to rest a lot of things. Did you guys notice the name, by the way? The Lost Titan. What's happening with the Titans? What is happening with the Titans? The Lost Titan. Now, he never said that the Titans are dying. Be placed with the 5 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate ya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He never said the Titans are dying. My speculation, and I said it when he announced it, my theory, we are going to find out that the Titans are not actually Titans. They're constructs. The first ones saw as the beings that was Azeroth, and they modeled their creations, the Titans, after those beings, so like Azeroth. But they are not beings like Azeroth. They are created inside Zereth Ordis. That's why it's called the Lost Titan. Azeroth truly is the lost of her kind, and no, she is not a Titan. She is the original. That's what I think. Wyfern with the 10 community subs. What the fuck's going on? Is Wyfern and Dreneman chasing each other again to see who can gift the most subs? Because I'm here for that. I don't mind that at all. Dumpster Dan, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mythology. I mean, it's a speculation theory that I've had for a long time, right? Where that... Okay, so the reason I'm obviously biased on this, right? Because it is my speculation theory. It's been my theory for literally forever. I fundamentally believe that the Titans did not and were not born in the way that they claim they were. Adam 3Comp, thank you so much. 7 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so if you think about this, we know that the Titans have a Zereth realm. The Zereth realm is called Zereth Ordis, right? Dumpster Dan, thank you so much for the sub, man. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Vexterin, thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tyrant King, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we know that they have a Zereth realm. What do we know about Zereth realms? What happened in Zereth Mortis? Chat. We'll check out the Euro talents in a second.
Welcome to the rice fields, mother.
Oh shit. Dreneman with the 5 community subs. Really appreciate that. Hearts in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, thank you, thank you, bro. So what do we know about Zereth realms? The Eternal Ones are constructs that were created within the Zereth realm. Zereth Mortis. They were not born. They are not natural to our world. They were created. Why then, if the Titans have their own Zereth realm, why would it be different for them? Remember, the Titans say that they are born within planets. If that's true, why the fuck are they created in Zereth realms? The two, in my opinion, is mutually exclusive. I think the Titans claimed that story in order to make themselves appear as if they are part of this universe, part of this creation. Their idea was, no, I believe Argus is exactly like Azeroth. I believe Argus is like Azeroth. That's why Sargeras chose Argus. Because a normal Titan, upon death, would return to Zereth Ordis. A normal Titan upon death would not return to the Shadowlands. It would return to Zeroth Ordis. Argus, on the other hand, wouldn't. Argus, being part of the natural system, would return or would go to the natural place of death. Now, of course, there's an arbiter that was built between the natural place of death and the ordered system of death. So Argus went through the fucking arbiter and took the arbiter offline because the arbiter should not be there in the natural scheme of things. This throws a lot of doubt on what the first ones are, because there's a good chance that the first ones are not actually our friends, and they aren't the first ones that created everything. They're just the first ones that arrived here and decided to imprison and enslave the entire system. So the Titans claim that they were born exactly the same way as Azeroth was, but they weren't. All of these engines and constructs, remember what Metzen said, we're going to find out what all of these little contraptions are that they built all over the planet. And we're going to find out their true motives for building these things. Remember Sylvanas' last words. This world is a prison. I think she was being literal. I think Sylvanas was being literal. Our entire world is a prison. It's built to contain one thing, Azeroth. Because Azeroth is the battery that the Titans and the First Ones basically tap in order to run their system. All of their systems, you know, the system, the Eternal Ones and their Ouroboros, and all of the lands of the Eternal Ones, the Zeroth realms, they're all powered through Azeroth. They pull her energy out of her and power their own realms with it. And they built this system so that none of the Azerite and none of the Anima goes missing. So they can keep all of that power of our souls to themselves and keep it within the system. That's the cycle that we're going to break. That is why it's called the Lost Titan. Wyfin with the 4 community subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Deed Free Thomas, thanks for the follows. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hearts in chat for Wyfin, ladies and gentlemen. 4 community subs. Really appreciate you. I'm assuming it will be 10 minutes. Yeah, probably 10 minutes, and then we go. Sorry, but they will be... But they will be the narrative Titans bad, Earth Mother good. Azeroth won't be a Titan. She will be something else to fit the leftist narrative that Blizz are arty now. Just take a look at all the male heroes in WoW. They're all weak and emotional. Yeah, Blacksteel, I can't say that because we just saw a phenomenal cinematic with 2 of the male characters. I don't know if Chris Metzen is as woke, if I'm honest. If you look at the games and the universes that he likes, he just likes good stories. So I don't think Chris Metzen would go that route, to be honest. Oh, you guys have no idea. Just this one half-an-hour little segment, not even half-an-hour segment from... Yeah, I've got like 7 speculation videos. You guys are going to be eating good for the next 2 weeks, so don't fucking worry about that. I've already got videos lined up. Like, as I'm sitting here talking to you, I've got videos playing out. I'm like, oh yeah, I could do this. Oh my god, this could happen. This is actually something that could happen. Don't worry about it. You guys are going to be eating good for the next 2 weeks. Like, this is what I want. Like, I fucking live on this shit. See Andrew being sad and call him woke, even though he literally went through an actually traumatic experience. It's not the sadness that I think people call woke. It's there's a move in Blizzard, right, that a lot of people notice. It's sort of the anti, Christy Golden called Anduin literally the opposite of what a toxic male is. And the problem is that what she identified as toxic male appears to just be, you know, male. You know, any man that isn't just standing aside appears to be toxic in her opinion. So it sort of seeped into a lot of other things, right? That a lot of people disliked. There's nothing wrong with emotions. I love this cinematic just now. But there is a thing, you know, with women being turned into fruit bowls and shit. Because why wouldn't you, right? Like, what's wrong with the female body? That's still something that's so fucking wild to me. Like, you have a picture of a woman looking sexy, and you decide to turn it into a fruit bowl. And it's like, dude, the fuck? When did the nuns start running the company? What are you talking about? Like, of course, woman is allowed to be sexy. I literally asked this on Twitter. I did this sort of, you know, just, it's not even a poll. Poll would be a bit fucking huge, I guess, or would be a bit grandiose, let's call it. But I asked them, okay, I have to get past all the fights. I've been fighting with a lot of people on Twitter. It's been a busy day. I woke up and I chose violence pretty much from the get-go. Here we go. So I asked this on Twitter, and I just went, ladies, do sexy female characters in video games bother you? Do you have a problem with female characters being sexualized? And if so, why? Vast majority, actually, all of the responses were, no, I actually don't play games if the female characters aren't sexy. And sexualization or characters being sexualized is actually not a problem. Most people don't mind that. There's some people that, you know, obviously scream about bullshit, but sexualized characters don't matter. What matters is when a character is sexualized for no other reason than just to be sexualized. And that's something that bothers me as well. I'm not even a woke person, but if the only reason you have this character wearing next to no clothes is so that the character can wear next to no clothes, that's stupid as fuck. Right? Like, what's the purpose? Well, what story? How does this fit the story? Right? As long as the character and what the character is doing fits into the story, or at least fits with their character, that is perfectly fine. And I think most people don't mind that. And then, of course, I think the other thing that can be problematic for people is when you have games or stories that literally sexualize just from one perspective. So you have this, you know, you have a lot of eye candy for the men, but you have almost no eye candy for the woman, right? Now, in this, I think it becomes a little bit more difficult because usually what women find attractive is very different to what men find attractive. Like, you basically just need hips, and most men are like, ah. Right? Like, that's it, right? You just need nice hips, and most men just fucking brain goes, for a while, right? Just trying to figure out how the fuck to think again. For women, I think it's a little different. It's a lot more the character and then also the look on top of it. And, you know, to some extent, how they handle themselves, I think, is something that you need to do for females in your game as well. So, yes, that's fine. But what none of us want, and I do think I speak for the vast majority of the player base, do any of you really want a game that isn't sexual at all? So there's no sexy female characters. There's no sexy male characters. Everyone is dressed like a nun. Is that really what you guys want? Like, is that actually something that you guys would want to see? Luna Groot, how you doing? Yeah, I'm hyped as well. Just freaking the fuck out at the minute. Tyranny, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. DL Myth, thanks for the Prime sub, man. Really appreciate that. 8 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And WoW Classic Plus with tanking. Bro, we're going to be playing that all throughout December. Black Steel, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And just look at Pong, JK. Sex is a very cheap way to tell a story. Sex is only a cheap way to tell a story if you use it cheaply. There is nothing cheap about sex if used correctly. If you use sex correctly, you can actually make it elevate the story. Yeah, I'm super hyped for the new expansion, by the way, guys. Moldozer, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know. I love boob stew. Not gonna lie. One of my favorite things. Sex can bankrupt you? True. I want a sexy Warhammer for my ridiculously photogenic paladin. Looking forward to Aqua videos in the future. Deep dive in the lore. Now we just need to hope that they keep delivering on it. That's literally it, right? If they can keep delivering on it, that's literally all we need right now. The thing about Mason, I can tell that Mason actually cares about this shit. Like, when Mason stood up there and, you know, spoke about this, you could tell that he cares. You could tell that he fucking cares. He lives for this shit. Get back to work. Fun watch party. Britgirl J, thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate that. If you're in Britain, why the hell are you working at this time of night? Like, what the fuck? Shouldn't you be off work already? We have to deal with that sword eventually. Yeah. Fuck. Finally, right? I'm missing messages. Hold up, chat. I'm missing messages. Deed Free, thank you so much. How you doing? Akalon, love your content on YouTube. Glad I catch you on one of your lives. Very happy to have you here, especially on this night. This is a really cool evening. Pikurku, how you doing? Yeah, shift work most likely. To be fair, there's not many businesses here in South Africa that you would do shift work in the evening. Zero Kool-Aid, how you doing, brother? I wonder if there is another time skip off the Dragonflight. Based on how Anduin looks, I'm gonna say they skip a fucking bit. Hey, Anduin looks old as fuck, bro. Hey, he looks like he's they're probably early 30s almost. Isn't he younger than that, Apocalypse? I'm not entirely sure how old he would be now.
But it didn't take long to realize that with the right friends, everything would change.
How much Anduin look like his voice actor Josh? That's probably what they went for. Just because it makes the CGI a lot easier if they just make him look like Josh. Yeah, he was very young in vanilla. That is true. Dude, I am so excited. Not just for retail WoW, but also for fucking also for Classic Plus. That's gonna be hyped as fuck as well. Amondial, thank you so much. 4 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Moldozer, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Luna Groot, how you doing? You'd want the face model to somewhat match the voice actor, yes. It makes the workflow of mocap to lip sync and animation much easier to get to look good. Yeah. I watched the cinematic, not cinematic, a documentary of Cyberpunk. And why they decided to go specifically with making most of the in-game actors look very similar to their actual voice actors. And it was that, right? It is much easier to do CGI and mocap if they actually look like the people doing the mocap and the voice acting. You save time, and when it comes to CGI, time is fucking money. That shit. So I don't know if this is still the actual going rate, but the last time I spoke to, like, oh, what's his name? Terran, right? I spoke to Terran about this, and he told us it's $1 million per minute. All things considered. So when you have a CGI cinematic, it is $1 million per minute of CGI. Now, obviously, as technology ages, it is going to become cheaper, but CGI is stupidly fucking expensive. That's all things included, right? That's the actor's cost, that's the mocap stuff, that's all of the dev time, everything, right? But it's $1 million per minute for CGI cinematics. And they take 18 months. 18 months to make. So you can't just throw them together. They take a fucking long time to get off the ground. Kent, thank you so much for joining the DJ Nation. Really appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to know just how deep will warbands actually go? Like, that's going to be a big question for me. Like, what exactly are warbands going to be? Because if it's just sharing bags and being connected to all of your alts, that's actually not bad. It's not a bad thing at all. Because it actually means that if you're farming on one alt, all of your alts have access to all of that shit. And I think that's really, really cool. But I would also like to have a bit more of a connection in terms of renown rewards, maybe linking all of the renown together. So no matter what character you play on, you're basically doing things for all of your characters, you know? Only Kid, 5 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Omen. Game life.
Be characters together to run an AI raid. I would like that. I was wondering about that. I was wondering if you would eventually be able to maybe party up with your alts. Like, imagine that. If for solo players, they could eventually just party up with their alts and just go do delves or even dungeons in an AI sort of thing, right? Only Kid, I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
HyperX. We're all gamers.
Hey, BlizzCon fans. We are about to begin. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Right, I'm ready.
Welcome back to BlizzCon
Korth with the
2023.
$5. Really appreciate you, fam.
There will
With
be
all
a
the compound
series
rep,
of
I'm
8
curious
panels
about
and
these Zero Time things because I
showcasing
want
a
to warden.
variety of exciting new games and updates.
You me both, bro.
Led by some of Blizzard's amazing creators, artists, and designers.
Devin with the $2. Really appreciate you, fam. You mentioned earlier that Classic Cataclysm was a bad move made by Blizzard. What did you mean by that? I'll tell you after this. I'll explain to you why I think Cataclysm is a bad move, but for now, let's go. Oh shit, it's Terran?
4 years have passed since the mortal races gathered together in Anaheim, California.
All right.
And now, the drums of BlizzCon thunder once again. Let me hear the thunder!
Wow, Terran is like really fucking matured, man.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for being here with us today. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the World of Warcraft What's Next panel. My name is Terran Gregory, and as you may have heard, thank you. As you may have heard from Chris during the opening ceremonies, we are at the dawn of a new era of Warcraft.
Yep.
The World Soul Saga. A story that will play out over the next 3 expansions and will take us on an adventure in World of Warcraft like we've never experienced before.
Yeah.
This saga kicks off with the War Within. In this first chapter, our heroes will be called on an expedition to the subterranean depths of Azeroth, revealing a new world full of mystery, wonder, and darkness.
Yep.
There we will confront the shadows below and face new challenges on the battlefield as well as in ourselves. So what is next?
Yeah, what
During
is
this
next?
section, I'll share an overview of the story of the War Within, and then next you'll hear from Maria Hamilton, who will speak to zones and cultures, and then wrapping up with Morgan Day, who will talk about dungeons, the raid, and our new systems. Let's dig in.
I'm here for this.
In our cinematic reveal, did you guys enjoy the cinematic?
Yeah, fucking heavily. Let's go.
Woo. Big shout out to the cinematic team for their work on that. It's just incredible work. We witnessed as Thrall found Anduin Wrynn, who has been wandering alone for the last few years, grappling and lost in his own thoughts and dealing with the experience that he's been through, as many of you may have remembered. Throughout this and our features trailer, we learned two very important developments, starting with these visions. Thrall spoke of a vision calling out from the heart of the world, like a voice from a dream. This radiant song will compel our heroes to investigate its origins, and while at the same time, a darkness has been gathering. Even as the heroes adventured on the Dragon Isles, and in the war within, the mysterious harbinger that Iridikron spoke of will reveal themselves. Xal'atath has returned.
I'm here for that. I'm here for that.
Freed long ago from the black blade that once bound her, she is now the harbinger of a new era of the Void's dark machinations. And her message is clear. The Black Empire has fallen. The old gods are dead. And their ancient blood runs deep within the cracks of the world. We, the heroes of Azeroth, destroyed them.
Yeah.
The forces of the Horde and the Alliance have proven time and again they are among the most powerful armies that have ever stood. The Harbinger has watched this. She is patient. And while the Black Empire failed, Xal'atath now seeks to set in motion the rise of a new dark legacy. One that knows our true strength and will seek to test it against a new threat of terrible power, the Nerubians of Ashkahet.
I mean, we fucked them
Xal'atath
too.
has conscripted the Nerubian queen Ansarek, having offered her people a new future, one in which they will rise from their isolation as a mighty kingdom once again. And here in this sprawling city of Ashkahet, we will not find the undead soldiers of the Lich King that we faced before, but instead a new, mighty stronghold of the Nerubians as they once were. Deadly survivors of the mythic wars that have played out time and again over thousands of years. In return for their loyalty, Xal'atath has granted the Nerubians the means of a dark evolution.
Dude, look at that fucking
one that will
shit.
turn the Nerubians into a new kind of ferocious and terrifying soldier that we will clash against.
So they're
time
no
and
longer
again
bugs.
in the war within. Now let's talk about who we'll be adventuring
What?
with. How do you like the key art?
Yeah, it looks really good.
Several of Azeroth's greatest heroes will rise to the call of the Radiant Song, and many will be faced with their own unique challenges. Anduin, having survived his ordeal with domination. Yes, look at the art.
Dude, Anduin looks boss now.
Incredible artwork. Anduin will be grappling with his relationship to the holy light that he no longer feels worthy of, while Thrall is seeking a connection to these visions, spreading across the world and working to find his new place in the Horde. While Magni Bronzebeard, long the Speaker of Azeroth, will confront the heavy weight of that responsibility once and for all. Champion! The Wounds Champion! Yes!
It's good that he knows the meme.
But that brings us to, I know you saw this in the features trailer, Alaria Windrunner.
Yep.
Alaria's journey will be central to the events of the themes of the War Within, as she, a Void Hunter, will use all of her prowess to hunt down the Harbinger while being torn between her own nature and the maddening call of the Void to which she is attuned.
She does look
Along the adventure,
absolutely
she will have a
phenomenal.
unique rivalry with Xal'atath, whose twists and turns will come to define the nature of this new conflict. Of course, we'll see many more familiar faces on our journey and meet a host of new and interesting characters along the way that Maria is going to tell you more about in just a moment.
Tell me she doesn't look boss, bro.
This saga is only just beginning. Conceived to be... Yes! Conceived to be an epic worthy of the first 20 years of World of Warcraft, the World Soul Saga aims to redefine the storytelling in our expansion set. and strike boldly at the core themes that define Warcraft. The might of heroes, the responsibility of that power, the pursuit of justice. Got to do my best Mets in there.
Candy Keen, thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, make them feel welcome. Say hello at least. Okay, let's get back to it.
Justice! And the importance of finding common ground as well as ourselves amidst adversity. Up next, may I introduce Maria Hamilton, who will be sharing more about our zones and cultures in the War Within. Thank you so much.
All right. See, I can pause it.
Hello,
it's not a fucking
BlizzCon.
problem. You didn't miss
I
anything.
am so excited to be here and delighted to represent our team and tell you about the places that we will explore and the cultures we will encounter in the War Within. I can't really see all of you out there. I know there's a lot of you, though, because I can hear you. And I hope to hear lots of oohs and ahs when you see some of this cool art I've got to show you. So let's get started. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. Thank you.
AR-938.
Okay. As Taryn mentioned earlier, we'll be called by the Radiant Song, dreamlike visions that come from the heart of the Azeroth. This summons is going to lead us to the subcontinent of Khaz-Algar, a place long forgotten.
So it is in the sea, basically,
It's only
but
through
it's
recent
down.
explorations in Uldaman that we've discovered a Watcher report concerning a contingent of Earthen that was sent to this place long, long ago to investigate a fissure in the sector. What exactly that means, we don't really know, but we can probably speculate. So first, let's talk about the Earthen. Ooh, there you go. There you go. All right, we have met Titan-forged Earthen before, of course, in Ulduar and other places. But this society of Earthen has been isolated within Khaz-Algar for a really long
Very
time
ancient.
and have developed their own manners and customs.
Machine speakers.
Now,
What the
visually,
fuck?
these Earthen are a bit larger in stature, and they're noticeably blinged out. They've got gems all over them, bedazzled, blinged out, you know, that kind of thing, right? But philosophically, they are guided by the Edicts of the Titans, a set of codified orders, duties, and expectations
Tinker
that
works.
provide instructions for the core functions of their society. You know, Titans, order, all that, right? But the Titans have been absent for eons, and the Earthen are no longer united in their adherence to these edicts. They now exist as three groups that are estranged from each other. The Oathsworn, as their name suggests, still uphold the edicts faithfully and believe everyone else is doing it wrong.
Of course they do.
Their charge is guarding the Core Way, a Titan passageway that leads right to the core of Azeroth. They're primarily the city dwellers. They live conveniently near the object of their responsibility, that Core Way. Now, the Unbound, in contrast, have abandoned the edicts, and they are considered scandalously rebellious by the Oathsworn.
My kind of people.
Their original responsibility was providing the materials to keep the Titan installations supplied. And they're primarily rural. They're living in and around the quarries and the mines where natural resources can be acquired. They rarely interact with the city dwellers. They feel neglected and ignored because they have a different opinion on how they should live. Now, the machine speakers have strayed from the edicts in practice, but not with respect to their overall obligation to keep the Titan works functioning. They've had extremely limited contact with the surface dwellers, and they express no little disdain for those who just don't understand the great machines. Their homes are built around vast industrial projects under the surface that allow them to perform their functions in accordance with edicts, more or less. These different perspectives among the Earthen and their variable adherence to the Titan's edicts has weakened the society as originally structured. And that's not good, of course, but a much more serious problem is their steadily dwindling numbers. For reasons that I'm not going to get into here and now, new Earthen can't exist until we help them out by doing some things and unite the Earthen society once more.
Okay, so we're going to unite together.
Happily, as a result of our actions, the Earthen will eventually be unlocked as an allied race. Yeah.
Not actually
That's
bad.
sweet, don't they? Yeah. These player Earthen.
Fucking hell, that looks
These
cool as
player
shit.
Earthen will replenish the culture's dwindling numbers and may join either the Horde or the Alliance. Yeah.
Dwarfs in
It is,
the
of course,
horde?
player's choice which side you wish to ally
What?
with. But as you can see from a small sampling of combinations, there's some fantastic variations and customizations coming for the earthen models, including different gem incrustations, beards for all body types, rocky skin patterns, tones, and more. Now that golden mohawk with the braids and the fringe beard, that's quite the look. But I really like the beardless guy with the bushy blonde eyebrows. He looks so cool. He's just kind of like, yep, what do you want me to do? So anyway, all right, moving on. Another cool culture that players will encounter in the War Within is the Arathi. Yeah. Yeah, and you probably have questions, right? So these are descendants of the original Arathorian Empire, and they've arrived relatively recently and through some somewhat mysterious circumstances. And they find themselves trapped here within Khaz-Algar. Mysterious mostly because I can't say anything more about it just yet because of spoilers, but it's not like spooky mysterious, it's the other kind. As a people, the Arathi are worshippers and wielders of holy fire. They are dedicated to bringing hope and light to the darkness. They're tough, resilient people, with every member of the society being an able combatant. Some few are further blessed with paladin-like abilities through their devotion to the light. Even their airships are powered by sacred flame. The extent to which they're comfortable in battle is probably a good thing, because they have established a home away from home in an enormous cavern bordered by an endless underground sea, from which terrifying creatures emerge to rampage and create havoc. Not my idea of a cool place to hang out, but they're really, really tough. These watery monstrosities, though, are nothing compared to the threat from below. A constant swarm of Nerubians has been held back so far from invading the Arathi lands. The assault is unrelenting, the threat is dire, and the Arathi can't hold much longer. These bastions of light against the darkness are far from home and limited in number. Sure would be terrible if there was also division within the Arathi ranks. Just saying. That would be pretty rough, what with them being so outnumbered. We could probably help them. All right, speaking of the Nerubians in the War Within, we'll explore their last kingdom deep within Khaz-Algar.
This looks fucking cool.
These ancient survivors of the Black Empire who rejected their former masters have developed their own culture here in the deep darkness. As Taryn mentioned earlier, Xal'atath has made a bargain with the Nerubian queen Ansarek, who seeks a new future and renewed glory for her people. The Nerubians are extremely capable and devious adversaries who have been honing their skills with their constant assault on the Arathi. But domination hasn't come fast enough for the Queen's taste, as the Arathi has managed to hold against this onslaught. So this deal with the Harbinger has included some assistance for her troops. Through some dark alchemical process, Xal'atath has provided the knowledge required to evolve chosen Nerubians into paragons of their race, enhancing their viciousness. And Queen Ansarek has embraced these modifications with enthusiasm and eagerly offered her army to achieve the Harbinger's schemes. It appears to be a win-win situation. But not all Nerubians share their sovereign's enthusiasm for change and her embrace of Xal'atath. Shadowy figures with far too many limbs maneuver against the Harbinger's plans in opposition to the Queen's desire. As you might expect, any foray into this Nerubian kingdom introduces us to a variety of citizens, including some forms we've never encountered before. Here's a layout of some of the Nerubian models that are completed and also some that are in progress.
Wait, there's human...
as well as scale reference
goblin ones as well, or is that just for
so you
scale?
just get a sense of size. In addition to the Nerubian citizens, there are also domesticated insects who serve the kingdom as beasts of burden and pets. The team is hard at work building out the full range of carapaces, carapae, I don't know, whichever, skittering legs, grabby arms, piercing spiky bits, and creepy eyes for you to enjoy, I guess. All right, let's talk about our zones. The surface of Khaz-Algar is our first zone, called the Isle of Dorn. This is the home of the earthen surface dwellers, as well as other native species of creatures.
This looks good.
The fertile soil, flowering plant life, and generous waterways provide nourishment for animals in this untouched paradise. An important facet of Earthen society is cinder brew
Those
mead.
trees.
This volatile substance is manufactured from molten honey produced by enormous fiery bees. Their home groves are a remarkable sight as the hearts of the trees themselves glow with lava-like fluid. Harvesting is always an exciting time as the ferocious creatures are understandably protective of their hives. Now the roosts at Storm Watch are wreathed with lightning and fierce winds. These wild elemental rooks may choose to serve a member of the Oathsworn, who, if so blessed, becomes a Storm Rider, one of the guardian warriors of the Earthen people. The Unbound deal with hostile creatures from time to time, but for their most part, the existence is relatively peaceful, fairly sort of peaceful. Their comfortable homes are often situated near the places where they once labored as adherents to the edicts. Those sites are now in disrepair, and in some cases, the lair of other creatures. Of course, the Isle of Dorn boasts a great walled city where the Oathsworn live and serve the edicts of the Titans. The city of Dornagal is the location of many important civic buildings, markets, traders, and crafters.
Why do you guys not like Dorn?
That a traveler
It looks
will
fucking
find
brilliant.
the expected amenities of a capital city, as well as the Titan Causeway, the defense of which is the Oathsworn's primary charge. Now, beneath the surface of the Isle of Dorn lies our second zone, the Ringing Deeps. As the name suggests, it is here that the Earthen are engaged in their work in accordance with the edicts. In these industrial areas of this cavernous space are huge, complicated machines, lava-heated foundries and forges, and waterworks, both to cool and to power huge machinery. Maintaining these Titan mechanisms and keeping everything running is both the responsibility and the passion of the machine speakers. The Earth has shifted too in places, revealing openings to the sky above to the Isle of Dorn. These cenotes bring light and water into areas once shrouded in darkness. Abundant greenery, flowers, and creatures that do not typically dwell in caverns may be found in these idyllic spots.
Okay.
It was really important to us as developers that we delivered the fantasy of the hard-working industry, but still had some break-up areas of natural beauty that don't feel like dark, constrained tunnels. Now, as the machine speaker population has dropped, they've had increasing difficulties with kobold incursions, and indeed the kobolds have taken over the mines, the work areas. They've even built a city of their own. Unexpectedly, the kobolds are actually becoming a force to be reckoned with under the aggressive actions of their leader, the Candle King. You knew it had to be a candle.
Yeah, of course.
No take candle. No take candle. With the passage of time, the Earthen have diminished both in number and in the knowledge required to perform the various routines to tune and repair the processes. The old ways have been forgotten, and new creative methods must be employed if the edicts are to be obeyed. So they're kind of making it up as they go along.
I like the contrast between the two different
From
zones.
the Ringing Deeps, we descend further into Khazalgar to reach Hollowfall, a vast
look
hollow
at the
area in
fucking
the
sword,
earth,
bro.
bordered by an endless underground sea.
That's nuts.
This tenuous foothold under the bright light of an enormous crystal has allowed the Arathi to survive, using their airships to travel to high plateaus and establish docks, light towers, villages, and even a priory. From their capital of Merildar, these trapped people strive to keep hope alive and spread the light, while engaged in a near constant battle with the Nerubians at their borders.
It's the tip of the sword.
The open spaces, the bright light, and the greenery are intended to feel as though we're on the surface, somehow, rather than in this sort of strange hollow within Azeroth. The crystal provides brilliant light, warmth, and growth for vegetation. You may notice that all the blooming plants have opened their blossoms toward the light. And
Before we go, let me just say quickly, what bothers me about this is look at how it's cracked. You're saying it's a crystal. They're saying it's a crystal. Why is it cracked then? You can see that it's cracked. Look at all the cracks around it. I think it's a sword. Fuck it.
Seem to be reaching in that direction whenever they're in Hollowfall. Unfortunately, the crystal sun has been changing in recent years. Where once the light was steady and reliable, it now fades without warning, plunging the Arathi into darkness, save where they have built light towers and maintain their holy flame beacons. In the absence of this light, the dangerous Kobis and other fierce creatures emerge from the sea to rampage. As the Arathi are barely holding back the Nerubians, these unpredictable episodes are incredibly demoralizing and deadly. Happily, the light has always returned to the crystal, so far.
So it
and at the
changes
deepest
color,
descent in the war within, we reach the zone of Aj-Kahet. That almost rhymes. Anyway, the Nerubian city of Threads has been built on the ruins of itself, over and over and over again. As areas decay and crumble, a new district is built upon its ruins, and as a result, the city climbs ever higher. Those Nerubians favored by the queen, or possessing enormous wealth, or both, command the greatest views and live in the highest places over these swarming masses of the many districts. The Burrows is the home of the scavengers, the forgotten, deep in the decay and the filth. The Umbral Bazaar is a trading hub of fine silks,
Why does that look
fascinating
underwater?
alchemical discoveries, and other exotic and hard-to-find goods. The Skeins are the home of the lore keepers and scholars who toil to maintain the history of their people and research myths and legends of Azeroth. There are many other districts and less than savory neighborhoods, both well-known and secret, that the careful adventurer could discover, should they risk life and limb to do so.
Yeah, I'll
But
go.
the key to such exploration is fitting in among the Nerubians and being accepted, an
Yeah.
enterprise both best accomplished through skill in the use of pheromones and considerable bravery. The zone of Aj-Kahet features areas of spectacular dark beauty that are inhabited by these creatures that have found a way to live among the Nerubians without being deemed a threat, found to be particularly tasty to consume, or just too much fun to torment. The mobilization of forces to assault the Arathi while also providing military might to achieve Xalatath's schemes has stirred up all sorts of inhabitants of the darkness. And deep within the city itself, the Nerubians are gathering an odd substance, the black blood of the old gods, for some unknown purpose. But I'm sure that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
And now I'd like to talk a
Borrow
little
power?
bit about our zone flow. As I mentioned, awesome, huh?
No loading screens in between. Just
We
go where you
travel
want to
from
go.
the Isle of Dorn into the Ringing Deeps, into Hollowfall, and then into Aj-Kahet. In the War Within, all of our zones are connected all together using the airlock technology that we developed for Zarelek Cavern, allowing for this seamless descent from the Isle of Dorn all the way to Aj-Kahet. That was video I just captured last week of the transition between the Ringing Deeps and Hollowfall. As you can see, we built for dynamic flight, and we were able to flow directly between the zones without the load screen. There is some seriously amazing swoopy goodness to be had moving across these zones and through these spaces. It feels so cool to burst out of a really tight area and into just a huge drop like that. It's so exhilarating. Now, this blobby map that I've got up here was an early attempt during development of our zone flow to try to figure out how we would stack these zones together and achieve the relationship between their geography and geometry that made sense and felt great to traverse. We ended up with something slightly different than this, but this is pretty representative to explain what the world builders were thinking about when they planned these spaces out. It was really important to our design that while 3 of the 4 zones are technically underground, they didn't feel that way, and that they were distinctly different from one another. We pursued that goal by introducing the natural cenotes in the Ringing Deeps and leaning into the fantasy of the classic underground foundry and industrial workspaces. So even in the zone that felt the tightest, there's places that look as though they're actually on the surface. And within Hollowfall, we created a massive hollow space in a cavern so vast it feels like an exterior, with a huge artificial sun in the form of a gigantic crystal. And in Aj-Kahet, we leaned hard into traditional Nerubian architecture with hanging nests and huge palaces built all over a decaying city that just falls away into the depths. And that is the last bit of eye candy I have for you today. I hope you enjoyed this peek at what we've got in development.
Morgan Day coming with the systems. This is the one we've been waiting for, boys. This is the one we've been waiting for. Now we're getting the systems. Let's hear it.
So now it's time for me to introduce you to Morgan Day, who's going to give you lots of information about dungeons, raids, and systems. Enjoy.
Let's
Thanks
hear
very
this.
much. Bye.
Let's hear this. Okay, now I need to...
Oh. There will be 8 new dungeons coming in the War Within, 4 during level up, 1 in each of the 4 zones that Maria just walked us through, as well as 4 at max
basically the
level.
same as always.
There's a lot of really cool stuff happening in these dungeons. For instance, we have like a kobold dungeon where you'll meet that Candle King, where there's like a light mechanic that takes place. You have to kind of keep it going to light your way. There's a dragon riding dungeon, of course, but also one of my favorites is the Cinderbrew Meadery that Maria just talked us through. So this is a dungeon that takes place on our first zone, the Isle of Dorn, which is where you'll experience, all of our earthen buddies, and this is the place where they make that Cinderbrew mead that she was talking about. They take in all that honey that they gather from throughout the zone to make the mead, to do all kinds of fun and/or nefarious things with. Although I do have to say, I feel like they're a little bit behind the times. I feel like all the kids are drinking that, hard seltzer or something these days, but whatever. They're old school, I get it.
We'll talk about it in a second.
Next up, our raid, the Nerubar Palace. So this is an 8-boss raid that will take place in the zone of Ajkahet.
8 bosses, that's nice.
And this is really the culmination of all of those machinations we keep hearing about that we see play out between the Nerubian Empire, their queen, and her collaboration with Xalatath. So for this next one, we don't normally show things this early, but I thought it'd be cool to share. On the left there, you can kind of see the top-down view of the raid, and on the right, it's more of like a side cutout. So we like to work on all of our dungeons and raids when they still look like this, as it's much easier to iterate while we're in 2D than it is to kind of change the zones around once we're in the game and it's all blocked out. So to step us through the raid really quickly, after barging through the front door, you'll very quickly fall and/or get knocked into one of those giant pits of that black blood of the old god that you'll hear much more about in Ajkahet. And then you'll battle your way through the harvest pits, and then finally traverse your way back up through the stalactite wing, which is not a final name, I promise, until you finally fight your way into the Queen's inner sanctum, where you'll come face to face with her as the end boss. So as you can see, this will kind of feel like a winged raid in terms of the vibes, but in terms of the player experience, it'll actually be quite a bit more linear than what you might be used to for a raid with some winged vibes. So something that I also think is fun to talk about really quick is with all of our dungeons and raids, we like to try to explore what is the thing that's going to make this space feel really unique, that's going to make it stand out from all the other times that we've built these dungeons and raids. And with this space, we really thought that, given that we have the Nerubian to play with, they've got all these amazing webs and silken threads that you can kind of traverse the zone through. We thought it'd be really fun to explore verticality as a major element to this raid. Okay. So I think that'll be really fun to see what the team comes up with.
I like verticality.
Next up.
It's why Nazjatar is one of my favorite zones. Systems overview, let's hear it. Come on. Let's get there.
I want to walk you through some of our features and systems at a really high level, but first I want to talk about some of the philosophies that are really guiding us to add these into the War Within. So first and foremost, we really want to continue to extend the philosophies of Dragonflight into the War Within. And really, when we talk about that, there's 3 main pillars that I want to touch on. First, we really want to make sure that we're focusing on evergreen features. We want to make sure that we're making World of Warcraft better forever and not focusing on things that we know we're going to have to leave behind as we move into future expansions.
Fucking finally! Fucking-ly! Took 6 years, but here we are. We're learning, chat. We're learning.
Next, we want to make sure that there's something for everyone. So whether you're a hardcore raider, a PvPer, a collector, or apparently like Holly, you just love to play tons of alts and run around the world exploring things, we want to make sure that there's something in War Within.
What about the super casuals like myself?
That resonates with you.
That like Torghast.
And finally, we want to make sure that we're continuing to build on our philosophy and build on our systems and content with people who play multiple characters in mind. We want to make sure... We want to make sure that we're building all of our systems to really respect the time of the player behind the keyboard and not focusing so much on the accomplishments of that individual character.
Yes! I like hearing this. They're saying the right
So
words,
let's talk about
people.
delves. Delves are a new feature that will be integrated into the outdoor world experience, where the fantasy of these is actually that you'll be joining the Dragon Scale expedition in their search for lost treasures all across Kazalgar. So delves are an evergreen feature that is really integrated into that outdoor world experience. We want delves to be a new pillar of endgame content for those outdoor world explorers.
Okay.
We really view this as something like when we added World Quests back in Legion, where they are going to be really integrated and transformative into that outdoor world, especially that endgame loop.
Okay.
So one of the main reasons I'm stoked about delves is that these will provide an opportunity for us to, give seasonal content and rewards
I hate
to those
seasons,
outdoor world
but
explorers. So that means things like, rewards that you're used to, like mounts, achievements, titles. But we'll also be adding a outdoor row to the Great Vault with War Within.
Okay, that might actually piss a lot of people off because now you're forced to also do the
so that all of
delves.
you outdoor world explorers will be able to share in the joy of rushing to the Great Vault every week to collect your loot. And there will also be 13 unique delves that we'll be launching War Within with.
Wow.
And delves will scale from 1 to 5 players and be role agnostic. So that means if you want to play a delve solo, that's totally cool. If you want to go with you and your partner, that works as well. Or you can bring your whole dungeon group in, and the delve will scale based on your group size and your roles.
Yeah, you can do it solo, or you can do it with
And
5 people.
I would be
It's up to you.
remiss if I didn't mention one of my favorite features of delves, which I think Maria alluded to earlier, which is that there will be an NPC companion joining you on all of your adventures. So for season 1, that'll be Bran Bronzebeard, as you can see.
Nice. Fucking Bran, bro. Let's go.
And Bran will be tagging along with you on all of your delve adventures and will totally never, not even once, aggro a pack of monsters that you didn't want him to. And I don't have my fingers crossed behind my back right now. So Bran will have a customizable talents and mechanics and abilities that you'll be able to kind of load out to suit your playstyle and needs. So, maybe you need a little bit of extra healing. Well, you can load Bran out to provide that for you.
Oh,
and
shit.
finally, you wouldn't be exploring with the Dragon Scale Expedition if at the end of every delve there wasn't this massive treasure trove that we need Bran to open for us, which hopefully brought a couple of keys to open some of the chests in there. But before Bran can open that vault for you, you'll need to maybe defeat a boss, maybe you'll solve a couple puzzles, something like that, and then Bran will be able to open that vault door for you.
I have one question about this, which I'll mention later.
Next up, let's talk about warbands. It's happening.
Okay, here we go. Warbands. The big question.
Warbands are a system that we're introducing that will really be the representation of all of your characters across your Battle.net account. Warbands are an opportunity for us to create a platform where you can share your achievements, resources, and all that other good stuff across all of those characters.
Oh, fucking
So
finally.
the goal of this system is really to be that representation of the philosophy shift that I mentioned earlier about really respecting the time of the player behind the keyboards and not those individual characters. There's actually a ton of additions and modifications. We've talked about a few here. There's no singular UI screen that says warbands. It's more of all these modifications and updates and features are kind of wearing a big coat that says warbands on the back of it. It's how I kind of keep it straight in my head. But just to talk about a couple of those cool features, we'll actually be revisiting the transmog rules of how you acquire those appearances in the War Within. So for all of you who have...
Shit. Okay.
So that means all of you who have probably had to run 4 characters through all of those legacy instances just to make sure you're collecting all the appearances, that won't be the case anymore in War Within. You'll just be
That's
able
a
to
good change, boys. That's a good change.
Holly mentioned this already, but this is obviously one that people are looking forward to. All of our reputations as well as renown in the War Within will be shared across your entire account.
So it doesn't matter which one of your alts you're doing it on everything.
Last but not least, let's talk about hero talents.
Exactly what it should have been.
Mock-up of what the UI will look like that I think really helps explain how these integrate into our current talent trees. But really quick, let's take a look at how this will work. So there will be 3 new hero talent trees per class, and 2 will be available per specialization that you can freely choose and swap between. And also, this is another evergreen feature. This is a system that we think is going to provide a new vector of choice and customization for you and all of your classes, as well as create opportunities for us to really dig into some of those core class fantasies that are, so amazing. So Hero Talents will introduce these new, small, self-contained talent trees like you just saw in the UI. And the way I like to think about it is like, currently we have 2 types of talent points, right? We have class talent points and specialization talent points. And now in the War Within, there'll be a 3rd type called Hero Talent Points.
Yep.
So let's look at a quick example, which hopefully explains it a little bit more. This is a warrior, as you can see. These are the 3 hero talent trees that they'll have available: Mountain Thane, Colossus, and Slayer. And as you can see in the top left, we have Protection, who will be able to choose between Mountain Thane and Colossus. Up on the right, you see Fury. Yep, that's right. Mountain Thane and Slayer are their options. And down at the bottom, Colossus and Slayer are their options. So this is how the majority of our classes are going to look in the War Within. The exception, of course, being Druids and Demon Hunters, who are a bit special, so theirs will look a little different. So let's take a look at how you'll unlock the system, as well as how it'll feel playing through as you're leveling through the War Within. So the system will automatically unlock at level 71, and it'll just kind of appear in your UI. You'll earn 1 talent point per level as you level from 71 to 80. And there are 10 talent points in total, with several choice nodes along the way. So I like to think of this as being similar to like the Legion artifact, where as you were leveling and progressing, you were making some choices along the way, but ultimately you're going to unlock the whole tree. And also, I want to be very clear here. These are extremely low friction to swap between those choice nodes, as well as to swap between the different hero talent trees.
So you can freely switch. Okay. Good change. Good change.
So, this should be very analogous to your current talent trees, and will follow all the same rules that you used to there. So, at the start of a raid boss, before Mythic Plus starts, before an arena match kicks off, and anywhere in between. And to wrap us up, I wanted to show off a really quick video of what hero talents look like in action.
Oh, I'm ready.
So this is a warrior, as you can see, popping avatar, jumping in. And this next one is that same warrior with the Mountain Thane talent tree. As you can see, Stormbolt hits multiple targets. There's a couple cool new V effects, and a lot of other cool stuff going on there as well.
All right, so
I heard some oohs.
It basically takes your existing things and changes them.
So
that's very smart, actually.
Our What's Next panel.
That is actually very smart.
We hope you really liked what you saw here, and if you'd like to know more, please join us tomorrow at the Deep Dive panel at noon, where Ian will walk you through some of what you saw today in more detail. Woo, Ian! As well as a bunch of other cool new stuff in the War Within. So thank you all so much. I hope you have a great BlizzCon. Bye!
All right. All right. I mean, definitely not too shabby. I'm very excited, especially after the systems. Okay, I think the systems is the thing that excited me the most about this entire thing. I love the fact that there's a renewed focus on evergreen rather than just, wasting a bunch of our time and effectively every expansion you just have to rush after new things, And you know what, Highfather? That's perfectly correct. So far, there's not been a single red flag for me. There's not been a single moment that Blizzard announced something that I sort of went, oh, fuck, that sounds like it could really become a problem really quickly. So I'm pretty excited. They just say I'm cautiously excited for everything that may or may not be coming at the moment. We'll have to see how most of this plays out, but right now I don't get the sense that we're getting overpromised. right? The things that they've promised appear very reasonable. It appears like things that they can absolutely do. It doesn't feel like we're being promised a shit ton of stuff, and you know that basically half of that stuff will just not even make it into the game. They also seem to be taking, especially with the new 3 expansions connected together, they seem to be taking a very interesting approach here, where they're sort of going, right, over the next 3 expansions, we can really flesh out the game in such a way that it makes sense, you know? So we can keep adding things every expansion. We don't have to add everything in the first expansion. So yeah, I am super excited. At least right now, I'm fucking hyped. I'm ready for this. I think, dude, I think this is what we needed. This is what WoW needed. I know not everyone's gonna buy into it, but that's your problem, to be fair. I don't know how anyone could have watched this and not be hyped. I genuinely don't know how you could watch this and not be hyped. And the war bands, dude, everything finally being connected together. Like, do you know how fucking huge that is? Finally, it's a game where when you play, let's say, for example, you want to play on your druid now. Well, your druid is still doing all of the other things, and still you are progressing your account. So you don't feel like, fuck, I'm playing my druid now because I really want to play my druid, but I'm falling behind on my warlock because I should actually be doing all of this shit on my warlock. It's like, play whatever the fuck you want. Because at the end of the day, you know, it's all connected. Everything's going to go for everything else. So I do think that this is a really good step in the right direction. Another good step in the right direction, I think I should say. And to be fair, you know, Renan, I think, Guild Wars 2 players laugh at warbands. At the end of the day, what is Blizzard supposed to do? So when a game like Guild Wars have a really good idea, and it's like a really cool idea, should Blizzard go, wow, we can't implement this idea because Guild Wars has done it before? You know, it's like they have a really good idea. We have to copy it. It's a really good idea. We're going to put it in our game as well. And we're going to do it differently because that's how it works, right? But all games borrow from all games, right? Not a bad feature, just that it really took a long time to happen. Oh, Renan, no, I definitely agree with you. But the truth is that World of Warcraft has taken a very long time to wake the fuck up and realize that it is 2023 and that games are no longer played the way that they used to be played 20 years ago. Like, Blizzard had this weird period where they just completely came to a standstill, right? Where they just refused to move an inch into anything new. They wouldn't, like, they would always copy the wrong things. But they're finally starting to learn, and I think that's a good thing overall. There's no next mug. They could have sold us a $65-70 classic expansion rather than give us Cat and then Pandaland. New level 60 content, new timeline. Okay, so let's quickly talk about Cataclysm Classic, because I said that I will tell you why I think Cataclysm Classic is a really bad idea. And I by the way, I stand by that. I do believe that it is a really bad idea. I don't think... the problem with Cataclysm is that it is already, in its classic form, it is already very retail. Like, a lot of the things, including how classes operate, how talents operate, how the game operates, how boss mechanics work, all of those things have already been adapted to very much what retail is today. It's not really a classic experience because it's not classic. One of the hardest bosses that has ever been developed in World of Warcraft came out in Cataclysm, Ragnaros, right? So a lot of the philosophy, one of the reasons people love Classic so much is because of the very different philosophy that exists within Classic versus retail. Cataclysm doesn't have those major differences. It's not that different from retail. From a class development perspective, it's like retail. And then from a dungeon and raid perspective, it's like retail. Now, I think a lot of people forget how Cataclysm was originally received. I genuinely think that a lot of people are looking at Cataclysm going, oh my god, but I love Cataclysm. And yet they don't remember how much they fucking hated Cataclysm when Cataclysm was current. Because they look back at Cataclysm, they look back at the good things of Cataclysm, and they completely forget the things that wasn't as fucking brilliant in Cataclysm. And there were quite a few things that wasn't quite as brilliant. The world, for example, was very badly designed. It was very badly designed. A lot of the zones felt like it missed a lot of fucking content in it. The fact that you didn't have an island that you were going to, but you were just literally going to different zones in the old world, really didn't make it feel like it was a new expansion of any kind. The only real standout thing for Cataclysm was the dungeons and the raids. It was some of the base dungeons that has ever been developed in World of Warcraft, and definitely some of the base raids that has ever been, excluding Deathwing's back. But the raids were absolutely phenomenal in Cataclysm. So in that sense, yes, really good expansion. And a really good classic, I guess. But why not go another step further? You know, if you are going to say, hey, look, we're going to do Cataclysm, why not do Cataclysm Classic Plus? So, Cataclysm, but with all of the removed content. The content that should have been there, that ultimately didn't make it into it, would that not have made for a much better Cataclysm experience? Do you guys think? Like, personally, I think that would have been far more exciting for players than just, you know, Cataclysm. I don't know if Cataclysm... There's a number of other reasons why I don't like Cataclysm as a classic expansion. I feel like you're fracturing the classic player base even more. It's already pretty fractured, because you already have some players playing Classic, then you have some players playing Classic DBC, some players playing Classic Wrath of the Lich King, and now you also have some players playing Classic Classic Cataclysm. It's such a fractured community at the minute. And also, if you're announcing this alongside Classic Plus, I just feel like it's probably gonna die. Wait, who the hell is saying Palia is trash? Dude, Palia misses a single thing to be actually phenomenal. Like, just one thing that is missing in Palia that would actually elevate it to brilliance. And that is animal breeding, herding thing. Whatever, the husbandry. I think that's what you call it in English. Animal husbandry. If they could add animal husbandry, Palia would absolutely, unironically, be a phenomenal fucking game. I like Palia. It's very chill. I didn't think I would like it, to be fair. I genuinely didn't think that was my kind of game. But, you know, as I started playing it, I was like, hey, this is not too fucking bad. This is actually pretty fun, you know? I don't like everything in it, but I kind of like the world, and I kind of, like, just like running around and mining shit. It's kind of fun. So, yeah, I think Palia has a pretty decent future. Animal husbandry. Roaming Firebat. The ability to herd animals and, you know, get more animals. Because there's like a lot of recipes in Palia cooking recipes that you have to make, and you can't make those recipes without buying stuff because it requires milk, for example. And right now, there's no way of making milk. You have to go buy the milk, which is kind of annoying. It would be nice if you could have your own cows so that you could just make the milk yourself. But yeah, Palia is an MMO. Wow. Should I call it an MMO? I don't know. It's kind of an MMO, I guess. But it's sort of, think Stardew Valley. Think Stardew Valley, but 3D. That's Palia, effectively. For streaming that, I had a great time watching that and sharing it with you. Really added to Wolfrain. I am so excited that all of you came out to hang out here and spend some time here. It's been my absolute pleasure to entertain you. You know, in case you are leaving. I'm still going to be here for a bit, and then I'll go because I need to go edit a fuck ton of videos. There's a lot that needs to be edited, so... I'm not leaving just yet. What the fuck? Don't leave yet. I'm still here. Still here for a bit. Lots of people near me. Oh shit, roaming. Are you at BlizzCon? Pyro just said he is back to WoW if we are going this route. Luna Groot, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's next? Anyone knows? David, so what's next is Overwatch. What's next? As you can imagine, I don't have any interest in watching that. I'm probably going to watch the WoW Classic What's Next thing offline, because I don't have an editor that can edit this shit for me. I have to edit it myself. So, if I had an editor, that would make things a lot easier, but I don't have an editor that would be, like, Holy is doing editing right now, but he's not fast enough yet to do this shit so that it comes out tonight. And I'm here for it. Oh yeah, I think it's a very good move from Blizzard. I mean, I've said this since fucking Legion. I've said since Legion that they need to think more long-term about expansions. They can't just keep doing the same thing over and over again, because we keep running into the same fucking problems over and over again. So yeah, I'm glad that they're going the route of expansions, sort of thinking about expansions for a much longer period of time. Why don't I just get an editor? I have Holy is in training at the minute. He's made the last few videos on the channel, the last 2 videos, I think. Holy, how many videos have you edited now on the main channel? Is it 2? I think it's 2. 2 on main, yeah. So Holy has made 2 of the last 2 videos that he's made, that he's edited. But on the clips channel, I still do all of the clips myself. I don't have an editor because just unironically, most editors fucking suck. I don't, if I'm gonna pay an editor to edit my work, I need to know that they're willing to, they need to be able to do things that I can't do. Because why the fuck would I give money away to someone that literally does what I do? And I think I should be specific. I don't want a video of which I can do any of the things you're doing. Otherwise, I can just do it myself. It's not a problem. So yeah, I just don't pay editors because most editors don't want to do that. The other problem is I don't pay you a salary if you're an editor. You get a cut from whatever the channel is making. right? So you get a percentage of what the channel is making. You start off with 30%, then move up to 50% based on your own performance, and eventually you can go up to 60% from what the channel is making. But that's up to you, how much you're going to get paid, because it's going to depend on how much you're willing to work. Most editors that I've met don't want to work that way. You see, because that means that they actually have to take responsibility for the work that they're doing. And I'm not willing to pay you a salary, because if I pay you a salary, now suddenly I'm responsible for you. So now suddenly I have to check up on you. I have to be like, okay, dude, where the fuck are my videos? Have you uploaded any videos? Why is this video like this? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Why is this thumbnail so bad? Why is this wrong? Why is that? I don't want to do that. If you're the editor, that's your fucking job. You should be thinking about that shit. So I don't give a fuck. How much money is 50% from a video? Depends on the video. Depends on how good you are. I mean, if you can make a video that gets 100,000 views, that's $500 a video. Because 100,000 roughly translates to about $1,000 on a video. But of course, if you can't do that, want to make a video out of this section? I mean, you can do that. As what contagious laughter? Hi, Father. What's your theory Anduin getting out of the mall is been in the old world for years? I think Anduin probably left around the same time that we did. Right? I think Anduin probably left around the same time that we did. We probably just didn't see it because we didn't buy the book yet. Like, we'll probably find a fucking book at some point that explains it. But I would say for Anduin specifically, I think he probably left the Shadowlands right after his conversation with Sylvanas. That was probably when he left. I don't think he wanted to stay in the mall or in the Shadowlands. I think he wanted to go back to Azeroth. He just wanted to stay out of everyone's issues, right? So it's probably around that point, I think. Isn't it obvious when Anduin left? Ask Tally for the answer. Yeah, probably obvious, right? Like, Jinx, how you doing, bro? When do you think Sylvanas will come back? As someone that loves Sylvanas' character and is actually... Like, I really love Sylvanas. I really hope not soon. The problem with Sylvanas is Blizzard overused Sylvanas to the point where her character, for the most part, has been completely destroyed for about 50% of the player base. There's a good number of players in World of Warcraft that can't stand Sylvanas because she was just completely overused and also particularly misused. So I think Blizzard right now is sort of holding back. They're sort of going, you know what? Let the player base move on. Let the player base relax, almost forget about her, and then we can bring her back once the player have forgotten about Sylvanas. Also remember, the Sylvanas we are getting back now is not going to be the Sylvanas that we used to have, because the new Sylvanas is sort of, you know, the cop-out Sylvanas, the one that Blizzard invented so that, you know, Sylvanas didn't do anything evil, but also the one that, you know, Blizzard invented because apparently Blizzard doesn't understand what gray characters mean. Poisets, thank you so much. 5 months part of the DJ Nation, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't even want to talk about Sylvanas because I'm still fucking salty about that shit. Hey, bro, I'm still salty about that bullshit. Hey, oh, no, don't worry about it, bro. She's morally gray. Like, she's a morally gray character. Turns out, fuck all moral gray. Like, there's not even a hint of gray in Sylvanas' character. It's like, what the fuck? Do you know what morally gray means? Because that's not it. Give her back her midriff, you cowards. Dude, they should do so many things for Sylvanas. But let's see if the new Sylvanas is maybe cooler. But I don't think you'll see her anytime soon. I think Anduin and Thrall being abandoned by the light and the elements allowed them to hear the whispers. Want to know your opinion? So, I don't know if, like, Thrall is no longer abandoned by the elements. If you remember back to Shadowlands, I know no one wants to remember back to Shadowlands, but in Shadowlands, Thrall used the elements to free himself from the jailer's chains. So Thrall has his connection with the elements, even though barely uses it, but I'm sure there's a book out there where he's going apeshit with all of his elemental powers again. Anduin, on the other hand, I'm not entirely sure why the light is currently not communicating with Anduin. It may be a block from Anduin, so Anduin is blocked at the moment and he's struggling. Or it may be the light that refuses to speak to him because of what happened with Zuval, and the light is sort of not interested. There is, however, a third option. Can anyone guess what the third option for Anduin's blockage may be? There is void in them hills. Anduin is void in him. There's a good chance that Zuval taking control of Anduin allowed for the void to grow considerably in power. And as a result of this, Anduin can no longer hear the light because there's void in him. Deathshot, in this one, it's not fanfiction Akalon, actually. That is, it is confirmed, by the way. So the void thing I'm giving you here isn't speculation. It's not me sitting here and sort of speculating on maybe Anduin has void in him. It is 100% codified within the lore. And it's not point of view storytelling. In the second last chapter of Shadows Rising, Anduin, Maiev, and Jaina, yes, are standing in the sort of bowels of a ship, right? And they have, is it Dreleman? Is it Shadow Song? I think it's Shadow Song that they have there. The one that was turned into one of Sylvanas' followers. But she's sitting there. And the entire conversation between Anduin and Jaina and Maiev is point of view. And then the story zooms out to the narrator. And the narrator tells us that void forms on Anduin's shoulder, runs down his arm, and settles in his hand before dissipating. So this is, in the book, codified 100%. So Blizzard would need to retcon that in order to remove it, because this isn't something that you can just explain away by saying, oh, unreliable narrator, because effectively what you're saying then is you just lied. Like, you just straight up made it up. Yeah. So, yeah, this is actual lore. Second last chapter of Shadows Rising. You can read that. I don't know if it's in one of the cinematics, Grand Nagus. The only cinematics that I know of that we've seen void elements within Anduin is the one where he gets the vision of him being taken by the void. But that is just a vision, right? You're a fake. How you doing, bro? Yeah, I think it's just the book. I do think it's just the book. But we'll see. The time he stabs the Archon looks voidy, but it's just jealous stuff. Yeah, the problem is we still don't really know what domination magic is or does, right? So it could be anything. Did you hear that the second expansion from now, we are going back to Quel'Thalas and a revamped Silvermoon? That is the dream. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I wonder if the next few expansions isn't going to take place all over Azeroth, which then allows them to... Wait, there's another thing that bothered me a little. She said that 3 of the 4 new zones are underground. Did they show 4 zones? Did they show 4? I'm trying to remember now. All 4 of them looked pretty... Like it could have been underground. I guess the first one isn't underground, and then from there they run underground. So the first zone they showed off was above ground, and then it goes underground. Okay, yeah. Then I do remember them. But for some reason, when she said 3 out of the 4, I was like, wait, what the fuck? Where's the 4th one then? Like, where's this one above ground? I don't remember you showing me that. But okay, then I do remember them. I just don't remember them, I guess. But okay, I get you. I think we're gonna get all of the future expansions. The Warcraft Code, how you doing, bro? All of the future expansions are probably going to take us back to old areas in the game, because this is Blizzard's opportunity to basically revamp the world. I think that's what Blizzard is going to do here. They're just going to use this as an opportunity to revamp everything. Eludrin, 13 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I mean, the fact that they've already thought about this, like, guys, I don't think... This is a common complaint that I have had with World of Warcraft announcements at BlizzCon for a long time, by the way. In BFA, I don't know if you guys remember, the BlizzCon announcement for BFA was beyond shit. It was truly one of the worst announcements ever. And the reason for it is they had nothing really to announce. Like, they announced BFA, and then they sort of had no video footage. They basically only showed us key art. They literally had no in-game screenshots or anything yet. It was just, like, the weirdest announcement ever. Like, they announced all of their systems, but again, they could show us 0 footage of any of the systems. I still complained like crazy. Like, after we saw that, I said to all of you, this expansion isn't even fucking ready yet, boys. Like, this expansion isn't even ready yet. And we're a year out from when it should release. This time around, not only do they show us footage, they are actually already flying in it and showing us how seamlessly they transition between things. Dude, that is fucking crazy. Like, that is actually cool. Thank you so much for whoever gifted us. I'm waiting for the notifications to come through. Eludrin with the 10 community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat. Hearts in chat. Really appreciate that, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, they simply said that it will probably be next year. But as of yet, we don't have an actual release date. Which I'm okay with, actually. In fact, I actually prefer it. Don't give a release date until you are absolutely certain that this is the release date. Yeah, but fall can mean anything. And at least if you say fall, you can push it to literally the end of fall. Or you could even say, well, fuck it, sorry guys, we meant winter, you know, or whatever, right? You can still change it. The problem usually comes in when you say, October the 15th. And now you change it and you go, oh shit, sorry guys, we can't do October 15th, November 28th. And then suddenly you get players getting really angsty and really angry. Whereas it's much better if you just give a general timeline and you sort of wait for that to play out. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to guess anyone's birthdays. I'm sadly never going to get World of Warcraft expansion on my birthday. January the 15th, I don't think they'll ever release an expansion on that date. October, November is more likely than September. Is going to have to be stretched out. Well, we'll see. I'm very excited for tomorrow's deep dive. And what I'm very interested to have seen is that during this What's Next, they didn't mention anything about the current expansion. Like, not even once did they talk about the current expansion. And I would have thought they would have at least mentioned a little about the current expansion, because, I mean, there's still a whole year to go. Is there going to be a 10.3? Is there going to be a 10.35? Are they just going to have, like, nothing? Who knows? I do think there is going to be a 10.3. I think the 10.3 is going to be the greatest hits. Right? I think 10.3 is going to be a great... Oh, no. Wait. They did actually mention it. Fuck it. I'm lying. Hayer? No. Holly stood on stage. Literally just remembered it. Holly stood on stage and said there will be more content coming in Dragonflight. Content that will conclude the current story of Dragonflight, but then also serve as the precursor for the next expansion. So it has been confirmed that we are getting more patches in Dragonflight. They didn't say anything about the patches though, but it has been confirmed that there will be some kind of patch or patch system that concludes the story and then moves it forward. My best guess for this, if I were to wager a speculation theory, I think we'll get 10.25. I think 10.25 will finish the story of the Dream and Farak and sort of finish off all of that shit. And will most likely introduce the greatest hit stuff. Right? At least, or maybe you don't even have to do it in 10.25. You could do that in 10.3. So in 10.3, you finish off the story for Dragonflight. Herzer, thank you very much for the follow. GB Panther, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So you have 10.2, right, taking place and finishing off the story for Farak and maybe another world quest system or whatever the fuck they want to do there. Then you have that flow into 10.3. 10.3 it isn't a new expansion insofar as it adds new dungeons or new raids or anything to that effect. Instead, it's that what we got the greatest hits at the end of Shadowlands. You know, where they bring like an old raid back and maybe like a bunch of old dungeons back and people just sort of get to experience the nostalgia of what used to be. But then maybe there's some story in there as well. So there's like an actual campaign in there as well that sort of leads to this new expansion that we're getting. So you could pretty much still full up. And by the time 10.3 comes out, you're already around May, April, May of next year, which means easy to get to fall from there. So I think you're fine.
Oh my god!
Geek Out Corner, 12 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just Burning Crusade? No, you're effect. Wonder if crafting level is going to extend to warbands? I think it should. I mean, the fact that crafting, or the fact that warbands is all bags are shared, I can see crafting and everything being shared as well. Lady Moonlily, how you doing? Just tuning in. I'm sure you already talked about Xalatath, but it's interesting how early they teased that story. A Song of the Depths from Forbidden Reach is now much more fascinating. Yeah, we already spoke about Xal'atath. Very, very interesting. I've got a lot of speculation theories at the minute just running through my head. I'll figure them out and I'll give it to you as soon as I can. I don't know what I want to know what DKs are getting. Maybe deep dive, although maybe too early for deep dive. May go down like one random raid boss, like Ruby Sanctum at the end of Wrath. No. Iridicron, I think we'll only see Iridicron in the Last Titan. That's when I think we'll only deal with Iridicron. Remember, Iridicron is looking for one specific thing. He wants the Titans to come back because that is who he wants to defeat. He doesn't give a fuck about any of this other shit. He wants the Titans to come back because he wants to defeat them. I think we'll only see Iridicron in The Last Titan. The level cap is 80. Werewolf. They explained it during the Euro Talents. So there are 10 new Euro Talents, and the Euro Talents you get from level 71 all the way up to level 80. Every level you get a new Euro Talent. I mean, so much for Ian's promise that they have this new internal technology that will ensure that level bloat will never become a problem again. And power bloat will never become a problem again. And we're already back up to level 80, so I see a level squish in like by the end of these 3 expansions, we'll be at 110. No, we'll be at 100. At the final expansion, we'll be at level 100. So what? Are we then gonna go back down? Aragast, you have to think about level bloat from the perspective of a new player, not from your perspective. For you, it's just 10 extra levels. Who gives a fuck? For a new player coming in, they see that they have to level from level 0 to level 120, and they think, what the fuck? No shot. I'm not doing that. That is a lot of levels to go through because people think that it can take... Even if you make it really fast, remember, I'm a new player. I don't know how fast it's going to be. I just know, holy shit, that's a lot of levels. So it gets a little bit ridiculous. We have to leave Azeroth to another planet, starting anew. I don't think that would ever happen.
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker.
Oh, shit. We have more gifted subs. The fuck? You guys are wild. You know that. Like, absolutely wild. I'm just waiting for the notification to come through. Mercery, thank you so much for the 5 community subs. Really appreciate your hearts in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Hearts in chat. Multiple times leveling because it was so tedious to get to... Wait, 1,220 levels? The fuck game was that? That is a lot of levels. I genuinely believe we're going to find out that the Titans aren't actually Titans. The Last Titan is Azeroth. Like, mark my words today, ladies and gentlemen. Fucking write this down. The Last Titan is Azeroth. She is the only Titan. The Titans that you and I know aren't actually Titans. So when the survey said people did not want Cataclysm, how to say people voted for Cataclysm? Ricky, me doing a survey and Blizzard doing a survey isn't quite the same thing. All that means is that most of the people in my community do not want Cataclysm. And that's true, right? I still think that a lot of people are misremembering their love for Cataclysm, but we'll see how it goes, you know? We'll see how it goes. So anti-product, I think... Okay, here's what I think, and this is going to be meta as fuck, so you guys have to be ready, right? We're doing, like, very meta speculation here. The brokers say that there are 2 forces, right? They don't know what happened to the second force, but the one force they see become 6 forces. Well, actually, it becomes 2 forces, then 3, and then finally 6. The 6th force then becomes a 7th force, but they don't know if the 7th force is actually part of the 6 or if the 6 is part of the 7th. But they ultimately see that the 1 force became 7 forces. That would be the 6 cosmological forces and reality right in the center. What they then say is that there is another force, but that force appears to be outside of the system. That force doesn't appear to be a part of the system. But what if that force is in fact inside the system? It is the first ones. After the force that created the great beyond and all of the cosmological forces, after that force created everything, the first ones came in and then they subjugated the thing that was made. So they built their own structures on top of it. So, for example, the Shadowlands that you and I see, that we were just at, isn't actually the Shadowlands. It is the construct that was built on top of the Shadowlands by the first ones. And that's why the first ones invented the Eternal Ones, as well as the Arbiter. It is to subjugate the system, to ensure that they can contain all of the power within the system, because the whole system is about anima. It's about the power that exists within a soul. And this system was supposed to be an eternal loop where the power would flow naturally from one side to the other. But the first ones were greedy little fuckheads. And so the first ones decided, nah, never mind. How about we just keep the power for ourselves? So we take all of the mortal life in the great beyond that exists with all of their anima, the power within them, and we funnel all of that power into our arbiter, into our networks, and all of that power, we decide how much of that power goes back to reality to basically become souls again, so that we can just continuously have the system operate for us. And this would sort of explain why both the Fel and the Void are so hell-bent on destroying the system. Because the first ones realized they can't order chaos. Chaos cannot be ordered. They most likely tried to build a zeroth realm for chaos, and that fucking failed miserably. They then decided, well, maybe we try and order Void. They realized very quickly the Void isn't that easy to be to be ordered. They don't want to fucking hear it, right? And then they decided, okay, what we'll do instead is we'll order, because that's easy. Then we'll order life, because that shouldn't be too hard either. We'll order light, and we'll order death. And between the 3 of us, or 4 of us, we have this nice little contained system. The problem was that there are beings of the original force, i.e. Azeroth and Argus. These beings exist, and they were meant to be born in order to ensure that this system remained safe, but the first ones arrived before they could be born. And so the first ones and their forces literally built prisons for both of these, or for these beings. Argus was one of them, Azeroth was the other. This would kind of make sense to me if I'm just sort of spitballing the last Titan. Because Argus is dead. First thing Azeroth says in common is Anduin, with the underground Arathi being sacred flame infused by the world soul. Did Anduin ever really hear the light, or was it Azeroth all along? Something he is now more in tune with since the Void presence too. He can't hear the light because he hears all of her voice now. Interesting idea. I mean, that is an interesting idea. Domago, Sargeras isn't a Titan. Sargeras isn't a Titan. Sargeras is a Titan pretty much in the same way that Amanthul and the Wraith are. They were created inside Zeroth Ordis. We already know that Zeroth Ordis is confirmed to be true. So the Titans are pretenders. Yeah, they're basically Titan replacers. They imprisoned the original Titans and then took their place. So they are pretending to be Titans. They are pretending to serve the world and order the world. Meanwhile, all they're doing is preserving the system that they themselves have created. Mary, I don't know about Elune. There's a lot of things we'd have to find out about Elune. I will say though, if you go by Chris Mason, I don't think you're gonna hear about Elune. Honest truth, Chris Mason was once asked about Elune, what is Elune, and he said some things are better left unsaid. I think Steve Denuser and his team wanted to play with Elune. You know, it's the toy that they're not allowed to touch, and they thought, let's touch it. But I think now that Chris Mason is back, he's going to be like, fuck you. No. Elune remains a mystery. We'll keep having Elune do stuff, but the nice thing about having a mysterious character, a character that no one knows about, is that you can pretty much do anything with that character. Right? Anything that you can't really explain, you can just say, oh, it's Elune that does it. There, Apocalypse, literally, that's the exact words from Chris Mason. The last thing closest to a true deity in Warcraft, the mystery, is what makes her an interesting character. That was Chris Mason's exact words on when asked if Elune will ever feature in the story. Yeah, fuck it. We're here already. We may as well watch the classic announcements. Wait, is the Overwatch announcements done? Are they finished with Overwatch? That was short. So what's next for Overwatch? Like, in what ways are Overwatch not going to be boring now? Mold, how you doing, brother? On a funny note, I can only imagine how many porn stars are jealous of Mason today, since he made more people come at the same time than they did in all of their careers combined. True. True. Does anybody even care about Overwatch 2? I don't, that's why we didn't watch it. I'm sorry, I know that we're doing a BlizzCon co-stream, but I will be fucked if I'm gonna sit here and watch Overwatch. I'm sorry. I would rather sit here and stare at the wall. I have no interest in Overwatch whatsoever. I don't even have the game installed. I have no interest in having the fucking game. I'm perfectly happy with never playing that game. Instead of this, and talked about the visions, just like how we could read from Ogmort. Oh yeah. Poor level, as I said, they can rip worlds apart. They think we're yeah, but we will obviously have power. Like, look, how have we Domago? How have we defeated Argus? Like, how do we take down Argus or Agramar? We did it with power that did not belong to us. Pretty easy to do. You just give us someone's power. Like Azeroth infuses us with power enough to take down the Titans, or Iridicron helps out and we take down the Titans. Okay, so Domago, you are suggesting, right? You are suggesting that there are no amounts of borrowed power that could ever make us strong enough to take out a Titan. But you are forgetting some very interesting little things. All Azeroth would need to do, literally all Azeroth would need to do, is infuse us with Foul, and bam, the Titans are fucked. Because guess what? Titans are naturally weak against Foul. On a funny note, I can imagine how many porn stars are jealous of Mason today, since he made more people come at the same time than they did in all of their careers combined. True. True. I agree. Thanks on a funny note, I can imagine. I agree. My problem is that current WoW team... Wait, my problem is the current WoW team is still bad, plus the game is still lackluster. I'm only here for the story. Well, Chris Mason being back seems to have given them a lot more focus on where they want to go. They appear to be a lot more focused, which I think is, like, unironically really good. Yeah, I mean, not only did they give more context, they... we should be back. Are we back? Yeah, I don't know what the hell. Like, this thing is just weird, bro. This thing is just so fucking weird. Yeah, we fully went down. Holy shit. The Titans weren't happy with where the stream was going. I feel this is going to be a Star Wars or trilogy structure feel in the 3x packs. The 3x packs is huge. If you plan them correctly, you finally have the opportunity to pace the expansion, because that's one of the big things that World of Warcraft pretty much misses every expansion, is pacing. Like, World of Warcraft has such a huge pacing issue. Hence why stories have to consistently be fucking rushed or just skipped, because, you know, they have to get to point B. Isn't that first-class copium? We know that they work two expansions ahead of what players are experiencing. So what has been presented today hasn't been made by Mason at all. Golgoth, no, you're absolutely wrong. Because Mason has been with World of Warcraft, or back with Blizzard, for, what is it now? I think it's almost 2 years that Mason's been back. Started out as just an advisor, or a consultant, and now he's back for good. So no, this is definitely, it has absolutely been made by Mason. Like 100%, this is Mason's baby. And they don't work 2 expansions ahead. They have a story usually 2 expansions ahead, but they only work 1 expansion ahead. So, in olden days, they would have started development on Dragonflight a little bit before the launch of Shadowlands. And then for the majority of Shadowlands, they will develop Dragonflight. And then shortly before, like, by the time Dragonflight went into the PTR, a lot of the developers had already moved on to working on the next expansion. So, no, this is 100% Mason's baby. I was really underwhelmed with the announcement, but the deep dive panel made me feel a bit better. I'm honestly more hyped for the Season of Discovery. Season of Discovery is going to be super cool. I'm here for that as well. Kyle, so there's a problem. Just leaving out the fact that you want Sylvanas to cheat on me with Anduin, which is absolutely disgusting. What kind of person would even want that? But leaving that out, let's just talk about, like, the obvious fucking, like, elephant in the room here. Savannah's can't have children. She's forsaken. She's dead, bro. Like, there's no kids coming out of her, so there's no chance. No chance. Dude, I have a feeling that the Season of Discovery is Blizzard playing around with technology that will eventually maybe come to retail. Because it is quite big. Bearded Metalhead, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is big. It's huge. The idea of being able to change how your class plays it completely is fucking huge. And if Blizzard can nail it, oh, can you imagine being able to play in retail the way you want? Like, you want to be a Warlock tank? Go for it, bro. Like, you change your talents and you turn yourself into a fucking tank in retail. Classic is, that's what I've said Blizzard should do with Classic Plus from the beginning. Treat it as the main PTR for future content in retail. Matt, I'm gonna say something incredibly controversial now. WoW should not be balanced. We have spent the last decade and a bit watching Blizzard constantly try to balance the fucking game. And the only thing it's done is they managed to balance the fun right the fuck out of the game. They managed to balance it to the point where no one wants to fucking play it. Whereas in the past, look at Classic. Was Classic balanced? Fuck no. Was TBC balanced? No. If you were a Warlock in TBC, there was pretty much one class in the game that could potentially beat you, and that was a Paladin. And the Paladin could only beat you if the Paladin did everything perfectly. Like, the Paladin isn't allowed to make a single mistake, because a single mistake means the Warlock takes it. The Warlock can make fucking as many mistakes as they want, but the Paladin has to play perfectly, and then maybe they can beat the Warlock. People were having fun. It was a fun experience regardless. This endless hunt for hyper balance, in my opinion, is what is ruining World of Warcraft, because sometimes the fun is that your class is just stupidly fucking broken. You know, and that's just fun. You're just having fun because your class is doing stupid amounts of fucking damage. And yes, if you want to hunt balance, hunt it from... like, change your perspective on balancing. Make it so that certain specs are super overpowered in certain seasons. And then next season, there will be new specs that is super unbalanced and so on and so forth. And you're just having fun with it. You know, you're just having fun with that. And yes, players are forced to swap out their specs because, you know, every season is different. But who gives a shit, right? Because in a perfect world, it would be great if World of Warcraft could be balanced. But has it ever happened? Like, have we ever had an expansion in World of Warcraft where the game was just absolutely super balanced? Robotic Unicorn, 26 months, part of the Legion Nation, tier 2. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's never happened. The only thing that Blizzard have ever managed to do is piss players off because your class goes from top of the log to bottom of the fucking barrel due to Blizzard's balancing. Because when Blizzard balances a class, they nerf you by like 50%. And then suddenly you're doing no fucking damage. The gray, yeah, you could do that as well. The thing is, God Comp and Meta, we have already proven that God Comp and Meta does not go away. Oh my God! Baltazar, 3 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Here's the facts, ladies and gentlemen. If 5 classes in World of Warcraft combined was 1% better than any other combination of 5 classes, that 5 classes will become the meta comp. And everyone will only want those 5 classes in their group. Guaranteed, no fucking questions asked. So in other words, the only way for you to really balance the game is you have to ensure that there is no 5 classes that in combination can be stronger than any other combination of 5 classes together. It's undoable. You can suck my dick, you will not do it. And if you can do it, I'll suck yours. Shameless, thanks for the sub, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is undoable. So why are we even trying? What's the point? You're fighting a battle that you will never win. Oh shit. Oh, Song Wang, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. I just saw that K-pop band thing pop up again. What's their name? Terra, no, Sarah something. Have you guys heard of that band? Enjoy Blizzcon watch party. How's it going? Zowang, it's going well. It's really fucking good. Seraphim, I think. Last Seraphim. Alright. I've never heard of them. I have heard of exactly 3 K-pop bands in my entire life. Like, I know of 3 of them. I don't know their music, but I know of 3 of them. And the only reason I know of 3 of them is because all 3 of them have one super hot chick in them. And that's it. I've never heard their music. I don't know what the fuck they sound like. I've just seen the girls, and then I go, oh shit, she's fucking hot, bro. And then that's it. That's the extent of my appreciation of K-pop. One is Blackpink, and the girl there is, I think she's called Jenny, or some shit like that. I think like it's not. There's one that everyone seems to like, but I don't like that one as much. I think she's called Jenny. I'm not sure. Then there's, oh the fuck it, Moland or some shit, or Momoland or some shit. I think it's called Momoland. Is what it's called. And there's a girl there called Nancy. Fuck, dude, Nancy is fine. Like, Nancy is super fine. Like, I would actually probably, like, I would actually suggest that Nancy is probably the hottest of all of the girls. And then there's another band, which I think is just called Twice. And I don't know what the fuck the girl is called there, but I think she's the main girl in Twice, and she's also pretty hot. As no, not Jenny. Lisa is hotter. Lisa is the one that everyone thinks is hot, and I don't find Lisa that hot. Like, I don't know why. Lisa, to me, just not that hot. Jenny, on the other hand, really hot. But Lisa, not so much. Razor Connor, why? I'm still reeling from World Tour Saga. It's good, Howard, isn't it? What do you all think of Rumble? To me, it's a HOTS version on a mobile game. I don't give a fuck about Rumble. I don't play mobile games. She has IBAs. Who has IBAs? I'm out of touch with it. This may sound racist, but they all look the exact same to me. Same plastic surgery face. Someone, I don't know if, like, they don't look the same at all. Like, I would absolutely disagree with that. Like, I would actually say that it's not about being racist. It's just about it doesn't, like, not at all. If you look at Nancy and you put Jenny next to her, no shot. Can someone quickly Google pictures of Nancy and Jenny? Jenny from Blackpink and Nancy from Momoland, I think. Adam 3comp, how you doing, bro? No, it's perfectly fine, Warlock. They absolutely don't look the same. Googling won't end well. Dude, it will end fine if that's the only thing you're fucking Googling. It'll work fine if that's the only thing you're Googling. Adam 3com, thanks for the 100 bits, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dude, Jenny is fucking hot, Jamie. I told you Jenny is hot, right? Hey, let's just make sure, because I'm pretty sure there's some porn freaks out there. Let me just make sure here. Yeah. This is Jenny, right? Jenny from Blackpink. Okay, so she, in my opinion, she's hotter than Lisa, right? In my opinion, I think she's hotter than Lisa. Like, she's cute as fuck, bro. And she's got a banging body. She's got a banging body. And then the other one is... I think this is how you spell it. Yeah, this one. She's American, though, which I didn't even fucking know. But Nancy, this is Nancy. Now, I think she's the hottest of all of the girls. But, yeah. How can you say they look the same, though? Like, genuine fucking question. How can you say this girl and this girl looks the same? Like, what fucking resemblance are you picking up? Jenny's cuter than the other girl? I don't necessarily agree with that. Jennifer was the same look? Jisoo, I don't know who that is. I've never listened to any of their music. I don't know the bands at all. They just pop up on Instagram when you're doing reels. It's fucking full of K-pop bands. And then every once in a while you see a K-pop star enough and you go, oh, okay, I'm starting to know this K-pop band. Amaranth is a Blizzcon? What? For me, they can sing a lick, but what do I know? I don't know if they can sing. Who the fuck is Baby Metal? Look, guys, I don't listen to music, like, really as a rule, I don't listen to music. But I most definitely do not listen to pop. So why the fuck would I listen to K-pop? Feeling about the future of WoW? I'm very excited for it, Adam. Like, I am super excited for it now. No. If you're gonna give me any music to listen to, it's gonna be metal. Metal or alternative rock. But classic, yeah. I'll listen to classical music as well from time to time. But that's pretty much it. There's no amount of money in the world that will make me listen to a single fucking pop song. And I will definitely not be listening to K-pop. Ludo and I will not be surprised by K-pop. I don't give a fuck about... Like, dude, I want... Okay, so firstly, you guys know me. I don't watch any movies that isn't English. I will not read subtitles. Go fuck yourself. If I want to read, I'll read a book. I'm not watching a movie if it's not in English, and I don't care about... I don't want to hear dubs, because I don't like when the lips don't sync with the fucking sound, so I only watch English movies. Or Afrikaans movies, because I actually fucking understand them. But most Afrikaans movies is shit, so don't watch them. But I don't watch dubbed things. And I don't watch subtitles. I hate subtitles. And then I refuse to listen to music that I cannot understand unless it's opera. Only opera will I listen to that I can't fucking... Like, I don't understand a word of Italian, but I will listen to the music. As for, like, if I listen to a K-pop, I don't know what the fuck they're saying. They could be insulting me for all I know, and I wouldn't know. I would just be going, ooh, ooh. And meanwhile, they're insulting me. I don't understand that language. What the fuck? I pick up, like, 4 or 5 words sometimes. No. Fuck that, bro. I'm not listening to it. Now, if the K-pop bands wanted to start singing in English, maybe I'd give it a listen. Nightwish is really good. Like, really good. Give me Chocolate by Baby Metal. Do it. I'm not listening to music here. My latest metal discovery. You're doing that. Wait, you're doing that to a K-pop song would get lots of views, though, Akko? Yeah, but I don't care about the views enough to listen to a fucking K-pop song. Something that's not in English, and I'm not a born English speaker. No, I'm not English either, right? My language is Afrikaans. English is my second language, but I still prefer to watch and listen to things in English. I vastly appreciate English more in terms of books, movies, music. I prefer it. Afrikaans has a tedious fucking tendency to be very, very common. And I don't mean common as in like everywhere. I mean common as in the Afrikaans way of saying it, which means trash. Which of the 3 expansions announced do you think will be the best? For me, it's Midnight. Tumbling, I'm kind of excited for all of them equally for different reasons. I live with a South African girl. I get a little bit of the culture. It would kind of depend on the girl, though, and where she's from. Because, like, if she's from Joburg, you didn't get shit South African culture. Very few people in Joburg are actually South African. They're fucking weirdos. If she was from Durban, that's a kind of South African culture, but fuck me, it's a stretch. If she lives in Cape Town, yeah, that's cool.
World of Warcraft Classic. What's next?
All right, here we go. Here we go, boys. Yeah, I'm from Cape Town as well. Cool place.
Hola, Blizzcon. Hi. My name is Ana Resendes, and I am one of the 2 lead software engineers on the World of Warcraft Classic team. Today, today I will be joined by 3 other of my members of the Classic team. Josh Greenfield, our senior producer. Nora Valera, my fellow lead software engineer. And Tim Jones, our team's lead designer. It is an honor for us to represent the Classic team and talk to you about so many of the things we're working on WoW Classic. So today, let's talk about the Classic journey so far, plus Cataclysm Classic, Hardcore, and a newer season. I'll be right back, I need to pee.
Just keep watching.
Yeah. So, you know, WoW Classic was announced at Blizzcon 6 years ago. And the team worked really hard to bring those precious memories of WoW to you and to me. The Classic journey officially started when you joined us in 2019 back in Azeroth creating a new character. Remembering the importance of having a good wand and being careful of how many mobs you pull at a time. We went through the journey of getting your first mount and feeling like you were riding the most powerful machine, making all those level 10s jealous of your speed. Eventually, we hit 60 levels, and we went on to face some of the most iconic challenges, including the Fire Lord himself, Lord Ragnaros. We ran the gong of Anchorage and saw new Scarlords walking among us. We completed our journey at level 60 by adventuring into Naxxramas with 39 other of our friends. In 2021, the Dark Portal opened, and us brave heroes stepped forward into a new world to face the Born Legion. In Outland, we learned to fly and see the world from a different perspective. And after killing many Talbot, we contested Illidan, and turns out, maybe we were prepared after all. Later on, we explored the coldest continent of Azeroth. We arrived to Northrend via boat of Zeppelin, and we started hearing about the presence of the Lich King. We became masters of vehicles, and if you're like me, indeed press that red button. Yeah, oops. All to prepare ourselves for the ultimate combat and defeat the Lich King on top of Icecrown Citadel. As you heard earlier from our executive producer, Holly, our journey will continue into Cataclysm Classic in 2024. The Classic journey started with you as a love letter to the WoW community. We asked what you wanted, you responded to us, and we listened. And as we move onward, we look to bring new Classic experiences to life, Cata and beyond. We're driven by smart changes as informed by you. So this is Cata for you. But before we talk about all the changes that we're bringing to Cataclysm Classic, let's talk about some of the features that will be returning as your journey to the new level cap to 85. So Goblins will be joining the Horde, Worgens will be joining the Alliance. Worgens, go! Cataclysm also unlocks a bigger combination of classes and races. For players that like to play as a Night Elf Mage, your time is now. Transmogs are coming back into Cataclysm. Start getting those ideas ready for your next Transmog contest. And for the Explorers, there's also where Archaeology makes its debut. And for our PvP fans, Raided Backgrounds are coming back. Yeah, love PvP. The world will be changed after sharing.
There's very few people actually excited about
No
this.
giant swords just yet, but big changes to Azeroth nonetheless.
It's very quiet.
Along with graphics improvements, literally thousands of new quests await you across different continents. And of course, you will also be able to unlock flying Azeroth. As the world changes, it comes with some of the most iconic dungeons and raids that you have ever experienced. All in all, this comes with 5 new zones, 10 new dungeons, and 7 new raids.
I feel like
speaking of those raids,
I feel super sorry for her because I think when they announced Season of Discovery, it kind of immediately killed anything else in the Classic space. Like, people were immediately like, yep, that's what I'm playing. She's here sort of, trying to get people hyped for the thing that they fucking asked for. But how do you do that when everyone's sitting here going, tell us about Season of Discovery. Tell us about Season of Discovery. I feel very bad for her because she seems super nice.
We have seen a ton of positive feedback in the community around the new Titan Rune dungeon system in Grad, or as you might know it as Heroic Plus, allowing you new deterministic opportunities to gear up. So we're excited to bring the spirit of those forwards into Cataclysm for you to experience these new takes on Cataclysm dungeons.
New dungeon difficulties.
We will be making updates to the guild advancement system, introducing Cataclysm. We want to ensure that guilds that are on the smaller side are not left behind. In past years, we heard from you about wanting to have collections UI in Classic. So we're happy to have introduced that in our final patch of Grad. And now Transmogs will live in it too, and they're going to be account-wide. So get all those alts together and get all that gear. Classic gives us the opportunity to revisit the cadence at which we release content and patches. I think we all know when a patch has overstayed its welcome, which is why we're excited to announce that Cata Classic will be experienced at a faster rate, faster than the original. And with that, we're also making changes to the leveling speed for new characters to get to level 8.
To be fair, the original was slow as fuck.
These are just some of the changes that are coming to Cataclysm Classic. We also have other topics of discussion in the team. But as we said, WoW Classic started as a love letter to the community, and we continue to look to you and you to provide great feedback. So if you're here at Blizzcon, please swing by the Darkmoon Fair that is over there. There's a mailbox where you can submit any questions you have. And for those of you at home, talking to you, there's going to be open threads in all the WoW forums in every region. And we look forward for your thoughts about all
the crowd should actually just make noise here.
Thank you again for taking this journey with us.
It's not fair.
As we've been
Even if you aren't excited, you should just make noise here. You know, at least make her not feel like she's just standing there. You know, I feel sorry for her.
Hardcore, yeah, hardcore.
There we go. Now the crowd's getting involved. Okay. Now the crowd's getting involved.
I have a question
That's nice.
for people here. Who here has made it to level 16 hardcore?
Not me. I haven't even played hardcore.
Yeah, that's very impressive. That's really, really impressive. But, okay, who here has died before level 16 hardcore?
Not me. I haven't even made a first character in hardcore.
Me too. You and I, my friends, that has happened. But in fact, you're not alone. Yeah.
Oh shit! Look at that.
You have joined the graveyard alongside all these characters.
This makes sense. Hunters are played by stupid people.
So
it makes sense that they would be the top deaths in the game. One hunter running in there, just blasting away. Of course.
Information of data here. I do not have a data table for this, but let's take a look at some reenactments of the 3 most common environmental deaths in hardcore. So, who else was looting that final mob and forgot to take a look at their breath meter? Or maybe you were too busy typing in the chat in Ironforge and became one with the Great Forge.
Yeah, that'd be a terrible way to die. Terrible way to die.
Or you misjudged the distance and gravity gave you a moral reminder. I've been there. Yeah, I mean, these are some dumb ways to die, you know, but on the opposite side, there are so much more heroic ways to die. And we have been super excited to see how players have engaged with our new feature, Duel to the Dead, Mokora. Yeah, we're very impressed by the community events and all the players that have been brave enough to participate in them. It takes a lot.
Yes,
but
the gray.
As Colin mentioned earlier today, we have a new optional rule set coming to hardcore. So we are excited to officially announce that Self-Found will be coming to hardcore in early 2024.
What?
Yeah.
Self-Found? What the fuck is Self-Found?
Players that opt into this mode won't be able to trade, use the mail, or use the action house until you reach max level. We hope that you join us to take on this new challenge.
Oh, shit.
So yeah, on behalf of the Classic team, thank you so much for joining us on the Classic journey so far. And we can't wait to see you back in Azeroth.
So they're making it even harder.
I know everybody wants to hear more about the Season of Discoveries, so I'm going to bring in, my senior producer, Josh Greenfield. Thank you.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's hear Season of Discovery, boys. This is the one.
Wow, look at this crowd. Hello, BlizzCon. My name's Josh Greenfield, and I'm the senior game producer on WoW Classic. I'm here to talk to you today about our new season for a Classic World of Warcraft, Season of Discovery.
Yeah.
Today, I'm going to give you an introduction and an overview of what our season is at a very high level, as well as giving you an idea of what our major features are. After this overview, I'm going to hand things off to a few other Classic team members to dig into some specifics about what I'm going to cover. So let's go ahead and jump in. So it seems fitting to start off talking about discoveries. It's in the name, after all, so it seems pretty important to the season. When you first start a character in Season of Discovery, it'll look and feel identical to original World of Warcraft. You'll slay kobolds, you'll give lazy peons a bonk, all the kind of normal things you do when starting fresh in World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
When you get to around level 2, however, in the starter zone, your class trainer will offer you a new quest. And this is to go find your first rune, We'll talk about runes in a little bit more in a minute, but after that, after that intro quest, the game simply tells you, go find more. And that's kind of where discoveries come in.
Okay.
Discoveries are essentially secrets hidden throughout the game world. They usually aren't quests in the traditional sense. There's nothing on your map to show them to you. This is classic after all. And some may be as simple as a treasure coffer deep in a cobalt mine, but many are small events kind of unto themselves, oftentimes requiring more than one player, a little bit of creativity, or some keen observation skills to obtain. One of the things we love about Azeroth is the sense of awe and wonder it inspires. It's a massive world. But due to the kind of solved nature of original WoW, it can sometimes feel a lot smaller than it did when we first started our adventures.
Yep.
Discoveries are a way to disrupt that a bit. Keep the world familiar, comfortable, but add enough new things to find to evoke that sense of adventure and exploration we first felt when we stepped foot in Azeroth. Beyond the next hill, deep in the next crypt or cave, something exciting could be hidden.
A reason to go
One of the things we love
exploring.
about discoveries is this social and information sharing aspect. For those first few weeks of each phase, we hope to find secret finding communities pop up, both in and out of game, as players scour Azeroth to find all these little hidden things. We can't wait to read general chat as players begin sharing what they found with each other in real time. We think that social and info sharing aspect is super exciting, and we can't wait to see how long it takes for all
There's
these
gonna
little
be
secrets to
assholes that make videos on this. You just know
In
it,
order to
right?
preserve this sense of discovery, we will not be holding a public beta or PTR for Season of Discovery.
Exactly what they should have done.
Thank you, yeah. We want day one of Season of Discovery to feel as fresh and full of surprises as we can. So we're taking a chance here to keep those first few weeks as exciting as possible. The last thing we'll say about discoveries now is that we wanted to craft them in a way that really felt at home in original WoW. Many times when playtesting amongst ourselves, we'd find a new NPC or an object, and someone would hesitate and say, like, is this from 2004? Is this new? And we're like, yeah, it's new. That's new to the season. And to us, that's a great success. The idea here is that these things feel as like a natural part of Azeroth as it was at this point in WoW's history. Next, let's talk a little bit about level-banded content phases and what that means. In essence, level-banded content phases are how we're going to approach the level-up journey in Season of Discovery. When we initially launch, the level cap in Season of Discovery will be level 25. After a number of weeks, the level cap will increase to a higher level for the next phase. So why a level cap of 25 to start with? Well, our inspiration for this actually came from the WoW Classic Beta in 2019. We saw how much fun the game was when the level was capped at a lower level, and how players would find new and exciting talent and item combinations to optimize around. And this is something we've always looked back fondly on, and it's something we've wanted to sort of explore ever since. We also realized how approachable an initial lower level cap could be. We talk a lot internally about approachability on WoW Classic and respecting players' time. There's a major goal of this level-banded approach to really give you a chance to get into it. One of the things we really consistently see on forums or social media too is it too late to start? And oftentimes we'll hear this literally within a day or two of a new release. And obviously it's never too late to start playing Classic WoW. But as we've all grown into additional responsibilities and found ourselves spending maybe a little less time playing games than we used to, we can definitely feel that sense of kind of fear of missing out, or FOMO, when we log in after a long week and see our friends 10 or 20 levels ahead of us. And for that, this level-banded approach is perfect. There will be plenty to do in each new leveling journey, from the quests and dungeons and battlegrounds we all know and love, to finding all the brand new things to discover across Azeroth. And then later on, leveling new alts to find all of their hidden discoveries as well. There's lots to do, but we're hoping that you won't ever feel that sense of being behind just because you couldn't play on a given day. We also plan to give a very sizable experience boost to the previous level band every time we raise the level cap. This is kind of similar to Joyous Journeys in Wrath Classic, if you're familiar with that. So even if you miss a phase or once a level in alt, you'll be able to catch up to your friends in no time.
I think that is bad.
So the next thing we want to talk about is in-game at level cap. So when we kind of decided on this level-banded content approach, we had to kind of sit down and ask ourselves, what is in-game when the level cap is 25? And first, I think it makes sense to
Vanilla
talk a little
Slice,
bit about our
welcome.
inspiration. And this is something we really keep coming back to a lot on Classic. Since this is a version of original WoW, we wanted to start out grounded in familiar locations and put the focus for the new stuff on fresh gameplay and mechanics in those iconic dungeons and locales. To that end, our first raid in Season of Discovery will be the iconic dungeon, Black Fathom Deeps, reimagined as a 10-player raid instance. Thank you. Next, one of our main goals is to ensure that these are fully featured, deep, satisfying raids, and not simply the addition of a few mechanics to existing encounters as they were in 2004.
This I
All of
actually
these
like.
encounters are a full ground-up redesign and should feel like proper raid encounters.
Yeah.
And of course, with new raids comes lots of new loot. In addition to raids, we also really want to play up that PvP aspect. And as a result, we're planning to add several outdoor PvP events to the game as the level caps increase. Thank you. Lastly, one of the things we're most excited about is where we go when we start getting to higher levels. We are leaving the door open to the possibility of completely new experiences and the prospects of exploring previously unfinished or unused locales.
It's Classic Plus, bitches!
We're sorry, getting a level 16.
That is Classic
I'm
Plus,
excited
what the
too.
fuck?
I'm excited too. We think that level 25 is going to be full of great, memorable gameplay that feels right at home in original WoW, but this is just the first step, and we think the best is yet to come.
Oh, yeah.
So next, let's kind of change gears and talk about rune engraving a little bit. So this is one of the most exciting new things about Season of Discovery. One of the most consistent pieces of feedback we've gotten from previous iterations of original WoW, such as our Season of Mastery, is that many players would like to try some adjustments to their favorite class or spec. We really wanted to take a chance with Season of Discovery and go kind of wild here, and we did. That's where rune engraving comes in. Rune engraving is a new skill that all Season of Discovery characters know automatically on character creation. Rune engraving allows you to gather, learn, and apply new class abilities directly to your equipment, kind of like enchants. In the initial 1 through 25 experience, you'll be able to discover runes in your chest, legs, and glove slots. And as the level cap increases, additional runes for other item slots will be discoverable over time.
Okay.
Once learned, runes are permanent and can be applied and reapplied to your gear at will, just out of combat.
Wow.
One of the
Not
most
bad.
exciting things about these runes is that they exist completely outside of the talent system, meaning that you could very realistically splash in, damage abilities with a healing talent spec, so you could solo a little bit better, or you could swap maybe to tanking ability runes to round out the tank spot in your 5-player group if you're missing one. You may also encounter previously faction-specific paladin and shaman buffs as runes, which helps bring some parity to each faction without those classes losing their unique flavor or the factions losing their unique flavor. In order to also streamline the talent system to go along with runes, we do plan to adjust the respec cost to be much more nominal in Season of Discovery, particularly at low
that's
levels.
actually cool. That is actually fucking cool, because respecs cost
That's
a
not all.
lot.
That's not all. Who knows, maybe, just maybe, someday, you won't be constrained to just one talent spec in Season of Discovery.
Oh, crap.
So, overall,
Deal specking.
we've been playing
Easy.
this a ton internally. We've been having so much fun with it. It's everything we love about Classic, plus so much more. At this, I'd like to hand this over to one of our lead software engineers, Nora Valletta, to talk about some specific abilities you may encounter on the different classes, as well as to talk a bit about our PvP plans for Season of Discovery. Take it away, Nora.
I think these are incredibly good. It's incredibly well done. I really think it hits the spot. I just don't know about the catch-up.
Thanks, Josh. Hey, Blizzcon. My name's Nora Valletta, and along with Anna, I'm a lead software engineer on WoW Classic.
Yeah, I will be playing Plus. Yep. We're
There are
playing
over
Plus.
100 runes in the 1 to 25 leveling bracket across all classes, and we'd love for you guys to go forth and discover them on your own. However, to give you an idea of what to expect, I have a few to share with you today. First things first, I want to share some of the things we had in mind when designing runes in Season of Discovery. One is to shake up the meta. Our seasonal content is a great opportunity to deliver WoW Classic, but with a twist. With our non-seasonal content, we try to deliver a classic experience close to the original, but with seasons, we have the freedom to experiment with what-if scenarios, such as, what if rogues could tank? What if paladins did have a taunt?
Oh shit, yeah?
On that point,
I get what they're trying to do.
We wanted to introduce abilities such that each class has something special, something that other classes can point to and go, dang, that's so cool, I wish I could do that. Many of the runes you find are greatest hits remixes of popular abilities from various WoW expansions, so many of them will be familiar to you. That said, some of these familiar abilities may actually behave a little differently than you remember. Some spells and abilities you'll discover have never been introduced before in any WoW expansion. For these, we were careful to make sure they were an appropriate fit for class fantasy. Most importantly, we want Classic to continue to feel like Classic. Many of the iconic spells and abilities you've seen in various WoW expansions feel fitting for that expansion or fitting for modern WoW, but would feel out of place in Classic, so we tried to avoid introducing anything with a too modern feel and made adjustments wherever it made sense. Anyways, enough of that. Let's take a sneak peek at some of those abilities. Druids. In Season of Discovery, you have an interrupt called Skull Bash, which can be used in cat or bear form. Fury of Storm Rage removes the mana cost of Wrath. Dealing damage with Wrath has a chance to make your next healing touch instant. Wild Growth applies a heal over time effect to your target and up to 5 nearby party members.
Wait, but this is just shit from...
Hello, Hunters. Beast Mastery will increase your pet's damage, health, and focus regen. Growl is now a proper taunt. Explosive Shot is a ranged damage over time ability. And Lone Wolf gives you a damage boost if you have no active pet.
But this is just
Pair this
things
with
that
dual wielding
used to be in WoW. What's going on?
Hunter.
Like all of these abilities
Mages.
were in WoW at one point or another.
Ice Lance is an instant frost spell that deals triple damage to frozen targets. Living Flame causes flames to erupt and chase a nearby enemy, leaving a burning trail in its wake. And Regeneration is a heal, which marks your target with a temporal beacon. Another rune ability called Rewind Time will heal the damage taken over the previous 5 seconds. You can heal other people with this, by the way, not just yourself, so I hope you've made room on your roster for mage healers.
I mean, why not?
Paladins. In WoW Classic, they don't have a taunt, but here it is in Season of Discovery.
Okay, so you can
End of Reckoning
taunt.
is your taunt.
Congratulations.
Knowing this ability will also increase the threat bonus of Righteous Fury and cause you to gain mana when healed by other players. Crusader Strike is a weapon attack.
Because they're
It's a
kind of
weapon
fleshing
attack
them
which
out
costs
a little
no
bit.
additional mana and instead regenerates your mana slightly with each hit. And Seal of Martyrdom can be activated to cause melee attacks to strike other nearby targets. You'll lose health when inflicting damage with this. However, nearby party members will gain mana based on the damage you take. Priests. You can channel Penance to heal nearby friendly targets or deal damage to enemy targets.
Yeah.
Prayer of Mending heals your target
No.
the next time they take damage or receive healing. Afterwards, it'll bounce to another friendly player nearby. Homunculi animates 3 miniature copies of your character, which will attack your target with a mace, a sword, and an axe, reducing their attack speed, attack power, and armor, respectively.
Sounds overpowered as fuck.
From
Sounds a
stealth,
little overpowered in
Shadow
Classic.
Strike allows you to teleport behind your target and strike for a nice big chunk of damage. Envenom is a finishing move. It deals poison damage based on your deadly poison
Yeah, as
doses
if
on the
rogues
target,
need
and also
more
increases
power
the frequency
in
of applying
PvP,
instant
alright.
poison for some time afterwards. Just a Flesh Wound is our rogue tank ability. You generate way more threat, you take reduced physical damage while Blade Dance is active, you're less likely to be critically hit by melee attacks, and your Feint ability turns into a taunt called Tease. Shamans. Lava Lash deals offhand weapon damage.
Okay.
Offhand. In Season of Discovery, enhancement shamans can dual wield with the help of another rune not pictured here. Happy hunting. Healing Rain is a gradual AoE heal which can be placed on the ground, or on a lamppost, or on the ceiling. Way of Earth allows you to perform the coveted role of Shaman Tank.
Oh yeah, here we go. People are gonna fucking go nuts for this.
With this, you'll deal increased threat, you'll take less damage, and Earth Shock becomes your taunt. Warlocks.
Yeah, here we go, boys. My class.
Haunt deals damage, increases all shadow damage you deal to the target, and heals you for the damage it dealt once it's dispelled or expires.
This would work. I mean, why not?
Chaos Bolt sends a big beefy bolt of fire at the enemy. It always hits, it can't be resisted, and it causes all of your fire spells to pierce through absorption effects.
Ooh.
And
Okay.
Metamorphosis.
Oh crap! It's coming back. Yeah,
This
bitch.
is your shapeshift, allowing you to transform into a demon,
Oh,
similar to
yeah.
a druid's bear form, increasing your armor and reducing your chance to be critically hit.
Yep.
Searing Pain becomes instant, Shadow Bolt becomes a melee cleave, and Curse of Recklessness is your taunt.
Yeah.
Warriors. Victory Rush is a weapon attack that can be used after killing an enemy. It will heal you for a certain percentage of your health. Devastate will cause your Sunder armor to deal main hand weapon damage.
Demon
increase
Hunters
for
don't
each
exist,
stack of
bro.
Sunder armor
What are you
already on
talking
the
about?
target.
Vanilla Slice,
And
by the way,
Raging Blow
thank you
is
so
a
much for
vicious
joining the
strike that
DJ
deals
Nation.
heavy
Appreciate
damage
you.
that can
Thank
only
you,
be
thank you, thank
used
you.
While enraged. Now this is just a taste of all the abilities coming to classes in Season of Discovery. And really, bottom line, we want everyone to feel OP.
Make warriors less OP, make everyone OP. I like the meme. Bonus points for the meme, bro. Bonus points for the meme.
Anyways, enough about runes. Let's instead turn our attention to the ancient forest of Ashenvale in northern Kalimdor. Ashenvale is known for its beauty, its rich natural resources, and its role as a hotly contested territory between the Horde and the Alliance. In Season of Discovery, earning kills while in Ashenvale will trigger a zone-wide PvP event.
What?
During this event, a leader will appear in the zone for each faction, a Farseer for the Horde, and a Priestess of the Moon for the Alliance. Your objective is simple. It's to defeat the enemy leader.
Of course.
Now this is easier said than done. These leaders are tough, so you'll have to work together to take them out. In addition to the main camps where those faction leaders reside, various other camps will spawn across the zone for each faction. The Priestess of the Moon and the Farseer are each buffed by respective leaders in those smaller camps. The more of those small camps you can take out, the weaker your enemy's faction leader will become. Sounds familiar. It's much like Alterac Valley.
Yep.
This event is an awesome way to earn honor, as well as reputation with Warsong Gulch factions, which allows you to unlock some of the best level 25 gear in the game. You'll also be able to earn a mount, which you can actually use at level 25, but only in Ashenvale. It will increase your speed by 50%, giving you the extra boost you need to seek and destroy the enemy. So, come kick some ash in Ashenvale. I'll see you there.
I mean, dude, why is this shit not in retail? Like, what is retail doing?
Anyways, I've done enough talking. It's time for me to pass things off to Tim, who's going to talk to you about raids and the PvE endgame. Take it away, Tim.
I'm talking specifically about retail PvP.
Thank you, Nora.
Retail PvE
Hey,
is
Blizzcon!
brilliant, but the PvP is really forgotten in retail.
My name is Tim Jones, and I'm the assistant lead designer on World of Warcraft Classic. Woo! Now, multiplayer content is the heart of World of Warcraft. Whether we're questing together, running a dungeon, crafting an item for a friend, or chatting in guild about where to find that new Metamorphosis rune for Warlock, WoW offers one of the richest multiplayer experiences across all of gaming. And Season of Discovery aims to deliver on providing new group content that's both challenging and rewarding. Now first, I want everyone to take a moment with me and imagine, alongside the Zorm Strand on Ashenvale's north coast, lies the ruins of an ancient elven temple to the goddess Elune.
Yeah.
Evil stirs within, drawing the likes of the Naga and the Twilight's Hammer in search of power and anything that could hasten the coming of the old gods. Maybe you've been here before, maybe not. No matter your familiarity with this place, it's hard not to be drawn in by the mystique, the rich art, the level design, as well as the robust creature and spell ecology of Blackfathom Deeps. On the Classic team, we couldn't help but ask ourselves, could this amazing location be more than just a 5-player dungeon?
Wait, no, they're
So we're
turning it
excited.
into a raid?
Get your level 25 Prebus, equip your runes, find 9 of your best friends, and get ready. The Classic team is proud to
fucking
announce
10-man
level
raid.
up raids. New instance challenges for raid groups to experience the max level for each of Season of Discovery's content bands.
Gee, shit.
Woo!
Bro.
At level 25, Blackfathom Deeps is the first level up raid that you'll experience in Season of Discovery.
More raids?
Groups
All right.
should be easy to form. Grab a couple tanks and healers, make a party of 10, you're good to go. God knows, everyone and their mom can tank and heal in Season of Discovery now, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Dude, that would actually unironically be
Content
pretty
phases in
cool.
Season of Discovery won't be as long as traditional Classic expansion patches either. And we want you to have as many opportunities to explore and plunder the riches within. And as such,
3-day lockout.
Blackfathom will offer a 3-day lockout, much like the raid Zul'Gurub.
Yep. I think raid should
The
have a
story's the
3-day
same.
lockout in general.
Location and creatures may be familiar to some, but the challenges and rewards are brand new. 7 new bosses are here to both entertain and test your skills. And how could we not make raid content without new loot? Existing quests and rewards have also been updated for the raid as well. And you'll even be able to find secrets within the raid. Can you solve the mystery of the Twilight Artisan? Can you find the recipes for the Blackfathom sharpening stones and wizard oil? And will you be the first group to access the new world buff, Boon of Blackfathom? Ooh.
All right.
Okay. I love your guys' enthusiasm. This is amazing. Let's peek behind the curtain at what challenges await players in Blackfathom, or as we affectionately call it, BFD, not to be confused with BRD or BFA or BWL or BWD. You guys get the idea. Baron Aquanus, he guards the entrance. No longer a simple quest NPC. You must challenge his elemental lieutenants that inhabit the Fathom Stones and defeat him. And in doing so, you may face off against Aquanus himself atop the infamous jumping puzzle. And jump you must to get in range of the Baron, but beware both the boss and your teammates, because there are many a peril that may knock you off. In all honesty, this boss is lightly tuned, and there are some hidden power-ups below the water to help you return to the platform.
Not bad.
Next off, you must face against Gamura, the fearsome turtle that's been swimming in the enchanted waters of the deeps for a long, long time. Exposure to these energies has granted her both power and size, but most importantly, she's now protected by a magical barrier that protects her against almost any attack. Break through this barrier and start blasting for massive damage. Get your orange parse. All this commotion will bring you to the attention of Lady Saraves, a powerful and reckless Naga sea witch who commands a legion of Blackfathom elite in Myrmidons. She is a formidable foe that will overwhelm you unless you find a way to turn her own spells against her and her minions. These 3 bosses round out the prologue of Blackfathom Deeps, and all 3 are available to fight in our demo in Hall D. Check it out. And that's not it. Witness the corruption of Gelihast and take on the march of the Void Murlocs. Break past Lorgus Jet's magical barriers and corrupted totems. Conquer your dreams as you challenge Twilight Lord Kelris. And good luck against the giant Void Hydra. Seriously, you're going to need it. And not to forget, there will be glittering prizes awaiting you, including some of these fancy items.
Oh, wow.
Now, telling you all this is great, but I think we'd
Not
rather
bad.
just show you. So it is my pleasure to provide a quick sneak peek video of the raid, edited by the team itself, as though it was pulled straight from a community website in 2005. Please take a look.
Okay, let's watch this. I want to see low budget. Yeah, this is low budget. It looks like it came from a community-made YouTube video, like some of the first YouTube videos. Dude, it does look like a fun raid, though. Like, it actually looks like a fun raid. Oh, excuse me.
Well, that's it for today, guys. We're looking forward to... Oh, okay. That's, that shouldn't be here. Okay, that should definitely, okay, sorry, we should have, okay.
Wow, just dropping fucking spoilers. Like, just dropping little sneak peek spoilers there. Pertaining, obviously, you know, that it's
That's
not
it for
supposed to
today.
be there.
On behalf of the Classic team, and as Anna mentioned at the top, nothing that we do in WoW Classic would be possible without all of your support and your voice. Thank you so much for making the dream of WoW Classic and all the experiences we're working on a reality. We can't wait to see what else we have in store for the future. We can't wait for you to see. So please stay tuned for Hearthstone, What's Next, coming up right after this. And we hope you have enjoyed this look ahead at what's next for WoW Classic. I want to reiterate, this is just a taste of all that you're going to uncover in Season of Discovery. And for those of you here at BlizzCon, we hope you get to take on the first 3 bosses of our Black Fathom Deeps raid on the show floor. And for everyone else, we're so excited for you to experience it when Season of Discovery launches worldwide in just a few short weeks on November 30th.
Dude, we're gonna play the shit out of it. Like, you know we're gonna be playing this. So, Matt, you mentioned the lip smacking. So, I think we have to accept a couple of things here, right? 99% of the people tonight on stage were not, like, these are not people that speak in front of people. In fact, most of the time, people become game developers because they're not good with people, right? It's like, I have a friend that is a developer, and he is one of the most awkward fucking human beings you could ever meet. Like, if you know him, he's an awesome guy, but he'll say things that make people that don't know him so uncomfortable, and he won't understand why, because he's just saying stuff, you know? So that's the first thing. Before you judge someone on this stage, remember that this is not actually their job. Public speaking is an actual skill. Like, for example, when I studied acting, one of your classes is public speaking, because a lot of people study acting in order to become public speakers, you know, to become better at it. Public speaking is very difficult. It is a skill. More importantly, things like not smacking your lips, that usually happens under stress. So what happens is your mouth dries out, your lips dry out. So you're trying to get saliva back into your mouth because you're stressed. And that's why that shit happens. So it is sort of one of those things that you just, you can't help it. It's just, it is going to happen. I cut these people a lot of slack. But the thing is, Chris Mason is sort of on a level of his own, right? He likes entertaining people. You can see he's a dungeon master. He loves telling stories. But most of these people, they went into game design so that they don't have to speak in public. So you feel sorry for them, right? When this shit happens. King Julian, thanks for the right man. Really appreciate that. And then Coach Zenith, 9 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is it new information that I studied acting? I thought most people knew that. Yeah, I studied acting at university. 4 years. 5, actually. It should have been 4, but, I decided to party a lot harder than I studied. So I did it in 5. It was good. I was drunk for most of it. So, it was good fun. I sort of realized very early on at university that this is definitely not what I want to be. And it's not because I don't like acting. I love acting. I would easily become an actor, and it would actually be fun. What I don't like is the people. I hate actors. Unforgive one, how you doing, bro? 51 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is by far, without a doubt, the most pretentious, but also the most weak human beings I have ever met are actors. It is insane. In my entire year, and we were about, I think, 60 in my first year, there were 5 people that were awesome, really awesome, grounded human beings. The rest were so far up their own assholes that it was nuts. Dude, we had one guy that basically every week had a new religion. I do not fucking joke. One week he'd come in and he'd be Muslim, right? He's discovered the truth and Allah is the way. Then the next week he's a Buddhist because he's just discovered Buddha and, Buddha is cool as fuck. Then he would be a born-again Christian. Then he would be a this, then he would be a that. The dude, and then he would circle around to religions. It was nuts. Every single fucking week, a new religion. There was one girl who basically changed her sexuality as often as you change fucking clothes. It was nuts, bro. When I first met her, she was a lesbian. She disliked guys. She couldn't stand cock. But then, the first party, literally the first party that we had, she ended up fucking one of my friends. And I was like, thought you were a lesbian. She was like, I was just drunk. But then, a week later, she's dating a guy. And it's like, all right, so the cock fixed you. I don't know what the fuck. And then, 6 months later, she was lesbian again. And then she was asexual. It was like, what the fuck? She's just everything, It's it's insane. It was dude, it was just absolutely mayhem. And I sort of realized I don't get along with any of these people because I'm not that person. I'm not like this. So yeah, there's literally no point in me becoming an actor. I don't like these people. I don't mind if you experiment. VolXP, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. 3 months part of the DJ Nation. Dude, experiment as much as you fucking want. Philaronkeys, how you doing? But they don't claim shit, right? Don't claim, because she made this big deal about her being lesbian and she will never be with a guy, and then she's with a guy, right? And then she's straight. And then she's lesbian again. It's like, dude, if you're not sure what you are, just fucking say that. It's just be like, I don't know. I like pussy and I like dick. Congratulations. I hope you're happy. Right? But don't make sweeping statements. That's the problem. They live in the moment and they're usually stupid for it because the moment changes and then they change. It was just, yeah, it was tough for me. I didn't fit in because I'm not like that. I'm not really. I have been pretty much who I am now my whole life. I don't really change. I know what I like, I know what I don't like, and that's it. I had a talk with a gay coworker today. There's a huge war in the LGBTQ plus that they fight about. What's the war?
Welcome to the rice fields.
Oh shit, Domago with the gifted sub. Really appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat. Gifted subs are always very much appreciated. Plus Timo badass. They are. Hats off to them. I think what they did was like it was really cool. I really enjoyed these announcements. They were really awesome. I mean, my brother is gay, so I know he doesn't get along with the LGBTQ community at all. He doesn't like them very much, but I'm not sure like if that's just a he thing or if that's like a normal thing. I have no fucking clue. Digit, I will say BlizzCon have left me much happier than what I thought I was going to be. Everyone except no leveling revamp? Why would you want a leveling revamp, Nicholas? Same, depends on what part of the community. Well, I think my brother's biggest problem is that he doesn't feel like him being gay is what defines him. And that's his biggest issue. He doesn't like the fact that people think him being gay is a personality trait. So that's usually where the majority of his dislike comes from. Did they announce yearly expansions? No, they have not announced. Like, where the fuck are people getting this yearly yearly expansion things from? All they announced was that there's 3 expansions coming, but they never actually mentioned how often these expansions are going to be. I think this Chris Mason guy doesn't understand the Warcraft universe, to be honest. Ferorius, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Faster than you used to. All he said was the content is going to be faster than what you're used to. He never said that the expansions are going to be. Remember, this particular method of being able to do 3 expansions in the same vein means that they have a lot more freedom in how the expansions come out. Because you're no longer forced of this story has to finish in this expansion so that the next expansion can take place, because it's just one big story. So now you can have patch 11.1, 11.2, 11.3, 11.4, 11.5, 12.0. Because it's all one story. You're telling one story. So you don't have to sort of, oh shit, we have max 3 patches to tell the story, and then 12.0 needs to come out. Well, we can tell as many patches as we want. So we can do every 8 weeks a new patch that brings new story and shit. And it's not a rush to the next expansion. Like, the fact, okay, so here's why I am not hopeful. Aludrin, thank you for the gifted subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hot in chat, ladies and gentlemen. You have the 34 months in the channel. Bro, really appreciate you, man. Here's why. Okay, so how many of you want yearly expansions? No, King Julian, I don't care about the Epic Edition. I'm not buying it. The problem with yearly expansions is you are effectively limiting the amount of story that you can put in one expansion, first and foremost. And more importantly, I think you are ultimately limiting yourself in how you're ultimately giving yourself not enough time to make the expansions epic. Now, with that being said, the fact that 2 of the 3 expansions take place on already existing pieces of land takes a lot of the development away from the expansion. That should probably be mentioned. A huge part of development in World of Warcraft goes into developing the world. Whereas you're going back to Qual of Lust, that already exists. You're remaking a world that already exists. It shouldn't be that difficult to make. So it is possible that we can get yearly expansions, but I think Blizzard should just stick to every 2 years. Why do you want to rush it? Just bring out more patches because you now have a singular story that's playing throughout. You don't need to rush anymore. We did watch this. Why are you linking this to me, Ferorius? I don't get younger Akalon. What do you mean younger Akalon, Nalsarak? Who's younger Akalon? Do you think WoW will end up on Game Pass this year? No. No. I don't think so. WoW will not come to Game Pass, and I don't think it will ever come to Game Pass. Eludrin, thanks for the 500 bits. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait, is there a Skamar strain going on Twitch? Are you for real? Oh shit, there's a Skamar strain, level 3. Guys, if you are influenced by bars needing to fill up, now's the time to fill it up. If you're weak and you can't say no to watching bars fill up, this is your time to shine. If you are strong enough, let's talk about this. There's no such thing as cata hype. I mean, there are most likely some people at least that give a fuck about it, right? Thanks for the 2 bits, Digit. Really appreciate you, man. So someone asked, what am I most hyped for? That has to be a tie-up between war bands. Oh, shit. Eludrin, you motherfucker, with the 5 community subs. Hearts in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Domago with the gifted sub. Really appreciate that. Hearts in chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't apologize, Flundroinkies. What is my one rule in this stream? What is the one fucking rule that I have in this stream? You don't owe me shit. I stream for free. Right? I could easily do this stream on fucking Patreon and force everyone to pay for it. I'm doing it for free because I want to hang out with you guys. So as long as you're chatting and you're having fun, that's all I care about. Everything else is just extra, and it's awesome, but it is extra, and you don't have to be forced. Zofia with the 10 community subs. Really appreciate that. Can I get some hearts in chat, ladies and gentlemen? You guys are blessing me to fuck. I really appreciate you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What was I saying before you guys interrupted me with all the money that you're throwing at me? Oh yeah, I remember. What am I looking forward to most in World of Warcraft? It has to be a toss-up between warbands and delves. Warbands should have happened in World of Warcraft years ago. This is something that we've been asking for such a long time. If I'm playing an alt, to me, that alt isn't a new character. It's still me playing the fucking character. Right? It's not cool to have to redo all of my achievements on my alt. It's not cool for me to have to do my renown or my reputation on my alt. It's still me playing the fucking character. So why aren't they linked to each other? And I like the fact that Blizzard is finally going, you know what? let's link these characters. Let's make it so that if you want to play on an alt, then go play on a fucking alt. It's still you playing. It doesn't matter. I think it's going to go a very long way to making people play a lot more alts. Because right now, one of the problems with playing an alt is whatever you're doing on your alt, you are not doing on your main. Right? So this kind of leaves a lot of people with this thing of, I can do this on, I can make an alt, but I still have so much that I need to do on my main. Whereas now, you know, if you do it on your alt or if you do it on your main, who gives a shit? You're still doing it. That's fine. Just play it and just have fun with the game. And ultimately, a game should be fun. That's what keeps me from going on alts. So many cool things locked behind rape grinds. Next is, the thing is, I've always said that Blizzard should approach WoW development with one single question in mind. If a barrier exists in the game, right, and that barrier isn't lore breaking or immersion breaking, why is that barrier there? Because if that barrier doesn't add to the fun of the game, then maybe that barrier should be removed from the game. Only keep things in your game if it's actually fun. If it makes the game more fun to play, great, keep it. But if it doesn't make the game more fun to play, then why the fuck is it there? Auden Umbrahart, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I think Blizzard is finally starting to, like, at least listen to things like that. We still have a long way to go, but, I mean, we haven't gotten that much. Auden, thank you for the Prime Sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind. Holy shit, a level 6. That's nuts. I think this is the highest sub train we've ever had. Yeah, I think the previous high was level 5. Well done. I mean, you all fell victim to the Skamas, but well fucking done. People appreciate you, bro. I appreciate the shit out of you guys. You have no idea. It's fun, man. I have missed BlizzCon. I've missed co-streaming BlizzCon. There's just something, like, say what you will, no matter how bad WoW may have gotten, there's something magical about everyone in the community coming together to watch BlizzCon. There's just always something magical about that. Do you think reminding us of Gorabal, the sort of still of this, is a good idea after refusing to address it for 6 years? Coach, yes and kind of no, but I mean, I've already spoken about that a little bit. So, yeah, we should have had more discussions on that. We should have touched on that a lot more than what we ultimately did. But at least we are addressing it now, and it doesn't appear like that sword is going to be addressed in the first expansion. It appears as if the sword is going to be addressed over the course of multiple expansions. So maybe now is the time that they're actually going to start taking a step towards that. I've been playing WoW non-stop since vanilla as a primary game, and when I started playing other games like ESO, FF, etc., and seeing how they respect your time more and don't drain life on you, taking your time if you wanted to reroll, etc., it has made me so bitter about Blizz. Today was good. It's looking good ahead. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Volb, by the way, thanks for the 100 bits. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The thing is, you sort of notice the shortcomings of World of Warcraft when you start playing other games, right? That's when you start noticing that World of Warcraft really isn't taking the steps that is required, and that most of the other games are taking. And it seems like Blizzard is finally in a place where they're going, you know what? We're desperate. We have to do something. So let's just go out and do it. And that's good. Victor, how you doing? Maybe introduce us to looking into more backstories around the sword. It's going to depend, again, on how Blizzard approaches it. But, I mean, I made my last video on YouTube. I don't know how many of you watched my last video on YouTube. But in my last video on YouTube, not the one where I was just sort of giving my wish list for what the expansion could be, but the one before that, so second last video already. In that video, I said, and I stand by this, Blizzard right now is sort of like in a mindset where they do these headline storytelling, Right. So, Talis Red Star, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's going from headline to headline with the headlines never actually, you don't actually get to read the article. You just get the headline. And the problem with that level of storytelling, and this goes to what we discussed in the newest cinematic. The newest cinematic was emotional, and it felt emotional because it earned its emotional status. Because we know these characters. We have grown up with these characters. So it earned it. A lot of the expansion cinematics that Blizzard have done for Shadowlands and for Dragonflight, you could see that Blizzard were trying to go for super emotional, but none of those emotions actually translated. Right? None of those emotional moments actually meant anything to the player because they weren't earned. Because ultimately you were jumping from story to story, and the player was never actually involved in any of those stories. The player had no idea what these stories were actually about or where these stories were coming from. I mean, in some cases, you had the player sort of do stories that's just completely wrong at the end of the day, right? The new cinematic, it hit because we know these characters. We grew up with these characters. They had earned their moment of emotional impact. And the only way that happens is if the player goes along with the journey. If you want the player to believe what happens to the sword, regardless of what happens to the sword, but if you want the player to believe what happens to the sword, the player needs to be part of that story. I need to see how the story progresses. I need to be part of it. So by the time we get to the cinematic, I shouldn't be going, wait, how the fuck did that happen? You know, imagine right now you saw a cinematic of Sargeras returning and grabbing his sword and, you know, slicing the planet in half, for example. How confused would you all be? I mean, everyone would be confused. Because for everyone, it would be sort of like, wait, but wasn't he just, like, what? How the fuck did he just get here? Like, he was in lockup and now he's here. What the hell is the story? Well, that's literally every cinematic that Blizzard brings out these days. It's a cinematic where you go, what the fuck? How did you, like, where did you, you know, it's this super confused moment of looking back and forth and going, last time I saw you, you were standing over there. Now, what the fuck is going on? Because the player isn't part of the story. The story is sort of a headline taken from a moment in time and then presented to the player. And then the player gets a little bit of story, you know, just to keep them busy to get to the next headline. And we sort of skip over everything in between. That's not a great way of telling a story. Now, Blizzard have gotten better at that, just to be clear. For example, in 10.1, the Aberrus stuff, that was actually really well done. The player was very much involved in a lot of that. The problem was that by the time Sarkareth really became an issue, there wasn't enough time for the player to really give a fuck about Sarkareth. That was too rushed. I feel like Sarkareth should not have been the final boss of 10.1 Aberrus. Maybe that's a super hot take, and maybe a lot of people disagree with me. But by the time, or when we killed Sarkareth, there was still, well, most of us hadn't even really learned his name yet. You know, he was just sort of like a figure that may or may not matter. Who knows? So we see Ajara again in One Midnight. I think we see Ajara much sooner. Last time we saw Ajara, she said that she's going to claim the ultimate seat of power. Where is that seat? Dollar TV, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, Vendoralia, I always have to make this clear because a lot of people don't think about that or don't, like, get it. Yes, what I like to say is Dragonflight was 100% better than Shadowlands, but it's still only okay, which actually more explains how bad Shadowlands was rather than how good Dragonflight is. Dragonflight isn't a bad expansion, it's an okay expansion. There are certain things that's really good in Dragonflight, but there are also a lot of things that's like, and even some bad things in Dragonflight. But I do think that there were a lot of lessons that could be learned from Dragonflight. And I think the fact that Blizzard decided to bring Metzen back was one of those lessons. I think Blizzard sort of realized they really can't do this without Metzen. Like, they finally realized that Steve Denuser can't write a good story. He just can't. Steve Denuser is fine at writing micro stories. He's fine at writing the meat and the potatoes of a story. But in terms of plate management, in terms of, like, planning the dinner, if we were to use cooking analogy, and the reason I'm using cooking analogy, it's fucking 20 minutes to 2 in the AM and I still haven't eaten. So I guess I'm hungry. But if we were to use a cooking analogy, Steve Denuser would make this great plate of food, right? And there's a steak on the food, and there's a chocolate pudding on the plate, and there's fries on the plate, and a milkshake is also just dumped all over the plate. Now, individually, all of these items are really, really good, but when put together, they're really, really not good. No one wants to eat a steak topped with milkshake. Chris Metzen, on the other hand, he's not going to be the guy that's going to make the best steak or the best milkshake or, you know, the best fries, for example. But he is going to be the guy that explains to you, you're going to do the steak and the fries first. Then you're going to do the chocolate pudding, and then you're going to do the milkshake. So he can provide the structure for what you're trying to do, and you can then color it in as you need to. And I think in that regard, Steve Denuser will be a really good addition to Metzen's team. But if there's one thing that we have seen over the last, let's say, 4 years, but it's probably closer to 6, it is that Steve Denuser does not know how to structure a story. You guys that dunk or dip your fries into milkshake is fucking weird. It's a 7-course meal, not a buffet. One, two, how you doing, bro? Giant Radka, how you doing, bro? For one, I don't think it's that Denuser doesn't care about the Warcraft universe. I think it's that Denuser wasn't part of the universe to begin with. It's not the universe that he built, right? It's a universe that he inherited. And I genuinely think that for Denuser, he wanted desperately to change the story into his own story. He wanted to make the story his own. The problem that he ran into was that it's not your fucking story. Right? It's not your story. You don't get to just change it to whatever you think. It's the player's story. It's everyone's story. So you have to be cognizant of that. If you're going to be making changes, don't alienate the players that are already playing. Keep them in mind. And I mean, you could say, yeah, but that is a form of disrespect. But it really isn't, because he did love the Warcraft universe. He just wanted to make it his own. He wanted to write it in such a way that, you know, he could look back in 10 years and say, this is mine. I made this. The problem was that most of the players we want that. And then the user goes, no, but you don't understand. Look at this. Look how beautiful it is. And we go, no, but I want that. And the more this happened, the angrier we got at Steve. Because Steve kept going, yeah, but look, guys, I can do this really cool thing. We're like, yeah, but we want that. So that's where we sort of, I think, he started to run into problems. I don't know if he would have been bad if he wrote the story from the start. Look at how beautiful Shadowlands is. Dude, ultimately, they needed Mason, man. The dude cannot be replaced. It is as simple as that. The man just cannot be replaced. Yeah, that's the one thing that I think I'll never forgive him for. I would love to sit down and talk to Steve Denuser. And I would ask him only one question. What made you guys think Zuval as a character was a good idea? That's the only question I would ask him. Like, what conversations were you guys having that made you go, yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do that. You blame COVID, not Denuser. So COVID wrote Zuval? Dude, this COVID fucking virus is insane. It kills people. It fucking exists everywhere all at once. And it writes stories? That is nuts. That is, well, I don't know what the Chinese are doing, but clearly they are the fucking masters of virus design. Like, Jesus. Also, I blame the user and Alex Afrigiabi. Yeah, we don't know what Alex Afrigiabi did, right? That's a whole different kind of worms that no one knows about. Which defeat they know? Virus, COVID is the cause. It removes smell and taste, including taste and good story writing. That's at least a way of applying some logic to it, right? Oh, Bateson went into Steve's office, found all the story. Oh, shit. Wait. Chat went a little too fast for me there. Wait, what the fuck? I lost that message now. What the hell? I apologize. I lost the message. We'll probably lose at the end of this expansion. I wouldn't mind that. Ask for the interview officially, bro. I think they would go for it. Domago, I can guarantee Blizzard will never give me an interview with any of their developers. Like, that I can guarantee with absolute certainty. I was told as much. I was told straight up by a person that I know inside Blizzard, they will not talk to you. Not even once. Something about calling Ian a cunt, apparently he that didn't flatter him. Yeah. Apparently, he sort of didn't enjoy that. I don't know why. For some weird reason. So no, they'll never talk to me. That's a guaranteed fact. I don't mind it. I stand by what I fucking said. I'm not apologizing for anything I did, because at the end of the day, I think at the time they deserved it. And I think if I didn't speak up, the game would still be in a very bad spot. So I'm happy to take that L. But yeah, I know for a fact, like, I've been completely deleted from the preferred content creation squad. And I know for a fact that there are content creators in the preferred content creator group from Blizzard that are much smaller than me. Like, I mean, much smaller than me. And I'm not a big content creator, but there's some content creators in there that are running around with like 30 viewers, you know, on Twitch. That's it. That's their viewer numbers. Now, I'm not saying 30 viewers isn't a lot, right? It is a lot on Twitch, but I would know something's wrong with my stream if I only had 30 people show up. That would be rough. Hindenburg, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. What happened to Asmund? The Blizzard team doesn't like him, right? Yeah, but there's a major difference between me and Asmongold, right? Asmongold is so large that Blizzard could only ignore him for a short amount of time. I'm not that large. Like, I'm that large, but not on Twitch or YouTube. I would need to be in the 1,000 to 4,000 viewer range to become a sort of force where Blizzard is forced to deal with me. Rabbit TTV, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you. But has been to do that much for a while, the last few years. It doesn't matter, Flinderoinkies. If Asmund declares war on your game, there is going to be visible effects of that. You are visibly going to know that Asmongold has declared war on your game. He's got a massive following, right? At least at the time he had, because he was still streaming on his main channel. But even on his like alt channel, he still gets 20, 30,000 views every once in a while. Well, 30,000 views every once in a while, 20,000 normally. So Asmongold is one of those characters that if you're a content, like, the thing for Blizzard isn't even so much that Asmongold says bad things. It's more a case of getting Asmongold on your side means 20,000 people see your game. That's the only reason they have people like that, right? If you in an interview, they know. Are you talking about getting an interview to work for Blizzard? Yeah, if you're talking about Diablo 4, Mephisto is definitely, in my opinion, better than Lilith. But no, I would absolutely never work for Blizzard. Not just Blizzard, I would never work for any gaming company. I have no interest in that. I would start my own gaming company, yeah, but I wouldn't work for one. I don't want to work on like a game that I don't give a fuck about. I would love to start my own gaming company. I don't want to make the game. I just want to write the story for the game. I'll hire people to make the game. I just want to write the story. Like, fucking, because as long as I don't fuck up the story, everything else is good. For me to get to sleep. Can't wait to see your content up on YouTube. Stay handsome, stay cool. Rhythology, thank you so much for hanging out, man. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Sleep well, man. Yeah, I want to be Chris Mayton. No, if I ever get the opportunity to start my own gaming company, it will only be RPGs or RTS. I will probably do RTS/RPGs mostly, because those are the games that I most enjoy playing. And because I play those games, and pretty much that's the only games I play, I know what I want, and I know what I want to see in a game, so I can be involved in the brainstorming portion of things, but I can't code for shit. I can't code. The only coding I've ever done in my life was when I was making my guild website on engine.gg. I don't know if you guys remember that. That's like a blast from the past. Do you remember when guilds used to have websites? Yeah, that's the only time I've ever coded in my life. Used to watch YouTube videos. How the fuck do you do this on Engine? And then some YouTube guy would tell you, oh, this is how you write code in C++ or C. I don't know. Something like that. This calculator prevent me from coding too, but I have so many ideas and no one to help get them going. Blackwalls, make it work, man. Make it happen for yourself. It's the only way it's ever going to happen. Kimmy, how do I like chore simulators? What? Okay, so next year, in terms of Final Fantasy 14, I haven't even finished Final Fantasy 14 as it stands, so still have to do a shit ton of work there. WoW, I'm seriously hyped for. Not hyped for Diablo 4 at all. I have zero hype for Diablo 4. Path of Exile 2, zero hype. Lost Epoch, zero hype digit. So, like, what else you got? I think by now everyone should know I don't like ARPGs. I find them seriously brain dead. I don't like ARPGs at all. CSS is used for styling websites. Then that's the one I used. Crazy Gaming. I think it was CSS. I think Engine used to be CSS. Like, a lot of it was built in, but if you wanted to do like specific colors or something, you had to do CSS. Like, you had to code that. I still have not played... Oh, I've not finished Elden Ring yet, but then again, we haven't finished fucking Cyberpunk yet. We also haven't finished Baldur's Gate 3 yet. So I know we have a shit ton of games to finish. I know. I don't know, are you reading YouTube? Can you please explain your hype? Mankind Jack, I am reading YouTube. I'm reading everyone. What do you want me to explain? I don't know. I'm hyped. I don't know what to explain really about that. I'll probably have a video tomorrow going into a lot more detail as to why I'm hyped, but I am hyped. I don't really know how you can't be hyped. Like, I don't know how you could have watched everything coming and not be hyped for it. Just now, we played exactly, I think, half an hour of Lies of P. Which is kind of exactly the amount of time we played Elden Ring for. I don't like Souls-like games either. I like nice story games, you know? Just a game that has a nice story, that's what I like. Mass Effect. Finished that game so many times I've lost count. Witcher 3, finished that game so many times I lost count. No, I haven't actually. I finished Witcher 3 7 times. I'm busy with my 8th playthrough. Mass Effect, I've done 8 times. I think I'm busy with my 9th playthrough. Baldur's Gate, I still have to finish, but we kind of got sidetracked and I haven't gotten back to it yet. But yeah, anything basically with a story. You give me a good story, I'll play the fuck out of that. Everything else is sort of meh. I don't care. That and RTS. I like... actually, not even necessarily RTS. Even though I do like RTS, it's more... I love city builders. A huge fan of city builders. Massive fan of management games as well. Like, I've been tempted to buy all of the DLC for Stellaris. I have been tempted as fuck with Stellaris. Something about that game just kind of draws me in. the only reason I'm not playing City Skylines 2 at the minute. Tango, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm not playing City Skylines 2 because I heard it is absolute dog shit optimized. I'm not interested in playing it right now. I'll wait for them to fix it and then I'll play it. Okay, so we spoke about this a little bit, but I will touch on it again because I think there's a lot of new people here. I don't like, not all emotions translate to, oh my god, World of Soycraft, or oh my god, you know, emotions. Emotions work really, really well if they are deserved. There's nothing wrong with emotions when they are deserved. And in this specific instance, this cinematic, the emotions were well deserved. I did not find anything cringe about these emotions. At least from my perspective. Someone else may look at it differently, and that's fine. And yes, I thought Red Dead Redemption... In fact, Red Dead Redemption 2 changed how I view RPGs. I did not know games can be that way. Like, I genuinely didn't know that games can be that way. It was fucking nuts. Christian, thanks for the sub, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As someone who doesn't really follow this story, it felt really weird to me. Emotions can be good at eliciting a better reaction. I think, Snowy, take care of yourself. Thanks so much for hanging out. The thing is, you need emotions, and I don't think there's anything wrong with these emotions. We grew up with these characters. Like, no one can tell me they don't understand Thrall's character or they don't understand Anduin's character. You grew up with these characters. You know these characters. So an emotional scene with these characters are going to hit every single time. How about the $90 to get the expansion 3 days early? I didn't even know that was the case, but hey, if you're stupid enough to buy that, good on you. Omar, I don't agree with that. What's the topic? Cinematic, Benjamin Morgan. I'll go into more detail about the expansion. I'll do my reaction tomorrow for the expansion, but then I will also do an analysis either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. But I will have an analysis of the cinematic and a bit of a discussion about how I think things are playing out and so on and so forth. So that shit will happen. Just tune in. What's good, Echoes? No Classic Plus, huh? Prophet Scott, did you watch the World of Warcraft Classic What's Next? Jack the Wise just became a sponsor. Really appreciate you, man. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on YouTube. Really appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For some reason, my shit isn't updating, but I do really appreciate that. I don't know what's up with YouTube. It's having a fucking meltdown at the minute. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but I really appreciate it. Not yet, man. Still have a lot to catch up on, but I heard some disappointed reactions. I don't know why people are disappointed. Like, what the fuck? At this point, I genuinely think there is just a certain group of people that you're never gonna be... You're never gonna get them excited again. Right? And it's not... I'm not blaming them for that. I think right now there is a shit ton of apathy within the community. I think a lot of people are experiencing insane amounts of apathy. And I understand that. I fully understand that. I think Chris Mason has his fucking work cut out for him. He's gonna have to get those players back, and that's not gonna happen overnight. that is going to take a lot of effort. Zhang, I don't even think it's emotionally drained, but I think what a lot of people are feeling right now is we've been had before. And I think a lot of people were hoping that they were going to see a cinematic that removed that doubt entirely, you know? Where the cinematic would just blow them away to the point where they just knew, yep, I'm going to play this. No fucking questions asked. And the sad part is, I don't think there is such a cinematic. I don't think such a cinematic can exist. It's ultimately a thing of, you've shown us a really good cinematic now. You've laid out a really good plan for where you think the story needs to go. But now you have to deliver on it. Am I hyped for what I heard tonight? Yeah, absolutely. Am I going to tell everyone that they should absolutely pre-purchase the game and buy the game and this is the one that's going to say, wow? No. I will do that when I've played the PTR and it's not fucked. Then maybe, sure. And like I said, I get that. I get why people are apathetic. I get why people are not trusting the developers, because this isn't the first time this has happened. The developers have shown us many a brilliant cinematic that ended up in flops, that ended up not delivering. So they have a lot of work that needs to be done. Let's see if they can do it. But I do want to give them one more chance. And the only reason I'm giving them one more chance is Chris Mayton. Because I don't hate WoW from a gameplay perspective, even though I think there are better gameplay options that can exist. I've never played World of Warcraft for its gameplay. If I want to play a game for gameplay, there are a shit ton of other games that I will play. It will not be WoW. I have only ever played World of Warcraft because of its story. That is it. It's literally just story for me. And they ruined that for quite a while. Now that Chris Mayton is back, I'm hoping that they don't ruin it, because if they don't ruin it, suddenly I'm back into what I've always loved about WoW. And that's usually what brings me back to doing things like raids, what brings me back to doing things like dungeons, because I want to see the story, and because I'm having fun with the story, I'm automatically having fun with the game. It's a game, not a movie. Mankai Jack, who gives a fuck about that, bro? Like, who gives a fuck? I'm not telling you how to play your game. Am I, so, what, am I not allowed to just play a game for the story? I'm not entirely sure how that's supposed to work. Jeddah the man, how you doing, bro? So, Jeddah man, the problem is so the thing with what you're saying there is, if you're referring to the CGI cinematics, and we kind of discussed this during the stream as well, what we got in BFA was a very cheap trick trying to create hype, trying to get people back into the game. I say it's a cheap trick, but it's not actually cheap. So, a CGI cinematic is $1 million per minute. That's what it costs to make a CGI cinematic. $1 million per 1 minute that you make the cinematic. You can't do more than 1, maybe 2 per expansion before you start heavily cutting into your own fucking budget. Right? So at the end of the day, I'm fine with cinematics being like just 1 good CGI cinematic at the beginning of an expansion. And I would actually love if the Cataclysm people, like, dude, just look at this. I'm not going to watch the cinematic, but just look at this. These guys should go show the retail guys how to make fucking cinematics. Because this looks fucking World of Warcraft. This looks like WoW. This cinematic is phenomenal. You need to. So if you look at the difference between this particular cinematic, was this one also made by Hurricane, by the way? Was this one made by Hurricane? I don't know if it was. But if you look at the difference, for example, if you look at the differences here between these cinematics, the modern day WoW cinematics, graphic fidelity, much higher, right? Like the graphics are much higher. The colors really pop. It really stands out. It really is just an absolute feast on the eyes. But if I asked you which one of these cinematics reminds you more of WoW, you're going to choose this one. It's gritty. It's dark-ish. It still has the cartooniness that we all love from the game. It still has the comedy aspect to it from the way the characters move and so on and so forth. But it has that darkness, that grit that you want in a WoW cinematic. It just doesn't, in my estimation, the newest cinematics aren't WoW. They don't feel like WoW cinematics. They are too pretty. Maybe, I don't know, Alcove, if this is going to be the case. And I do think that this is something that Blizzard needs to take to heart. It's that, remember, World of Warcraft it's war, you know? Why do all of the characters look so pretty in World of Warcraft? It's the same problem I have with the dragons. If you look at the new... Yeah, but chasing on the Six Souls thing, I'm not even entirely sure works here. I think if you look at the new dragon anime or the new dragon models as well, I prefer the old dragon models. I would rather unironically have the super old fucked dragon models than these new ones. Because with the old ones, there was an element of... They were scary. They were dragons. They were sort of hideous creatures. And that worked. The new ones, to me, seems almost too friendly. You know, they're too cutesy. They look like plushy toys. I don't think it would have been better if they merged classic and retail. The two audiences are very different. And if you merged Classic and Retail into one, you would piss off two player bases. Most people that play Retail because they don't want to play Classic. The people that play Classic because they don't want to play Retail. If you start mixing these two, you are going to fucking... Like, that would cause a riot, no questions. I agree, they've lost the majestic look and vibe. They look like twinks. Yeah, pretty much. It's literally the design of Blizzard Dragons now. Circular designing was good, triangular bad. I think that works. Yeah, that's actually a good way of describing it. Dude, why are you still up? I have no fucking idea. It's 2 a.m. I am tired. I've been streaming for 8 and a half hours. I haven't eaten yet. But I'm still here. We're just chatting now. We're just chilling. I think they just need more grit for a full W. Yeah, the story definitely needs to return to darkness, evil, not even evil, just dark. You know, there needs to always be this sort of dark undertone in World of Warcraft, I think. Just, yeah, I don't know. I'm not for the whole World of Framecraft. It just does not work for me. I don't even know if it's dinner time, Meeks. To be honest, I have brisket downstairs. But now, if I start making the brisket now, I'm only eating at 5 a.m. and I'm already super fucking tired, so I may just not eat tonight and then just eat tomorrow before the stream. I think that's going to work better anyways. Like, I might actually just unironically do that. No, I don't eat breakfast, the Gray. I would never eat breakfast. Like, when I wake up in the morning, I want exactly one thing, and that's coffee. I don't eat eggs, but brisket I eat. But generally, bro, how did you feel about the general announcements in this BlizzCon? Were you satisfied with the show? Yeah, I think overall I was, yeah. Overall, I think they for the games that I like, everything they announced was things that I'm happy with. You know, we kind of... The only thing I'm not necessarily excited about is Cataclysm. Because I think that's a big mistake. I don't think that Cataclysm fits the classic mold. Because it's not actually classic. You know, Cataclysm is far closer to retail than what it is to fucking classic. So I'm not entirely happy with Cataclysm Classic. But everything else I'm happy with. How will I cook the brisket? So I don't have a smoker. I should buy one, but effort. I should probably... I don't think the YouTube crowd even knows this. I'm anti-effort in every single way in my life. My bed... make a bar... Yeah, oh yeah. I'm too lazy to go buy a smoker, but I'll make one. Like, bro, let's think long and hard about what the fuck you just said there. I'm not doing that. That sounds like a fuck ton of effort. No, you can't just order one. Like, okay, listen. You guys know that I don't even own a bed, right? I don't own a bed. I have a mattress. It's about yay wide, like maybe that wide. Yeah, maybe like that wide. It's about that thick, right? It's a camping mattress. When I first arrived in Cape Town, I wanted to go buy a bed. But the bed company, or the place where I wanted to buy the bed, told me that they can only deliver the bed in a week's time. I didn't have a bed because I sold my bed in Pretoria. Now I didn't have a bed. So then I said, okay, fine. You know, I'll order after Christmas. Because what's the point in ordering now? They also had almost no stock. So I went to another store and I bought a camping mattress. It was meant to be sort of like a go-between just until I order the bed. But then I slept on the camping mattress and it was actually pretty comfortable. It was actually a pretty good bed. So then I just never bought a bed. And every time I think I should buy a bed, I immediately think that's a lot of effort. I have to go to the bed place. Now I have to try and like find the right bed for me. That's too much effort. Then I have to deliver it and I have to carry it up the stairs. No, fuck that. I'll just sleep on the mattress. The same goes for the smoker. Now I have to go to the place that sells smokers and I have to find the right fucking smoker. Nah, too much effort. I have an oven. I'll figure it out. Do you have TaskRabbit, Uber for chores in SA? No. No. But again, I don't want effort. I don't like effort. I don't like buying clothes because that's effort. You have to fit them. I don't like that. I don't like buying anything because it's effort. You have to do things in order to buy things, and I don't like doing things. So I just don't buy things. I own basically only black shirts, and the only reason I own the black shirts is if the second you start going with colored shirts, now you have to like jump through a bunch of fucking hoops because what color shirt is like your shirt? You know, should you wear white shirts? Should you wear red shirts? What's the good shirts? No, fuck that. Just buy one color. It works. And I know black works for me, so, you know, here we are. Manage them. Yeah, and you have to maintain them. And that's also another thing I don't like. I don't want to maintain things. So yeah, I do most of the things in my life I do out of convenience, mostly. Memes, exactly. So your closet looks like Donald Duck's closet. No, I have a bunch of other like colored shirts that I bought because they didn't have black shirts. I have one red shirt, two gray shirts, and then just a bunch of black shirts. But the only reason I have those other colors is they didn't have black shirts when I went to go buy shirts. Temperus, how you doing, bro? Could it be possible that Azeroth is the blue barrier and something like a god titan is inside, hold just by her? No. No. I think that is meant to showcase. So if you look at the colors there, that color there, I think is meant to sort of mimic her blood. You know, the Azerite. The Azerite has similar colors to this. I think that's what's going on there. Yeah, but sometimes Siphion, sometimes you don't have shirts. And then you have to go buy them. You know, so there are times in my life where, so for example, brisket. I went to the store, they had brisket, so I bought 10. And now I have 10 briskets. Because if I didn't buy 10, I would have to figure out what else the fuck I'm gonna eat. And then that's effort. So just buy 10 and eat that every day. Until that's done, and then you go back to the store and you see something, you go, yeah, I'll just eat this for 10 days. I try to keep my life as uncomplicated as possible. And I don't like spending money. The cinematic was the first one, I think, which was more of a conversation between characters versus someone narrating towards the audience. I feel like Old Soldier was like that as well, though. Provix. In this instance, though, I feel like I understand Anduin's sort of emotions a bit, at least. Temporis TV. Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Tango, did I say thanks for the follow? I think I did, but if I didn't, thank you. Tried it for the expansion, but then I remember Shadowlands. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but yeah, Shadowlands was also a bit of a conversation between two characters, even though, you know, most people weren't happy with that conversation. He held it back as he is dealing with legit trauma. If you don't like it and then don't like it, no one needs to whine about it on either side. Yeah, I would say in this one, what they did a lot better was the fact that Anduin, you could see Anduin suffering and you could understand he's suffering. It made sense. What wouldn't have made sense, and we can actually just fucking imagine if they had Anduin in the cinematic and he was just he couldn't care less. That would have been immersion breaking. That would have been the moment we go, so wait, he just doesn't give a fuck about the last 4 years of his life? What? Like, dude's been through so much shit and he just acts as if nothing is wrong. And I should also point out, you would be crying too if you just spent the last 2 years of your life looking at Zuval's nipples 24 hours a day. You would be crying too. So don't come at me with that bullshit like, oh my god, he was just emotional. I was emotional during Shadowlands, and I didn't see his nipples nearly as often. No mentality in the span of 5 minutes, though. I think it was more a case of fear. Changed it, though. Honestly, the World Soul Saga makes sense here. Legion ended well, and BFA started good. Ignoring all of Shadowlands is the best option. Snazzy Drew agreed.
Oh my god!
The Seeker, 10 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If given the option, would you scrap Shadowlands lore entirely? Yes. Tumbling. Yes, 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 yes. Absolutely. If given the option, I would nuke Shadowlands so fucking hard, Steve Denuzer's head would spin. Like, Steve Denuzer himself would not remember that he actually wrote that shit. If given the option. I was saying this is the end of WoW retail. Didn't they say, though, they want to extend the story for 30 more years? Okay, so Rare Hunters. Firstly, I think it should be made clear that the people on Sodapoppin's chat, Sodapoppin himself doesn't really play retail, does he? He plays Classic, mostly. And I think if they're saying that this is the end of retail, they're most likely saying it in relation to just how big of a W Classic's announcement was. Because we cannot lie, Classic's announcement was fucking W. There's a lot of really cool things coming in Classic. So their argument most likely is that Classic is going to be so good that most people are going to quit playing retail and just start playing Classic. I have news for them. There are a lot of people that will not play Classic. There are some people that will dip their toes into it, certainly, but I don't see, like, there's a bunch of people that I don't see ever playing Classic. David, you and me both, but I don't think that will ever happen. Ever. How did the class talents look, or did they not go into details about it yet? Sorry, I had to go after the first break. Alsparky, class talents for what? Classic or for retail? Are you talking about the Euro talents? Feel so bad in Classic, not for me. Jay Wild, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I actually think the gameplay in Classic is amazing. Its simplicity is what you fall in love with. It's so simple and yet really cool, actually. So the Euro talents are actually cool, Alsparky. We haven't seen much of the Euro talents yet, but from what we understand, you're basically going to have a choice between 2 out of 3 different hero talent sets based on the spec that you play. So each class will have 3 hero talent specs, and depending on your class, you'll be able to choose 2 of the 3. And there's some pretty interesting things there. So the only class they showed off a little bit on that one was the warrior, and it showcased how a warrior can actually, they do hammer throw, and instead of the hammer just hitting one target, the hammer actually hits all targets affected by Thunder Fury. So if they, or Thunderclap, sorry, not Thunder Fury, Thunderclap. If they Thunderclap all of the targets that's affected by it, if you hammer throw, it will hit all of the targets with your hammer throw. So, you know, it sort of gave us insight into what the hero talent builds are going to be, or Stormbolt, you know, can't remember what it's called, but if it's Stormbolt, that's the thing. But it kind of gives you an insight into it. The hero talents most likely are going to allow you to change the way your actual, like the way your abilities operate. So if you are playing, say, for example, an Affliction Warlock, you'll be able to build your Affliction Warlock in such a way that you could be super good as AoE, not necessarily as good single target, thanks to the hero builds. Which will probably help a little with balance, especially with class representation and things like Mythic Plus. Mates and bro, just like a chill talk about the whole franchise, think it would be awesome. David's, you and me both. But as I have said earlier, there is no chance in hell that I would ever get an interview with anyone at Blizzard. Believe me, I have tried. And I was told straight up, it will never happen. No. Okay, so the average sheep, from what I've been able to see, the talent trees remain exactly the same. You just get a new talent tree now that is the hero talent tree. But the talent tree remains exactly the same. Pringles, I don't think at this point even pandering to them will help, because I think Blizzard have realized that I will praise them when what they do is good, and I will shit on them when what they do is bad. So I think they've realized there's no fucking point in, like, if I'm saying cool, awesome things about the game, that does not mean that I'm always going to say cool, awesome things about the game. It just means that I am currently saying cool, awesome things about the game. Brother, yes, they know who I am. You forget, I used to be a preferred content creator for a while. Do you think I bought this? Surely you don't think I bought this. I would not spend $200 on a fucking video game. There's no chance. I didn't buy this. It was given to me by Blizzard. I got it for free. I also got a bunch of keys to give away and shit like that. I think we got 10 keys that we gave away for Shadowlands. So yeah, I used to be a preferred content creator. They know exactly who I am. They just don't like me. Dude, I've even spent like fucking... What was it? Me and my mods spent 4 or 5 hours hanging out with Terran Gregory in Discord. Like, literally in voice chat. We were playing Shadowlands and chatting mad shit with Terran about the game. Yeah, they know who I am. They just don't like me. Which is fine. They were hoping you would kneel down to them with the 3 Shadowlands. No, Pringles, at this point, you know, remember, I liked I liked BFA. Not the gameplay, but I love the story of BFA. So during BFA, if you guys remember, I very rarely said anything mean about WoW. I kind of hated the gameplay of BFA, but I loved the story. So there was nothing wrong from a story perspective. It was only in Shadowlands that I really, like, when the story fell apart, that's when I sort of went, fuck this game. Full from Blizzard content creator list, the sarcastic way by Blizz. The only thing that I'm salty about when it comes to that content creator list, or their preferred content creators, is that I was removed from that list without even a notification. Like, they didn't even have the, like, you know, courtesy of just emailing me and saying, by the way, we've decided to remove you. I just, you know, when was this? When it was shortly after Shadowlands, there was a thing that they did. I can't remember what it was, and it was a thing for all content creators. And I reached out to my representatives at Blizzard, and I was like, hey, I would love to get in on this. And I got no reply from them, like 0 reply. So a week later, I sent them another email. I was like, hey, I would love to be part of this. Can you just let me know? Is this only meant for bigger content creators, or just no reply? Like, just complete fucking ghosted, bro. So I was like, oh shit, all right. Turns out I'm no longer part of the preferred content creator list. That's interesting. Like, you would have thought there would have at least been an email saying you suck dick, go fuck yourself or some shit. Like, I would be fine with that, right? If they emailed me and said, we fucking hate you, go fuck yourself. Cool. At least you're, you know, telling me. But hey, did you open the box and check behind the mousepad? They left a note in that for you. Yeah, I checked everything. He left the note to the collectors. Well, times change. They need more publicity. No, not for me. Remember, I don't really, like, how often when we stream do we cover WoW? Like, how often do we talk about WoW during streams? I don't play WoW really on stream. We play other games, or we react to videos and shit. So we don't play a lot of, like, I don't really spend a lot of time talking about WoW or, you know, doing anything with WoW. And my main channel is basically just me talking about the story. You know, it's just discussions. I don't know if you guys have even picked up on that, but the videos I bring out now is literally just chats about, like, either speculation or things that I think WoW should do a bit better, or whatever the case may be. So I think there's better people. Like, quite frankly, I think there's better content creators that Blizzard can be working with. That would probably mean a lot more for Blizzard as well. I'm thinking specifically about content creators like Jedith, for example. Jedith is a very good example of this. You know, that man works his ass off. He brings out, like, Demon Hunter guides. And he also streams Mythic Plus. Literally fucking non-stop every single day. He streams Mythic Plus. And I think he is a preferred content creator. And I think he deserves it as well. And then you have... I didn't say Gedith. I said Jedith. Mike, what, are you not listening to the words coming out of my mouth? Or are you just fucking trying to be weird? Dude, I say Jedith. Why would I say Jedith? That sounds weird. Fuck that. Rage... Darling is another content creator. I think she's preferred as well by Blizzard, but she's also a phenomenal content creator. Also plays a shit ton of World of Warcraft on her stream. You know, these are... So the reason I mention these content creators as much better than me is these are content creators that build their entire brand around World of Warcraft, right? World of Warcraft is their brand. They don't do anything other than that. And I think that's a better fit for Blizzard. Like, that's better to work with content creators like that, because my brand isn't built around World of Warcraft. On the main channel it is, you know, but if you go to the Clips channel, it's sort of whatever, right? I upload everything on the Clips channel and people watch it. So, and on the streams, it is whatever, right? It's whatever the fuck I feel like doing. I've been loving your YouTube videos, man. You've been knocking it out of the park. Today's doorway. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoy it. There are a lot of streamers like that, but they don't even play the game or retail anymore. Black Waltz 4, I guess. William Van Dijk, how you doing, bro? Yeah, I don't want to build a community around one game. I want to build a community around shared interests. And when I say shared interests, I mean all of my fucking interests. Because I don't just play one game. I don't just want to talk about one game. I want to talk about anything. Black Waltz, so you have to be much bigger. Like, how many viewers do you normally get, Black Waltz? Just Kinky Club? Yeah, if I want to build a community around titties. Effectively. Like, that seems like a good idea to me. Yeah, around boobies. Like, why not? Not anime titties, real boobies. Fuck with anime titties. No, they're not real. Curious of your thoughts on ESO. Recently, they released an endless two-man dungeon that can also be done solo. I'd have to check that out. To be fair, I haven't played a lot of ESO. I don't think I've ever gone to max level, even in ESO. I usually start playing ESO and it goes really well for a bit and then I get really bored with the game. But I will definitely check it out. If it's anything like Final Fantasy's Deep Dungeons, I will probably love it. I'm a huge fan of Deep Dungeons. Jay Wild, did I say thanks for the follow? Study photography for $200 and act profesh? Nah. Fuck that. I don't want to be professional. Dude, I kid you not. I had an email. It was actually funny. I had an email from an artist. Actually, it wasn't even an email. It was a DM on Twitter. This artist DM'd me. And she's like, I say she. It's a female picture, but it could be anyone. And she's like, hey, I saw your stream and I think you're really talented. I really love your stream. And I think I can make your stream look a lot better because right now your stream looks really, what did she say? Barren. And then she said, if your stream looks better, you'll grow a lot faster. And I was like, bitch, please. My stream looks exactly the way I want it to look. I, on purpose, removed all of the cool things from my fucking stream. I on purpose made my stream look as basic as fucking possible. I want a basic bitch stream. It has to look budget as fuck because it's the least amount of effort. Bade or Butter, the reason I know it wasn't a bot is when I replied, they immediately replied back and they actually replied to what I wrote. Not immediately, it took like half an hour, but they actually replied. And the reply was actually to what I had said. But I do get a lot of bot DMs as well. Someone, well, it didn't really take effort to make it look low effort. Because all I did was I deleted all of the cool art things that I had. So if we go through my stream right now, yeah, this is the just chatting stream. This is the screen share. So you can see literally just my picture here and chat over there. And this is the gaming one. When I play video games, this is how I play video games. Nothing special, nothing cool. I even deleted my intro. I used to have an intro. That was the intro. I deleted that because I couldn't give two fucks with an intro. Like, I would start the intro and then I would sit here for 5 minutes and play with my dick. What are you doing? Like, what do you do? 5 minutes is nothing. It's not enough to do anything. So you're just sitting here for 5 minutes because you don't want to talk to yourself. Now I just start the stream and I just look at the screen until someone says something and then I start talking to them. Omar X, if I could find an editor that is willing to actually do their fucking job and work for themselves, I would 100% get an editor. I would love to have an editor. Let me just fucking be very clear on this. If I found someone that was willing to work their ass off to make the channel a success for them, I would love that. But let's go through what the Clips channel is and how much work the Clips channel is. There's a minimum of 3 videos that have to be uploaded every single day to the Clips channel. 3. Every single day. Without fail. You miss one video, I don't pay you for the day. It's as simple as that. 3. More is better. Because usually in a single stream, we'll end up with something like 8 or 9 clips. And a lot of those clips are time sensitive. They have to be out as quickly as possible. The whole point is, if you're willing to work, you get a percentage of the channel. Right? You get what you work for. But in like most editors don't want to go for that. What they want is you need to pay them $3,000 a month, regardless of whether or not they're editing videos or how fast they're editing the videos. I don't want to do that. Because now I have to, like, now you are my employee. Why the fuck would I want an employee? I don't want a business. No. If I get you to work for yourself, then I don't have to fucking manage you. You upload the videos, you get 40% of the fucking profits, right? If the channel makes $10,000, you get $4,000 of the $10,000. Congratulations, right? That's your $4,000. It got nothing to do with me because you worked for it. Or you get $6,000 if it's a 60-40 split, whatever the hell it is, right? But it's up to you. How hard do you want to work or how hard don't you want to work? It's not up to me. Yeah, Asmongold does the same thing for exactly the same reason. But a warrior. Asmongold does exactly the same thing. So he also pays his his editors a percentage. I think all of his editors together get a 60% cut, and then it's divided amongst like the amount of videos that each make or some shit like that. But 60% of his entire channel goes to the editors. But I think when he just had one editor, it was like a 35% split or a 30% split. And then obviously you get more editors because you're putting out more content that gets more views. So then you increase the split that your editors get. But again, it makes it so that you don't have to worry about them. You don't have to tell them to do their job. They'll do it because they want to make more money. I think Cat Danny started the channel. Like, Cat Danny started the channel for himself. And then I think Asmon took it over when he sort of solidified the channels. But yeah, I would say Asmongold probably has some of the best editors in the game. Namago, because when you ask for a self-sufficient editor, you get a bunch of randos on Twitter that go, I can edit, and then they can't edit. Yeah, I think Asmund was very smart, by the way, on that. I think Asmund was incredibly smart. Basically, because there used to be about 4 or 5 different channels on YouTube that would get like you would just get the same video 4 or 5 times on YouTube by different editors. Like literally the same video, just 4 or 5 different fucking people doing the same fucking video. And Asmund was really smart in going to all of them and saying, hey boys, how about we get you all on the exact same fucking channel so you can stop double dipping? Because effectively became a race to the bottom, right? Whoever managed to not upload the video first didn't get all the views. So this way he sort of made it so that they can just cut stuff. I would fucking love that, bro. Because then I can literally go live the minute I wake up and the editors are just doing their job in the fucking background. Hey, Bride, how you doing, bro? Right now, I don't have that opportunity. I wake up, then I edit the videos, then I upload the videos, then I get everything ready, and then once I'm done, I go live. But that is what you do, you know, when you're a smaller content creator. What you do. It's just part of the game. What are you going to do? I also think there is something to be said about learning how to edit. That is an important skill for a YouTuber to have. If you don't know how to do it, you're not going to know when someone's doing it wrong. Kyle, how you doing, bro? No. I have an editor right now for the main channel. Holy is learning how to be the editor for the main channel, but I don't currently have an editor for the clips channel, which is actually the channel I would want an editor for the most, because it's the one with the most work. But hey, it is what it is. You just got to deal with it. I'd love to be able to do that as a job. Sadly, I have poor time management and procrastinate too much. You see, Auden, that's the biggest issue. That's the biggest issue. So I had one editor. I actually still get annoyed. Like, this dude almost single-handedly destroyed my entire clips channel. My clips channel was on a fucking roll, bro. It was purring like a kitten. It was nuts. It was growing like nuts. And then I got this new editor in. Like, I was doing all of this, right? I was doing all of the editing and it was doing really well. So I got this editor. One of the viewers came to me and he said, I would love to edit your videos for you. And I was like, great, bro. No problem. He had the experience. He knew how to do it. So I bring him on board. I explain to him how it needs to happen. And, you know, he gets off and he starts doing it. The first week, he uploads one video to the channel. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck, man? I told you 3 videos minimum a day. You did 1 video for a week. What's going on? And he's like, oh, I have massive family problems. I'm so sorry. It's IRL stuff. Now there, I already wanted to tell him to go suck a dick. Your family problems is not my problem, right? You have a job. If you can't do that job, you need to tell me ahead of time, right? If you know that you're not going to be editing for the next week, why don't you tell me so that I can do the editing? But so the videos can at least be up. Anyways, at that point, I'm super busy, and I'm sort of I stop really looking at the clips channel because I think I have an editor. I'll just focus on the main channel. I'll like focus on the main channel, focus on the streams, let the editor take care of the editing of the clips channel. At the end of the month, it went on for about 3 months, and when I finally went to that channel to go look at what the fuck's going on this channel, I realized that this motherfucker had basically managed to do 2 videos a month. If I was lucky, there would be 2 videos in a single month uploaded. This is a clips channel based on live streams. Right? The way clips channels grow is quantity. You have to have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 videos a day on a clips channel. They don't grow from quality. It's not about quality. It's about quantity. As many videos as you can possibly fucking upload. This motherfucker managed to do 2 videos a month, bro. And I finally brought him onto Discord. I'm like, dude, what the fuck have you done? What have you done while you were here? And he's like, oh, you know, I realized that I'm addicted to video games. And I'm working on that. I promise I'll fix it. And I was like, bro, get the fuck out. It's fine. Just leave. Just leave. No. I'm not dealing with your addiction. Who gives a shit? That's not my problem. You keep making things my problem that has nothing to do with me. So that was the end of that. And since then, I haven't had an editor, and now I have Holy. We'll see how that works out. Right now, I'm very happy with him. He learns very quickly, and he seems to be doing a really good job. I pay for my mate too. I know it sounds heartless, but gaming addiction? Really? Really? Like, bro, you couldn't do your job because you're addicted to fucking video games? Like, get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry. No. I'm not buying that. If you told me you're addicted to meth or heroin, I may actually buy that. But if you're going to tell me you can't edit a couple of fucking videos and then play video games, like, I'm not asking you to spend years editing videos, right? I'm asking you to do 3 videos, and you can do 3 videos in like an hour, bro. Clips videos are notoriously easy to edit. You can do it in an hour and then play as much video games as you want, right? Because I'm not the kind of guy that's going to be like, oh, you should be working 8 hours a day. Work however fucking often you want. As long as there's 3 videos minimum on the channel every single day, that's all I ask for, right? I don't care. If that just takes you an hour, kudos. As long as they're up there and they're getting views, who gives a shit how you did it? Right? I'm not a boss. I don't want to tell you what you can and can't do. So yeah, ultimately it just became a fuck up. Fucked up and hope him real bad, bro. I feel you, man. What happened to Alex? Nothing really. Sort of a series of bad timings happened to Alex mostly. Like, there were just certain things, like, yes, there were differences in how we saw things and how things should happen. We weren't in specific agreement about that. The other real issue we had was this was during the time that WoW was really bad for me. I really didn't like WoW. And as a result, I didn't want to make videos about WoW. But he was paid based on the videos that I make for WoW. Pretty hard to get paid when your content creator refuses to make videos about the fucking thing that you have to make in order to get money for it. Right? And so it was just it was just a bad time. Apocalypse, I would never ask Alex to be my editor for the Clips channel. There are some things that I think Alex just doesn't understand about Clips. Alex didn't want to do Clips. And I don't blame him. I think it takes a very specific type of editor to do Clips editing. It's not because it's not about being artful, right? Clips editing is more gruff. No. So Holy started as the clips editor, but then gave up. He came to me and he was like, dude, I don't want to edit like this. I don't want to edit like this. And I was like, yeah, okay, I fully understand that. Look, clips editing is fucked. You're dealing, like, let me just quickly show you guys this, yeah? If we're talking about clips here, we'll just go. Okay, so these are the clips from the 26th. That was the last time we streamed before today, right? But then you look at the 25th. These are all the clips that we made in one stream, right? This is one stream's clips that need to be edited. One stream. For Blizzcon tonight, these are all the videos that we've made for Blizzcon. This is what I have to edit tomorrow. Tomorrow I have to edit all of these videos. Now, I don't have the fucking time, right, to go through each of these videos and edit them painstakingly. There's just not enough time. It would take me fucking forever. It would take me a week to edit all of this. I will have at most 3 to 4 hours to edit this. So instead, what I would do with this is you literally pull it in and it's quick edits, right? That's all you're doing. You're quick editing. Now, if I pay an editor, I expect a lot more. I don't expect you to just do quick edits. I do expect you to actually fucking edit the shit. But you are ultimately running into, you know, at best, fuck, I deleted this. I thought I still had this. God damn it. Just get a video in here. How many videos are there that stayed in the backlog which were never made? None, Massey. None. All videos are eventually made. All videos are eventually. There are videos that I refuse to release, so that does happen. There are videos that I listen to the video and I'm like, this is bad. I'm not releasing this. Fuck that. But yeah, all videos that I like do get made eventually. There's a couple of videos right now that's just sort of hanging out that I haven't that I've not made public yet. They're just hanging out, waiting. But you're effectively on this front. When I edit these videos, so let's take this one for example. Yeah. Are we reacting to anything here? No, we're not reacting to it. So I'll probably do. Delete this, bring this up, delete this. So this is usually what I'll do in terms of quick editing. Just like actually like, you know. So I'll just quickly go through the whole video. I'm a little bit salty about this. I'll just quickly go through the whole video and look for silences, look for moments that I, you know, like this, and I'll just cut it up as quickly as possible, right? So I'm literally just trying to get this out as quickly as possible. And this is not the kind of video that most video editors want to edit. So most video editors want to do proper editing. You know, they want to spend time and they want to make sure that everything works perfectly together, and they want to add B-roll and they want to add music. They want time with the video. This is a very specific editor that can speed edit and get it done as quickly as possible. Because at the end of the day, this is a live stream conversation. The people that's watching this on YouTube wants to watch the live stream conversation. They're well aware that this is a live stream conversation. It's not a made video, right? So yeah, well, we'll see. Maybe one day we'll have an editor again. For now, I'll just do it all myself. So you need 2 editors? One main, one clips? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, one person couldn't do it. There's no way. Great, yeah, pretty much. What, doesn't Furorius do anything? Because Furorius... So here's the thing. No one actually knows what Furorius does for a living. He may be working for the government. He may not be working for the government. He may be a spy. He may not be a spy. We know that Furorius can make things like in Photoshop or some shit. Like, he's very good at making thumbnails. And he can also edit videos. But that makes me think that maybe he is a spy. He's maybe in charge of, like, making deepfake AI for videos of people that he wants to, like, entrap or whatever. But no one knows what Furorius does, but he does things, and he's busy all the time. I mean, he's starting Skynet. It's possible. I would not put it past him. Arden, it's not bad, but I think it's bad if you're... Do you know who Luton is? If you know who Luton is, Luton would probably never be able to do the editing that I do, or that clips require. Because for a lot of people, editing is an art form, right? There's an art to editing. And a good edited video, like if you watch a really well edited video, it is beautiful. I mean, let's be real here. It is fucking gorgeous. The issue is that's not a clip. That's not a clip. Why, hey Bryant? Why Cheeseburger? That's a weird pet name. Someone said earlier that I drink out of a 2-liter bottle. If you drink out of a glass, you need to wash the glass. If you drink straight out of the bottle, you don't need to wash shit. Easy. That's a time saver right there. Dude, I have to go fucking sleep now. It is 3 a.m. This is nuts. I think this is the latest that I've ever been live for. Yeah, fine. I'm going to sleep now. 2 a.m. in the morning here. We'll be back tomorrow, by the way. I'll again be live about 2 hours before the festivities start. We have some deep dives tomorrow, which is actually going to be super fun. And we're looking forward to that. But yeah, I'll definitely be back again tomorrow. Gotta react to the Ascension promo. I don't even know what the fuck that is, Apocalypse, but we may. We can do it tomorrow. Probably gonna miss it tomorrow. That's fine. I hope to see, like, those of you that I do see here tomorrow, happy hunting, happy trails. If I don't see you, have a wonderful weekend. And yeah, I'll see you when I see you. Again, we'll try to do both YouTube and Twitch, by the way. If I'm not live on YouTube, just come check us out on Twitch. I can't predict what the internet does. The internet does what the internet wants to do. And it's usually a fuck up. So, yeah, just, you know, make a plan on that front. I don't know when it starts, but it's probably going to start somewhat at the same time as today. Maybe a little bit later. What time does the BlizzCon stuff start tomorrow? Does anyone actually know? What the hell is Tom Chilton speaking about? Oh. Tom Chilton is the one working on Walk of Rumble? What the fuck? At noon. Noon PDT. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so it's basically same time as today. I'll go live anyways at 6, probably at 6 p.m. South African time. And then we'll just hang out and watch whatever, you know. React to some stuff before it starts or whatever. But yeah, I'll be live again at 6 p.m. That way we don't miss anything. But I really appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out, for spending your afternoon, morning with me. It's been an absolute pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I shall see all of you tomorrow. Peace out,